All right. I'll go ahead and go live for my brother Pong here. I'm gonna go ahead and run that gameplay back. Pong should be here momentarily. Got held up getting it in. She probably lifted some mean weights. Had to probably take a mean shit. I don't know. But he will be here shortly. So all is well. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm drinking some freaking coffee. It tastes delicious, actually. A little bit sweeter than I would prefer these days, but not bad at all. Shout out to the wife for that. Amazing. Some people don't have anybody to make them coffee, you know? Got to be grateful. Decado says ZZZ isn't bad either. That's Zenless Zone Zero for people who are not aware, but no Wuthering Waves. Yeah, I thought that Wuthering Wave trailer that they did at Summer Games Fest was a complete waste of time. Like, I don't get why you did that. I mean, look, I get for the marketing side of it, but I get that there's a new update coming, but good God, bro, you could have did that after the show. You could have did that any time during Summer Games Fest. I mean, you could have did it a different day. You could have just uploaded that as a YouTube video. I didn't need that. I was hoping that they were bringing Wuthering Waves to, I was expecting for Wuthering Waves to come to Xbox just because of how quick Zenless Zone Zero came. I still think that Wuthering Waves will come to Xbox, but you know, neither here or there. I just want more people playing Wuthering Waves. It's literally the best gacha game that ever exists. And the only negative about the game is that it is a gacha game. I can't unlock everybody. That's fucking annoying. Maybe I shouldn't cuss in the fucking first 30 minutes. There I go again. First 30 minutes of the show. I heard that's not a good thing to do, but I just can't help myself, guys. MG says, I can see Steel soloing Night Rain if he chooses to. That's funny, Gene, because I actually tried to do that a couple times. The first couple tries, I got kind of annoyed with it. I was like, bro, Jesus Christ, what is happening? And then, and this is before they did the update. And then Anna was using Revenant, which is apparently one of the weaker characters to use, especially for soloing. Because I was trying to get my Remembrance quest done. So you had specific parameters or whatever I had to do. And I got smacked up, but I got to the end a couple different times. I got to the final boss and I was doing all right, but with Revenant, man, I got to play a little bit more with her. I gotta get familiar, get more familiar with all her abilities and everything, especially in a solo kind of perspective, because good God, yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, because I haven't used Raider yet. I haven't used Iron Eye yet. There's my main go-tos is Executor, Revenant, and then my third is Wilder, for sure. And those kind of flip-flop every in between. Revenant's definitely not Revenant. She is my favorite. One of definitely becoming like top notch for me. But I would say Executor's definitely like, he's the one. Like, you could definitely clutch up some moments with him, especially if you know what you're doing. So it's super dope. Yeah, exactly. The stuff that's already available. Decado said that first Ascendant trailer in 1/4 speed, bro. Shout out to the first Ascendant, leaning more into the sexy characters and everything. I know that's one of the main appeals for that game. I saw people talking about it. They were like, "Oh, you had this appealing trailer, but you have no content in your game." I was like, "Oh, well, God, you know." If it's the only game that you're playing, then I guess, you know, but I never took First Ascendant to be your forever game, like a Destiny or anything like that. So, you know, if I jumped back in right now, it would just there'd be so much content, I'd be lost. You know what I mean? And we got so many good games. Stellar Blade comes out next week. I'm deciding whether I want to do like a live stream for it or not. We'll see. Because I definitely, I'm going to drop some mods in there. People have been tearing up the mod scene for Stellar Blade just in the demo. So much to the point where they even went in and fixed your body proportions. So for the freaking people that like to see your anime chick nude, they got it right. I'm not into that. You know, I'm the guy that thinks that you can look good with clothes on. You know, but to each their own. That's what blows up on that stuff, man. BT Maverick says Night Rain sounds like a great game for you and your brother still. Sucks there's no duo currently. Me and my brother we're getting it in, man. I've been playing with a lot more randos than anything, and that's been a fucking fantastic time. So we had Pong dropping in. He'll come up on cam here in a bit. I don't know if he wanted to do a little mic test if he was here or not, but all good. We just in here chopping it up. Some little rush. But yeah, I'm really loving Night Rain. Night Rain is my game of the year. Like even over Expedition 33. And mind you, like if I had to just base it off of, what's the newest game out and it had nothing before it, I still don't know if I'd put Expedition 33 up there. I like the story a lot. And I like what the gameplay was doing, but I just don't like turn-based games enough. I liked it enough to get to the end, and then the game broke on me in the end, and it was all right. I'd rather play something else. But I'm glad I was able to try it, man. That's the main thing.
Testing.
Oh, he's naked. He is naked and loud. Nice. Web Dave says missing you and Pong at Summer Game Fest. Hey man, maybe one of these days we'll end up going to a Summer Game Fest or something like that. That'll be really dope. Get that new E3 time in there. Maybe we do it next year. Maybe we do it the year after. Who knows? We will see. But yeah, we definitely got to do it, man. We got to do it up sometime. Because I tell you what, all those people who got that fake energy from me online, I hope you keep that in real life because I'm going to match it. I love you.
Oh.
Because I can go on a couple different tangents today. Because apparently you're not allowed to critique things. Just allow everybody to be happy. Just allow everybody to be happy. Don't come in with no nuance. Don't be a just let people love everything. It's like, bruh, I thought we were in this community to have conversation. All these sensitive ass motherfuckers is annoying. Who I got beef with? I ain't got beef with nobody. I don't have beef, bro. I see people act a certain way and then leave shit alone. I hold people down when in their darkest times. And it is what it is, man. I like to have good conversation. If you were paying attention to Living Split Screen, or if you were just paying attention to my social media, whatever the case may be, you know how I give it up, man. I'm always going to say how I feel, how I talk about things. I'm the dude who always claps back on the whole console war shit. I think that shit is dumb as hell. I really can care less. Like when people try to box people in, like, oh, well, you're a console gamer, you're a PC gamer. I don't give a fuck about none of that. How about you just be a gamer? Why we gotta, we already got enough segregation, separation, and bullshit to deal with in real life. Why are we bringing that shit to here? Please. Can we figure this out? So, here's what it is. Yeah, Nixie, he says that they speak with their chest on Twitter and real life the chest cave in. Nah, we don't even gotta do all that. But I do reciprocate energy. And I like to keep things official, man. Steel, what's going on? He says Steel about to be on the Joey Badass of podcasts. Hey, I might need to be. I was thinking about I might need to start turning it up this year. I might just have to. I've been making more videos on TikTok and stuff, just like getting my perspective out there. One of the things I am going to start doing is after the show on Saturdays, y'all can expect more content to come on Living Split Screen. I'm gonna start breaking our videos down into 10 to 25 minute videos. Because we dropped too many bars, bro. I've had a realization this week that, especially with Black Myth Wukong and some of the other stuff that has just come to a head that has happened in the industry, whether people are liking it or not, I think we got some dope bars that we need to drop off on some folks. And if people like shorter form content, because I know 4 hours is a lot for a lot of people, and it's not like we intentionally do that. It's still it's just an organic thing, but. Yeah, man. We need to bring more content. We need to bring more content to the channel, man. We need to blow this thing up. I want to hit 5K. I need to hit 5K, bro. We need to jump these numbers up, baby. So we'll see. I'm not gonna make a promise though, but I am gonna try. That's gonna be my thing. Every Saturday after the show, I'm just gonna spend the rest of that day just getting into it with the show. Well, I gotta think about it. because before I was able to do that because I was able to record the show live, right? I haven't tried recording the show live for some time now. So I might start trying to do that again. Like today, I haven't started recording anything. So typically I have to wait a day to grab the video from YouTube so I can download it. So there is that. Let's see. Lord Chaos, he says, yo, what's up, Living Split Screen family and everyone else? Good morning. Hope all is well. And don't forget to stay blessed. Don't stress. Play Xbox everywhere. Let's go. Another banger Saturday. Hit that like button. Yo, in the words of Lord Chaos, hit that like button for us if you can. Lost for words with the blue loot chest. Getting it in with the rare, baby. He sent us in a super sticker for the €3. I haven't seen your name in here, Lost for Words. So you must be just one of those that chill in the background like I do, just listening to all these different shows and finally said, you know what? I really like these guys. Let me get in there. So I appreciate you coming on board, man. Hopefully the flight is smooth on this takeoff on a beautiful Saturday morning. And as we get into it, we got a lot to get into, baby. Like PlayStation State of Play happened. Summer Games Fest happened. Both shows, I feel like, were at least 7s for me. And again, I put up a video on TikTok talking about it because we mentioned here people act like 7s, especially for games, are bad scores. And it's like, bro, I pulled out like 7 to 12 games per show. You know what I mean? So it's just like I have my own expectations that I throw in there, but like we always say, we treat these showcases like in their own box. You know what I mean? Take things into consideration. Certain things are funny for context, but other than that, Shane G says, pumped for the showcase tomorrow. See no scenario tomorrow is as good as last year. Greenberg confirmed, but can still be 10 out of 10. Last year was 15 out of 10. I don't know, man. There's a lot of playing it up, playing it down. People like trying to not hype. ACG straight up said that there's going to be 22 releases on Game Pass at the show, at least. I was listening to him this morning, which that was a bold claim. We'll end up seeing for sure. The Indie Gamer. Ooh, what a beautiful name to see on a Saturday. Indie. Have you been all right, man? I feel like it's been forever since I've seen you, bro. You the dude who's always put me on the good indie games. You're the one that I feel like that's part of the reason why my timeline has the indie games on it that it does. Because you introduced me to one, and then it opens the door for like all these other ones. And then before you know it, I'm down my timeline looking at, I'm this creator, look at my game. You know how they make those posts? Super fire. Super fire. Yobi said, Living Split Screen, the dude who made the FPS comment on the show, he had to put out a follow-up tweet. People really got bent out of shape. There's a lot of people bent the fuck out of shape about that, which it's the softest shit. Hey, look, anybody who felt like that was disrespectful, y'all are some of the softest motherfuckers I ever experienced in life. That I'm just gonna be straight up. Take it for what it is. You can say, Steel, you're an asshole. Great. Guess what? I'm good holding back now. I am so good. That live Raw and Uncut, I'm going to start being literal. Because good God, you're not about to make me feel bad about somebody coming out on stage and saying things that we have said. Bando, he said, what exactly did homeboy say? I can tell you real quick because we are going to talk about it. I don't want to spill too much because I do want to get into it just because it's been interesting. But he ended up saying, because I actually have it up here. He says, I grew up playing Halo. I'm tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year, and I wish we could have a Titanfall 3. I don't know what was disrespectful in any of that. I'm confused. I don't know. But people are literally upset about this. Oh, well, and then I played Splitgate and it wasn't even that good. I'm not playing Splitgate, but I love the energy because it's a competitive space, bro. What is wrong with competition? Nixie says, Living Split Screen, did you play the Hell Is Us demo? I did not. I'm interested in Hell Is Us, and I think it's coming out soon, but I'm not necessarily looking for it currently in my bubble. There's so many freaking things to play, bro. I'm lined up already with like what I want to bring in. So, what I want to put on my plate. Indy says, I'm back to bring you that indie goodness again, my friend. Missed you guys. Hey, I missed you too, Indy. I greatly appreciate you. Nobody covers the indie game scene like you do, and especially with indies now, especially because I'm super picky. When it comes to the indie games and everything, I'm pretty sure you kind of picked up on that, Indy, with the type of games that I like to play and whatnot, and the type of indies that are dropping out there now, bro. There's just so much potential, bro. Shane says, don't see why dude had to knock other games just to Hive Mind 360, bro. Literally played Imagine Dragons. Hard pass for me. Shane, I'm confused why you said he had to knock other games. He literally said the same thing that everybody else has said. They're tired of the same old Call of Duty. We want Titanfall 3. Do you not want any? Are you not tired of Call of Duty? You like the way Call of Duty has been? You don't want Titanfall 3? Yo, 3-Bit is a developer, well, at least was, and he liked the energy. Bro, it's how you motivate each other. They do it in wrestling. They do it in sports. They do it in, like, you literally do this in everything. And now it's a problem that this dude came out on stage and said, yo, I'm tired of the same old Call. He didn't shit on nobody. Like, I don't know. It was just, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. That's just me. But nonetheless, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a Saturday morning locked in with Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. At least we try to. This is the home of that RTS approach. That's real-time strategy, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation. Excuse me. Hopefully I didn't burp it in the mic. That would have been disrespectful. But not only to build up our own foundation, but also to build up the foundation for the potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. Not only that, we are also the home of that ECP. That means educated consumer perspective. Meaning, me and Pong don't work in the industry, man. We're two dudes who enjoy gaming as a hobby, who have plenty of professional knowledge behind us as well, in our personal lives that we like to bring to the table to try to have informative conversation. Maybe play a little armchair CEO and just have a good time chopping it up with the chat and everybody else who ends up listening. Let us know in the comments below if you down with that ECP. But I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere on social platforms. Doesn't matter what it is. Twitter, X, Blue Sky. My newfound social platform, I will say. Fuck that Blue Sky shit. Y'all need to come check out Fuse. Fuze. The reason I say that, it is literally a gaming focused platform. 100%. And I'm talking about, I jumped on and immediately started getting some engagement. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have to wait and find people. Like, nah. You start posting and stuff, what they do is they allow you to kind of like how they introduce it. This is Fuse. It's an app that you can get on your phone. I don't know if you can get it on a web browser, but Fuze. And I'm just not a paid sponsor. I'm just dumbfounded by how kind of cool this app is. Anyway, essentially what it does, it's a gaming social platform. And when you sign up and everything, the first thing that it does is ask, hey, what kind of games do you like? What kind of games do you play? What games have you played? Hey, would you like to rate some games that you've played? You go through all, and they have literally every single game that you could ever think of. And what it does, it adds to your quote unquote library. So when people go to your page, people can immediately see the type of games that you're interested in. You can even create your own top 10. It doesn't have to be like this is my official top 10, but it could be a temporary. You can always float them in and out. You can upvote games. You can downvote games. It's just super dope in concept. I need to play with it a little bit more. I just got introduced to it this week. It was super random, but it's been super dope to get into it, man. Really liking the Fuse as an app especially for gamer focused content. You know what I mean? You want a space outside of Twitter or whatever the case. And again, I haven't had the issue with Twitter that everybody else has, right? My timeline has been solid. I share gameplay consistently. You can go, you know, people say, oh, you can judge a lot about somebody when you go to their Twitter page. There's a lot of people who do not go on your Twitter page, bro. Because if they did, they would see the type of content that you about. You know what I mean? If you went to either me or Pong's Twitter page right now, you could scroll for days and just be like, damn, these dudes just like games. These dudes fucking got a wide variety, a wide gamut of shit. So, but enough of that and enough of me. I gotta introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, my brother from another, my confidant, the X-Man that is not Cyclops. Although, you know what? In Marvel Token, man, they got Storm looking, they got all the characters looking good, but good God. They did some good designing on that game. Anyway, my guy, Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man? How are you feeling? What have you been into? And are you ready to rock this Saturday morning, man? How you feeling this game is Christmas?
I think I'm just going to kick back and let you go for 4 hours because you're obviously ready. You don't need me here. You don't need me. I mean, look at the chat. The chat is all about you right now, Steel. No. You have everybody hanging on your words, and you've been going for a solid almost 30 minutes, bro, with no problem.
I can't help. I can't help.
I don't need to be here, bro. This is your work week. You're ready. You're fired up.
Here we go.
I'm gonna be in the chat. I'll just be in the chat and I'll just make my little comments and you can just carry the show. How about that?
Bet. We'll bring 3-bit up and we'll bring Yobi up and they'll run the show. We'll go be in the chat.
We're going back to living single screen with Steel Rain from here on out. That's what we're gonna do, folks. Because he's ready. He's ready. Nah, that's the energy I love because it is Gamers Christmas week. You guys know how I feel. You guys been hanging out with us and with me for a lot of years now. You know the little kid inside me. It is wild. I haven't been playing games as much as I normally do. Again, real life being what it is right now.
Oh yeah.
But I sit down and watch these shows and like a good podcaster, Steel. I got home late last night and I caught the Keeleys for about 45 minutes at work. But I was in and out. And so I came home late last night, could have played some games, but instead, like a good podcaster, I sat down and watched the Keeleys from start to finish. And with the bed late, that's why I'm a little hot coming in today, because I got up a little bit late this morning. So, I'm sitting there watching that show, and almost 3 hours long or whatever it wound up.
Summer Games Fest, right?
Yeah, Summer's Games Fest. Yeah, we just call it the Keeleys because it's Summer Games Fest.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because I needed to make sure that I knew what happened during that show, right? I could see all the highlights, but still, it's not the same.
Yeah, man, you don't get the pacing or nothing that like.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get the atmosphere. You don't get the feeling of it. And obviously, going back and watching it, the good news is it's 4K 60 on YouTube now, which is nice. So you get
it was
the full
grainy
effect.
Watching it live yesterday. It was weird.
It wasn't bad. On the replay, it looked great. Great. Most of it looked great. Again, whatever. But my point being is when I sit down to these games, no matter what's going on in my real life, and I get to see new game footage, or I even get to see updates to a lot of games that we kind of knew about already, I just love this hobby, Steel. As much shit as there's around it right now, as much, kind of turmoil and as much as this community is weird and crazy about stuff, I still sit down and just watch a showcase and I just sit back and smile as I see these worlds, and there's nothing like it. And I get the touch grass stuff. I love the outdoors too. And obviously summertime is here and it's beautiful outside. Shit, I got to do outside today before showcase tomorrow too, because we're going to be pretty much hot all day tomorrow. I can't wait to get out in the sun. But at the same time, this hobby brings so many freaking worlds, Steel.
Yeah.
And new just looks at things. And now that the indie scene and the AA scene is starting to catch up to the AAA big boys, and it doesn't always have to be graphics wise, it doesn't even have to be, but just presentation wise, and they're starting to get the recognition they deserve for what they do for this hobby, carrying a lot of the new fresh ideas. And I thought, and we're going to talk about it obviously, but I thought Keeley introing the show the way he did was absolutely one of his best intros. I felt that he's done. Was it a little self-serving? Of course. It's always going to be self-serving to Keeley. But for him to recognize, after we saw some articles come about the problems of indies and double A's now getting the numbers that they're getting and becoming as wildly successful as they're becoming. We saw some articles come out trying to say that's bad for the industry in some way. I thought Keeley's intro was perfectly done. And I just sat back and I watched that showcase, and I know everybody's going to have their feelings about it, and it's not going to be for everybody. Not everybody's going to come out of it, but you guys all know me by now. I come out of every show, even Nintendo shows, with a handful of games that I get excited about, even games that I'm never going to play. And again, the Souls-like genre is now just, bro, like every game is like, oh my God, like it's another Souls-like, and yet they're the coolest shit ever. And I come out of it excited for the Souls fans, and I'm starting to hope now, like Liza P. Devs are putting in a easier mode, because I'm starting to come to the realization that if you're going to put the easy modes in, like Stellar Blade, I'm going to play these games. I don't care anymore. I don't care if it's on easy mode. I want to play some of these games because the atmospheres are so cool. But it is Gamers Christmas. And yesterday's show, on the back of the state of play, which again, people have mixed emotions over for a variety of reasons. Bro, there's something special about this hobby that for those of us that are enthusiasts, those of us that have grown up with video games like I have for, now 4 decades plus, it just never gets old to see new stuff on the screen, man. And it just gives me a sense of excitement and adventure that is second to none. And I just love this industry. I love gaming. I'm never going to stop gaming. And man, yesterday was just really, really freaking cool. And we got more shows today. And obviously the Xbox showcase tomorrow is going to top it all off. But I just wanted to start the show by saying that how much I love gaming, and that, I don't need to say it. But when I was just watching that show, I was just like, man, I can't get enough of what they're doing, man. I just can't get enough what these devs are doing. So anyways, great to be here, Steele. Obviously, glad you're fired up. Glad you got a lot on your mind. I got stuff on my mind too, obviously, with a lot of that stuff, the Splitgate dev, and I don't even have interest in Splitgate, but why people have problems with it. I think you're right on the money, and we'll get into it, but I think you're right on the money with it's something that's been well known for a while, that people have gotten soft, bro. People have gotten soft. I DM'd you the other day about one of these content creators, one of these big content creators making oodles of fucking money to stream video games. Something I absolutely 1000% wish I could do. And hats off to everybody who makes it a profession, no matter how they get there. I don't care. Like, I'm not jealous of you. I just wish I could eventually get to that point. But man, you got these streamers now, these professional quote unquote gamers complaining about the toxicity in the chats while you're playing a game, or getting ganged up on by people when you hop into these competitive shooters. Cry me a fucking river. I don't know how you got popular, bro. I don't know how you got popular if that's the attitude you carry. Personality. Bro, your personality sucks if you're going to complain about people coming after you. You're a pro player. What do you think's going to happen, man? People are going to come for you. That's part of the gig. Oh, why? Because you might get embarrassed and you're not going to have all your highlight clips of your 360 no-look sniper shots. Soft. And I'm not even competitive like that. Soft if you get embarrassed by that shit. Soft if you can't handle people coming for you. I don't think you ever grew up in the 360 era. I don't care when you tell me you started gaming. I don't think you grew up in the 360 era. I don't think you did. Anyway, I'm fired up. It's Gamers Christmas week. Glad to be here with brother. Glad to have another episode. Awesome to see everybody in the chat also coming out to see us again. There's a lot of places you could spend your Saturdays. Not just podcast wise, but out in the real world as well. And yet you giving us your most precious time right here with me and my brother from another, Steel Rain, on Gamers Christmas Week. Love you all, just like I do every single week you come out here. So, yeah, we got a lot to get into, Steel. Let me get into, like I said, I haven't been playing much, but I have been grazing a ton, just like I was last week. But I got some new stuff this week. So, again, going back to what I was talking about at the beginning, just how much I love this hobby and just seeing this shit and how Keeley kind of started his show. That kind of, when he put up the top games sold for Steam, like that's my kind of my life in a lot of ways when it comes to gaming, because that's how I graze. When I see those lineups, like not every game there did I play or am I going to play, but I'm just saying in general, when I pull up what I've been playing, like that's how it looks. It is a beautiful thing, Steel, that I'm sitting here rocking on Oblivion, right? Rocking on Expedition 33, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I'm rocking on these bigger, really popular games right now, grazing them, obviously, jumping in and out of them. But at the same time, I'm also this week playing a new game, and I did make a post about it from a small little team, a little indie team called Nine Kings, right?
Nine Kings, okay.
Nine Kings. I made a post about it the other night while we were live on Thursday. Put up some screenshots. Again, basic graphics. We're talking about some of the simplest graphics you will ever see. But it is a strategy city build. Okay, no, let's call it that. It's a strategy RTS with cards, but you don't have like energy per se. Like, you don't have like a certain amount of energy you can spend to play the cards, whatever the case may be. But basically what you're doing, it's an early access right now on Steam. And basically all you're trying to do is you select from a king. It's called Nine Kings, and you select from a king, and the kings are all different. Like there's a poison king, there's a blood king, right? And they've got different troops, right? And they got different buildings, right? Each one has its own type of army. And basically it starts out with you versus three kings, and one of the kings is also a clone of you, right? So your king, whatever king you choose is one of the opening rounds, right?
Okay.
So you get to place, there's a grid, and you get to pick one of your cards. You get to place a troop unit or a building or a specialty like building that can, bonus some of your troops in adjacent squares per se, things like that.
That almost
right?
has like some tower defense kind of
in a way, too, Steel. In a way, yes. Because then once you select and you play your card, then their troops come to your field and attack. And they're obviously trying to get to your main castle or whatever they call it, citadels. They all got different names. So, and then whatever you've put out and played, your troops will play. And they battle it out, right? You don't have real control over it. They kind of battle out. And it's kind of a tug of war, right? To see who's going to lose all their troops first. And this continues. And obviously they build up and they get stronger, and so do you. And even if all your troops, let's say you've got a group of imps that you put out there that go fight, they all die. Well, they're respawned the next year, it's called, or the next round, right? It goes by years, but it's the next round. Right, they respawn, and you still get to keep them. Well, you can level them up by playing multiples of that card on top of each other, right? So that powers up that unit. You can go up to 3 times. You can add, they've got cards that will add like lightning attacks. And then after each round, whoever you've defeated, you get to select from 3 cards, right? As a reward, you get to select from 3 cards, a card that you want. Sometimes it's your own units, but sometimes whoever you defeated, you get to choose one of their units. So you can mix and match units and buildings as you go through the years. Bro, this game is addicting. It is fast-paced. It is fun as hell. Each king, and you gotta earn experience points. You go up levels. You wind up, certain years you go to the store and you can buy cards because you earn gold during your battles as well. There's a gold king who can multiply your gold. It is dope, man. It is fast-paced. You earn your experience points. You open up the other kings as you go. It's on sale right now for under $10. It's like $9.67 right
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Brother, I had to jump into it. I saw some people playing it. I had seen some posts about it. I was like, this is my type of game. Popped it in. Well worth the $10 early access. I mean, it is really fleshed out. They just did a massive update. So once you get done, I already won a couple times, quote unquote won. You could choose to continue after that point. Now, the enemies grow extremely strong. really fast. But what they do is they give you then at that point unlimited ability to expand your grid. So then it just costs you gold. So then you could start buying new grid pieces wherever you want around your main center, and then adding more troops or buildings or whatever the case may be to those areas. Tons of strategy involved. It is really a fucking great ass time, man. So 9 Kings, go check it out. It's obviously only on Steam. It's only on PC. So go check it out there. But well worth the time. I have not played Hell is Us. I know somebody asked us about that. I've got the download. I've got the demo downloaded. I'm planning to check out the download or the demo. But I also tried out a story-based game, much like going back to Zork days in a lot of ways.
Okay.
But it's kind of fresh and modern. So it's called Upheaval. It's an indie title, again on Steam. The demo's out. And yeah, it's a lot like Zork. So you choose from a list of options. You're not typing in like Zork used to type in your commands, right? Like turn left, go forward, blah, blah, blah. It gives you a list of commands basically saying the same thing. Go north, go south. And you run into random scenarios with random quests. This is a fantasy game. So there are random side quests that pop up that you could choose to go down there and see what happens or not. But all of it is text-based in a lot of ways. There is a map and that kind of stuff, and they have some graphics here and there as far as to what's going on. But this is a cool-ass game. It brought me way back, like a choose-your-adventure type game. Bro, it's just cool as hell. It's not out yet. The demo is out. It's coming soon. So Upheaval. I tried that out this week, right? Totally dope. Then, another indie game that's on demo. If you guys don't know, it's a turn-based week on Steam. So there's turn-based demos galore.
Oh, I didn't know there was a turn-based week. There's also Next. Is it Next Fest coming up?
Yes, Next Fest is coming up with a lot of demos
week, I think.
as well. Yeah. So, but yeah, this is a turn-based strategy week. So there's tons of those types of games out there. Chains of Freedom is another turn-based tactical RPG that I played. This game is cool as hell. It's got your prototypical alien type life form. You are military. You kind of control the leader of each group in a free roam through the map. But then when it comes to a battle, it goes to turn-based battles, and then it becomes XCOM. Okay. And then you've got certain percentages, that kind of stuff. I got some screenshots of that too. I'll be posting later as well, but that's a cool game. But then I tried a dungeon crawler, and you guys know I love my old first person dungeon crawlers. There's a new one from an indie team that takes you back to wizardry, etc. The hardcore. You're going to freaking die in this game. Okay. It's not, but it is old school graphics, pixelated with very, very cool color schemes that they chose. But there's like 3 or 4 color schemes per area, or 3 or 4 colors per area that they use. And it looks so old, and yet it looks so dope. But it's called, I'm going to totally butcher this because the name is it's.
You want me to say it?
Thysiastry. Thysiastry, I think, is the best I'm going to get. Thysiastery. You get to create your own characters. Yeah, Thysiastry. You get to roll your stats. You get to choose your classes. All that stuff from the old dungeon crawlers is there. So freaking hard, but so awesome as well. So I tried out that demos too, again, on Steam. But just another indie title. Again, and this is just kind of the tip of the iceberg of what's out there that I've been kind of racking on. I racked on some more Stellar Blade as well a little bit.
You go the demo?
Checking it out. Yeah, the demo. Yeah, of course.
No, BT, he didn't say thighs, Ash Street.
No, funny. So I said I was going to butcher it. But anyways. Oh, yeah. So
that is what it sounds like, though. That's funny.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And another one I'm just going to mention to everybody here because it just showed up on Steam. It's not a part of the turn-based strategy game. But a lot of people were waiting on this one because if you guys go back, when was it? To the
Oh.
Genesis. Okay.
Sega Genesis.
Oh yeah, Sega Genesis.
Okay.
Games, right? There was a group of games made. One of the most famous, well, I mean, they were all had their famous, but they were the strike games. And what they were was the isometric top-down helicopter games. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Jungle Strike, Desert Strike, Urban Strike, I think was another one as well. Isometric, where you controlled an Apache helicopter in an isometric view. You had to go rescue hostages. You had to go blow up, obviously, the tanks, blah, blah, blah. Well, a couple of indie guys have been making a couple different games. One of them called Cleared Hot, and it just dropped the demo. I just downloaded it now, so I have not had a chance to play it, but I know a lot of people have been waiting on this one because it is straight up a absolute 100% throwback to the Strike games. So go check out Cleared Hot. If you got Steam, if you got the PC, go check out Cleared Hot. I will be playing that at some point. I don't know when, maybe tomorrow night after the showcase, maybe tonight if I get some time. But Cleared Hot is out.
See, that's what makes me, that's why I want like a store like Steam to be available on console. It doesn't have to be just Xbox, be available on all consoles, because these are games that a lot of people are going to look over, right? And if you open them up to a wider audience, it benefits everybody, right? Like Steam Next Fest, for an example, next week. What if everybody had access to Steam Next Fest to play whatever demo, to play whatever's in early access? So you get everybody, because the other thing too that Steam does, and I think this is something that Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, they all need to do, is just the way that you input critique, the way the review system is. Yes, not everybody goes back and updates the review. Shout out to No Rest for the Wicked. They end up getting a mostly positive now, so shout out to them. Hey, if people ended up enjoying it, that's dope. Nixie asked real quick, Paul, you said, what is the name of that game again?
Cleared Hot.
Cleared Hot.
Cleared Hot. If you're talking about the helicopter one, Cleared Hot. Yep.
But yeah, we need to get more people to be able to experience those games. And again, it doesn't even sound like you've mentioned any like games that are like over the top graphically.
No.
That wouldn't be able to run. It's like, hey, you should be able to jump into these things. So
easily,
super dope, super dope, man.
Listen to what Keely said last night. We've talked about this too before, but Keely mentioned the numbers last night. 18,000 games were released on Steam in 2024.
Jesus
18.
Christ.
That was nearly double, he said, from 2020. 18,000.
What are you supposed to do with that?
Right. And that's what he was talking about, was how hard it is to get attention now for these games, which is a fact. We know that there's a lot of good games sitting out there that nobody's heard of, and that's why you see on Steam sometimes shit comes out of nowhere, and it's like, where the hell did this game come? What is this freaking, like Repo?
Yeah.
Nobody had heard of Repo, and all of a sudden it blew up,
it's
right? It's
doing numbers, yeah.
I still have no interest in the game, but I saw it and I was like, who the hell found this and decided this was the shit? And then all of a sudden everybody else jumped in and was like, great, it's a streamer's paradise right now for Repo. But the facts are the facts. 18,000 games on Steam. If you had access to those games, Steel, for the console players, the console only players, go and try it out, man. Yes, a lot of those indie devs would even find more success through that group of gamers as well. It'd open up some more doors. And again, I think people would have their minds, especially the people who like certain genres still that aren't overly represented on consoles, like RTFs, like games I always talk about, right? If they had access to Steam, like a lot of people, I knew because I pay attention to gaming how many games were on PC, but until you walk into those stores fronts like Steam and you start seeing the new drops and the games that you never, no matter how much you pay attention to the gaming scene, would ever hear about. And you're like, holy shit, this looks freaking awesome. I need to try this at some point. And then they drop demos consistently. Like there's always demos dropping for a lot of these games on Steam. And it's amazing because you get to try them out and see for yourself. You're right, Steel. I hope that's why I've been on the hybrid train for Xbox for a long time. If they pull it off, whether or not it's good for Xbox, we'll find out. But the facts are the facts. If they offer that type of console that gives you that convenience without having to go buy a PC, but you have access to these storefronts, bro, it might open up a lot of people's eyes to just how
100%.
big gaming is. 18,000 freaking games last year, bro.
And I mean, in indie, I mean, just to the 18,000 point, because just because 18,000 released doesn't mean all 18,000 are good games, right? At the end of the day, you still have to take that into consideration, right? Like the indie gamer mentioned, he says curation is key. Thankfully, Steam has a good way of pushing games forward at times, but quality or uniqueness is key to rise to the top. 100%, just like in regular art form, right? Everybody's worried about AI. Look, AI is not going to beat uniqueness and being a quality game, right? If you gave the coalition an AI to make games, which they probably are using it somewhat, as we know, because they're under Microsoft, we know Microsoft's initiative, and you gave me and Pong an AI to make a game, I'm pretty sure we would get two completely different products. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't even be remotely close to the same. So a lot goes into it. Shane G says in chat, he said they need to figure out a way that 90% of the people only use Steam for games not available on Xbox Store, need incentive to keep using Xbox Store for games on both stores. Yeah, that is something they definitely got to figure out. I don't know necessarily what the answer is, whether you are cutting people in or whether just the exposure is good enough for them. Because again, if you are ending up, if they want you to be part of Game Pass or whatever the case may be, as long as you're part of Game Pass Ultimate, maybe that's a way to do it. Hey, you continue to have access to these stores as long as, I don't know what the perfect answer is, and that is for them as a business to figure out. But I do think that it does benefit all parties involved, especially as we're moving forward into the future, the digital era, for you to try to get more, as many eyes on these things as possible, especially with mobile games blowing up and everything. Like, you got to put things in front of most people, man. But as for me, I haven't played a goddamn thing this week. I just haven't, man. Between work and just trying to catch up on rest, and then showcases, and that messing up the sleep schedule a little bit, and this and that here and there. Haven't played anything. Last thing I did play was Night Rain. Again, I mean, I could tell you guys a little bit more about Night Rain. I probably got about 40 hours into Night Rain now at this point, and I'm still not tired of it. I see people talking about it being generic and it's boring, and you play one match and it's repetitive and you've seen everything, which I still don't understand. The characters themselves have backstories and more to them and things that you can unlock. There's even more cosmetics that you can unlock through progressing in game. Well, what more could I want, man? I'm really loving what Night Rain is doing, as far as, especially for like a co-op aspect, jumping in with randoms. I see a lot of people, leaning back on that. I saw a couple people kind of agreeing on me, like they've been having good experiences with randoms. Again, maybe I just get the luck of the draw when it comes to the randos. Although I did have a rando that almost broke me the other day. He was pissing me the hell off. Like, I just do not understand. We load in and the first thing he does is die. I'm like, all right, here we go. And it's not like I could just back out of this match because apparently there's penalties and everything I haven't found out yet. But bro, I loaded up with this one random. I swear it was the worst random I've ever played with in any game in existence. That shit pissed me off. I was like, bruh, why are you playing this game if you're not decent at this? If you're not decent at Elden Ring, like, what, have you not did this before? Because we're about to spend 40 minutes struggling. Because that's the only real frustrating part. Even if we would have had a mic, it wouldn't have made any difference. I gotta put you in my backpack, and then for the next 30 minutes, I'm sitting here traveling with you, figuring out, trying to decide whether or not we're about to beat this boss. And you know what happens when we get to the boss? He was the first person down. I said, well, here we go. And I was fighting the goat man. I can't fucking ever remember the dude's name.
It was,
but he's
Steel.
Super aggressive, super Pong. You would have did leagues better than this man. 1,000%, bro. It was
he could have been that fucking bad.
Bro, it was bad. And he was using Iron Eye. Like, bro, you're supposed to be sitting back. Shoot the dude with the bow. What are you doing? Like, it was just crazy. It's crazy. You can definitely feel it in a game like Night Rain when you have a bad teammate. But, you know, as long as it's like, you don't have to be a god. You just play as a team and we'll get through this. But
Desert Cruiser, I sent them that DM, by the way. I said you must have been playing with him at DSP's.
Bro, I wasn't even aware of DSP before like that until more so recently.
Again,
I was watching that gameplay. I think he was the same dude who was playing Doom weird.
Yes, he's the same guy. Yeah,
I was like,
and did you see his Mario Kart World video now?
No, I didn't see the Mario Kart.
Where he literally drove the wrong way and then blamed the game. It said the game made him drive the wrong way.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know how these people get popular, bro. I don't understand how these people make money. I just don't. Anyways, sorry, not to sidetrack.
It's crazy. Like, again, not everybody has to be it has to be a guy gamer, bro. But like, it's just one of those things where, bro, if you're in the gaming community and you're streaming and doing stuff like that, you can't be surprised if people start kind of making fun of you and talking about you, saying, "Hey." Like, what are you doing? This is not how you would play this. You're having a bad time because you're literally doing the opposite of what the game is asking you to do. Oh, Desert Cruiser said the game cheated.
That's what he was saying too. On Mario Kart World, the game cheated and made him go the wrong way.
People used to say that I was cheating when we were next to each other playing the same game. Like, bro, you've been playing this game for me forever. Well, when I used to play on Gears back in the day, especially Gears 2, I used to have people report me all the fucking time. Like, oh, you wall bouncing F word. And I don't want to be rude and jump off the deep end. But it just used to be crazy. But yeah, Night Rain's been the main thing in rotation. Other than that, I've been kind of like at a standstill because the only other thing that I really want to jump into right now is Stellar Blade. You know what I mean? That comes out next week. It comes out on the 11th. And just watching people get deep in their bag with the mods and everything, just with the demo, has been insane. Nexus already has, I want to say, about 5 or so pages, maybe a little bit less than that, of cosmetic mods for the game, right? Definitely some more that are risque than anything. So we'll see what people do with it. Apparently I found out too, I didn't know this. Again, like when I have interest for a game, I am literally one of those dudes, like, you know, people will say, oh, well, you can watch the game here and do, like, I literally go dark. Like, people played it on PlayStation a year ago, right? I literally do not know a single freaking thing. Even when people are like spoiling it and saying, "Oh, this is the bad character." That's why, like, I have a hard time when people like, "Oh, I have an issue with leaks." It's like, I get it and I hear you. Getting excited and being able to be given things like in the moment, I get it. There's nothing like that sometimes. But there's nothing like also seeing something, at least for me. Like, I can see something ahead of time, movie, game, whatever it may be, and then I go to actually experience it, and it's a completely different feeling. You know what I mean? Because of the art form, gaming has always kind of been that way. At least for me, it's always the experience that highlights it on an upper level than anything. So, Yobi says, living split screen. That's the same MF who said, who downplayed Sarah Bond getting promoted a while back. Disgusting. Hey, man. Sarah actually did an interview this week as well that I thought was really dope. Didn't really say too much new. Essentially,
it was
just
boring as hell. Sorry, it was boring as hell.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I thought it was all right. They could have did better as an interview. Interviewers could have did better.
The interviewers could have done better, but I think Sarah has, you know, now that they've stepped away a lot from the limelight. I don't know if you want to talk about it because maybe you got more out of it than I did, but I don't really have much to say about it. The fact that I think that Sarah, because they've kind of chosen to step back, which again, that is totally cool with me. If Xbox higher ups are going to take a step back out of the community, that's totally cool. Again, I've said that for a long time. Love that they were out there, but it is a double-edged sword. So they step back. Now that Sarah definitely has pulled back from the community, in a lot of ways, I think she's gone back to her T-Mobile roots as far as an executive goes, and it is pretty much, it's a lot of straight business. She's always been very well spoken and very explains things.
She's media trained really well.
She explains complex things very well when she's doing interviews that normal people can listen to. And I think that's always been awesome for her, a strong suit. But I think she's gone more into that T-Mobile bag at this point because that's where she came from, right? And that's a lot of her thought process. You know, again, hearing her speak was just kind of a bland interview to general. And like you said, to your point, the interviewers could have done a better job. But I just think she is cooled off so much because we don't see her out like we did. And she was a very explosive type personality when she was on stage, when she was promoting things. She had a lot of energy. And I just think some of these interviews now are more business, straightforward. And I think that's kind of what the feeling that I got out of it. Again, I didn't take much away from it. It's kind of the same roundabout thing. They want everybody to play everywhere.
Yeah.
That's what they are now.
I got some key points here. This is from VGT Gaming News.
Yeah.
This is coming from Threads. These were the main key points. Xbox's goal, making gaming accessible to everyone anywhere. Again, she quadruple down on that, but there's nothing new. That's what they've been saying. Key features, new AI features and cloud technology for seamless gaming across devices. As you see what they're doing with the whole stream your own game thing now, right? That even if a game isn't necessarily available in Xbox Cloud or whatever the case might be, the fact that they are making the thing that we were asking before, hey, I want to be able to play the games that I have in my library wherever I'm at. That's what they're moving in, doubling, quadrupling down on. And then the other point that they brought up here was community focus, building a strong and inclusive gaming community. It seems like they still have a central they still have thoughts on that. You got to show and tell. You got to show better than you could tell me. You know what I mean? I can see the vision, but you have to actually bring your vision to fruition in order to get people to believe. You want the community to back you? You have to give people the reason to back you. And if the people who are kind of doubting you now, hey, anybody that's out there that says they don't believe in whatever the Xbox is doing, dog, I can't argue with you. We can have a conversation and I can say, look, man, this is what I've liked. This is what has been good for me. And again, I'll always go back to 2022, right? People like to go back to 2017, 2018. And it's like, bro, I like to go back to 2022 because, hey, let's give them 5 years. 2022 was a weak year for Xbox as far as first party goes. But second and third party, I thought they did phenomenal. And now we see this year how the cards are kind of on the other side of the table, right? At least for PlayStation, that was the biggest negative for me for the PlayStation State of Play. And again, it's a state of play. It's not a PlayStation showcase. I get it. But when they haven't shown anything for some time, especially first party wise, except for like a Ghost of Yotei as an example, and I know Lost Soul aside, you could throw that in there if you want to, even though that is coming to PC as well. Again, something else that people said it's never going to happen, although you see these games coming to PC sooner than later, right? It's not a negative for them. They're obviously getting a benefit from it, right? And there's obviously a direction everybody can kind of go in, but I think it's always good for conversation, man. So Nixie says, thank gaming God. Maybe that means we don't have to hear dramatic background music while they're speaking tomorrow. Hopefully not. Shane G says, PS had one showcase in 4 years and it was the worst thing I ever saw in my life. Talking about the most recent one? The State of Play?
No,
I don't think the State of Play was bad.
He's talking about
just showcase. She's just showcase.
Showcase.
Yeah, no,
again,
that last showcase was bad.
We don't even know if they're we don't even know if they're ever going to do a showcase again. They could just move forward with State of Play. Well, no, because
that's what it seems like.
I'm just saying the name showcase might be done. I would like them to come back with PlayStation Experience again. The PlayStation Experience was dope as hell when they used to show up in the theaters and shit. Now, they don't have anything to do that with right now, so that doesn't make sense, but I'd love to see it down the road if they ever get back on track with all their studios, because they still have plenty of studios to get going at some point during the PS6, I guess. At that point, they'll be back on track again.
Jesus.
But right now, I just don't think that they're... there's rumors that they still talked about doing a showcase. Like there's been a couple times, but I don't know, man. Maybe you just do state of plays, and some of the state of plays or a lot of the state of plays are third party focused. And then all of a sudden you throw in a really big first party state of play down the road and that's your showcase. But I just think that name might be gone from PlayStation's vocabulary.
Yeah, potentially.
So, but yeah.
Nixie says, hard for me to look at a showcase that way. I'm a whole OLED gamer and I watch showcases for games that get my attention, not counting what's exclusive or not. You know what, Nixie? I mean, even in that in that thought process, you would be different because most people, that's what they looked at those showcase, like those things for. Hey, what is first party bringing? Again, that was Xbox's biggest critique for some time. I mean, you went from 3 to 5 main studios to having over 30 and you didn't show anything for some time. And people are asking these questions and you're showing stuff with no release date. And, we don't hear from it for 3 years. Shout out to Contraband. Hopefully we hear, like, that's when we need to hear about tomorrow, right? Everwild, we need to hear about that. Like, you can't just say, we rebooted a game and then it just completely disappears with nothing else there, right? So, and we'll get into that as well. But yeah, man, other than Night Rain and me kind of prepping for Stellar Blade and wanting to jump into there, finding out, that's what I was going to get into, finding out that Stellar Blade is actually probably going to take a couple playthroughs because the hard mode, pause, isn't available.
It's available right away. You can just download
you can play on hard from the very start. Pause.
You can play hard.
No, when it comes to Stellar Blade, you definitely gotta throw the ball. You gotta throw the pause in there. You gotta throw the pause in there.
It's too easy.
It's real. It's way too simple for that. Paul, real quick, side note. How many copies do you think Stellar Blade is gonna sell on PC?
Oh, on PC? Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, overall, by it's all said and done, or are you talking about like first 30 days?
I like kind of first 30 days kind of thing.
First 30 days, 2 to 3 million.
Think so? Let's see.
Yeah, it didn't sell. I don't know what it sold on PlayStation.
It sold. They said here, Stellar Blade reaches 2 million units sold by February of 2025.
By February 2025, so that was how long after release? When did it release? I forget.
Let's see. Stellar Blade PlayStation release date April of 2024.
April.
So it took them almost all year.
I think Steam with the mods. I'm sorry to say. It is what it is.
It's easier to share content as well,
and because from the demo, also, which is another big part of the Steam and PC community in general, the performance is fucking incredible.
Yeah, no, you've been playing it, but people have been saying it runs great.
The experts, the tech guys have been saying, because they've got it up and running on the Steam Deck perfectly. Like, it is supposedly what people are calling one of the best optimized PlayStation games yet, if not the best optimized PlayStation game yet. So that's huge for the PC side. I'll stick 2 million. I'll say 2 million
first month.
30 days. Yeah, I'll say.
That's still major in comparison to the how long it took to kind of sell on PlayStation just by itself within that year. So if they're able to sell 2 million in a month versus what they're able to do a year on one platform, I think that's pretty darn significant.
High, but I think it's got a shot just because of how well received it is and because of the mods.
I think it's going to be shared around a lot.
Yeah. Pause. Jesus.
Big ball.
East for the streets.
So I mean, I hope not.
I gotta agree with some people from playing the demo. Tacky or whatever her name is. I think it's
Tachi or what? I don't know how to say her name. I'll find out.
Tachi, whatever. Tachi, I think it is. Might be Tachi. She needs her own game too. She needs her own game. She's a badass.
Think so?
Yeah, she's a badass. Just from the demo, just from the little bit, she's a badass. Yeah, she needs her own spin-off.
Apparently she's a main influence in the game, so we'll see.
She is. I'm sure she is, but she just needs her own. Eva's great.
I can see them doing spin-offs.
She's a badass.
Like I said, they can do some spin-offs.
Or a co-op game where you can play both.
Ooh.
And there's some people who claim that it was.
I don't know if they could do that, but story reasons, but
there's story reasons
from what I heard. But.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
I think that'd be cool. Maybe like a survival mode, like a co-op survival mode or whatever, where you could kind of choose some characters and just have a good time, like a horde mode kind of thing. You going through fighting different characters, fighting different enemies and stuff. I think that'd be pretty cool. There'd be something there. Yeah. But yeah, man. I mean, other than that, that's been pretty much it. As me and Dakota were talking about a little bit earlier, because Arc Raiders.
Tachi. Thank you for
Tachi. Okay, appreciate that, fame. Me and Dakota were mentioning it earlier, but guys, you got a show today. You know what that means? Arc Raiders didn't release.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
Arc Raiders ended up releasing does have a release date for October 30th, which I thought was interesting. I thought it was going to be way sooner than that, but I think it's cool because it is the perfect Halloween game. 100%. I think it's perfect for that time. It's also, if Marathon continues to stay where it's at in its release, if it's still September, I think it's like first couple weeks of September. That's going to be really rough.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Bro, like the way, bro, the fact that they didn't even say anything at the state of play, like at the state of play though, like you should have announced a delay or something. Like, you know what I mean?
They're gonna announce it. They're hiding. They're turtling right now. Steel. They're going back to lick their wounds, and they're gonna delay it. And
what if they don't though? What if they stay? Well, what if they stay with it?
Then they're sending it out to die, like Contra.
That's what I think.
Like what?
Concord.
They're just gonna send it out to die.
I mean, especially with Arc Raiders having a 2-week essentially head start on them at that point, being very similar games. Of course, one first person, one third person. You do have those differentiators, but like other than that, 2 weeks in, you're gonna give Embark 2 weeks on a game that people were feeling good about. That is going to be your competition.
Yep.
Him both are gonna be $40. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see how things play out, man.
Can I say this real quick too? Since I didn't mention it, in my grazing too, you guys are gonna find this funny. But last weekend, you guys know how it rolls. Sometimes I just get a bug up my butt, pause, and I want to go play. So I was in the mood for a shooter. I want to make a room, and I re-downloaded Halo MCC, and I started playing Halo 4.
Talk about it.
I started playing Halo 4, which I've never really played the campaign in, right? And so I jumped into Halo 4. You guys know me. I really admit that I'm a casual Halo guy, right? Bro, that game, that campaign-wise, now I understand, again, the multiplayer shit, nobody's ever going to be happy, blah, blah, blah. But man, that campaign, anybody who had a problem with that storyline or that campaign, I gotta say, playing through the first, I don't know, what am I, 5-6 chat? I got through the introduction with Didek, and I gotta say, it's a kick-ass story. I gotta say, Cortana and Chief,
it's good.
Emotional-wise, as far as what they're bringing to the table and showing the human side of Chief, and obviously the relationship with Cortana as she's, dying, quote unquote, dying.
Yeah,
I think it's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Yeah, it's phenomenal. And I think the gameplay is, it's straight up Halo. I think the level design is cool as shit. I got zero problems. I like some of the weapons. I know a lot of people had problems with that. I know you and Mav were talking about that after I had brought it up. That you said some of the weapons people didn't like as well. I think it's a cool ass game. Halo 4. I'm impressed. Again, I never really played through the campaign. I multiplayer day, but yeah, I got in the mood for a shooter, and I just got to say 343 did their thing with the campaign. I'm surprised that doesn't get more love for what they did. I thought they took it in a cool ass direction and had a lot of potential. I like it, man. I like it.
Like I've mentioned before. I don't know if I've said it here before. I mean, I'll stand on what 343 when they picked up the mantle from Bungie. Going into Halo 4, they made Chief feel more like the character I felt that he was than anything else. And I know that Chief was always supposed to be you, but I think that's what made it hit even harder, because you go through the first 3 games and then you get to 4 and it's like he has a reason to speak. You know what I mean? Like, even if you would have just gave me some random, like my voice, whatever the case might have been, like it felt like natural progression, right? Like it felt
correct.
It felt
eventually you got to go away from that. You as Chief, you eventually go away from that because there's too much story and there's too much lore behind him as a character to keep locked away with a silent protagonist or a mostly silent protagonist. I think they did the right thing by delving into him like that, and I think it worked. Like I said, again, I'm a casual Halo fan, so what do I know? But I really do. And I also jumped into a little bit of Reach too as well, which I did play.
Good. Reach is fucking phenomenal.
I can't remember if I beat Reach campaign or not. I know I played a lot of Reach
You would
campaign.
know.
I like Reach. No, I did originally because I bought it.
You would know if you beat it, though. You would know if you beat it. Because the ending of that game is one of the most iconic things.
But I don't care like that. But I don't care like that, Steel. So that's not true. Because there's a lot of iconic shit that I don't remember. Trust me. There's a lot of shit that I just doesn't hit me like. But I've always liked it. But jumping back into Reach, I was like, oh, this is a kick-ass game too, bro. Like again, ODST is my favorite, right? And I wish they would do another ODST. I love ODST.
That's a perfect avenue for it, for sure.
Oh man, it's so cool. Anyways, I just want to mention that I jumped into Halo 4. Anybody who didn't like the campaign, I don't understand, because I think
I mean, cool again, it's always that conversation is always going to be interesting to see how it's going. I mean, again, even with Halo Infinite, people can down the game all you want to and said, they didn't keep up the cadence for content and everything. The game released and got good scores. It was like mid-80s, bro. Like, again, the only thing you can compare Halo to is itself. And there's only a few games that you can really and truly do that to. And again, it's always going to be a standout for me. Halo is always going to be a thing for me. Master Chief is going to be part of my my gaming tats that I end up getting as far as iconic characters, along with like Dante, because they're forever going to be like top echelon, in my top 5, no matter what changes. So, but shout out.
And Halo MCC in general too, Steel, is just a beautiful experience.
It's way better. They fixed it, bro.
I know it was broken originally. I'm just saying, ever since, even when I jumped in with you and the fam, right? That you and the Fun Spec fam, when I started playing some multiplayer with you guys back in the day when we first all got together, like, which is the more multiplayer that I really had played, at least in a long time from Halo. It's just really been a great experience. But jumping back into it again, just how menus.
Yeah, it's flawless.
How all of it is seamless, how everything connects. The rewards are still up. They still have the timed rewards up. They have all of that shit going still. It's just a really great overall Portal experience. Halo MCC is going to be, I can't wait to see the reception when it drops on PlayStation. We know it's going to drop on PlayStation. So I can't wait to see the reception.
They're going to piecemeal it one at a time. So we'll see.
I would imagine they put the whole experience, MCC, on there, because again, that Portal is special. I don't know. We'll see. But I just think it's really set up well. I think they did a great job with it. I know it's the beginning, but just playing it now, it's great. It's fantastic. Love it. Yeah,
again, and like Ray mentions, he says Halo didn't fall off, quote unquote. That is why 343 got gutted after Infinite's drop, right? Yeah, again, I'm always standing behind the line of Halo is a criminal of itself. You know what I mean? When you have a lot more competition out in the space and the developers, the publisher don't choose to continue to expand the IP. And again, you're also looking at Microsoft, who only had 4 or 5 studios again until 2017. So it's like, you got to be somewhat realistic about like, what were you expecting for them to do? You know what I mean? They didn't have the money behind Xbox like they do now, right? They didn't have that same faith. So it's like, to expand the IP in the way that they needed to, and that is something that I really and truly do hope that they do with ODST, because you have an easy pathway to introduce another group of Spartans that was already introduced previously with Halo 5, with Team Osiris, and you can go back to Halo being dark with Oni, the spy espionage thing, Team Osiris, lead it up to Locke. Even Locke can then have his own game, and you can find out what happened to him in Halo Infinite. You can answer all of these questions. These things are available to you. In the devs that I was thinking about the other day was Certain Affinity.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Certain Affinity's Halo game? It hasn't been canceled. I looked it up. It has not been canceled, but they are Zero Dark 30. Completely quiet.
Their own original IP as well, which is...
And yeah, so is that going to show up tomorrow? We'll see. Good. Gogol says Halo lost a lot of popularity because casuals chose COD. Good freaking point, Gogol, because that's exactly another thing that I was going to bring up, and that's something that I continuously bring up here. People did not like Halo. I'm telling you, as somebody who was playing these games, I'm sure 3-Bit could probably attest to it as well. People say they didn't like playing Halo because it had armor. Oh, I got to get through your shields and then I got to shoot you down. Like, it's just too much, bro. Well, I got to do all this, man. The game isn't realistic enough, bro. Who wants to shoot through all that armor, man? And then look what everybody is fucking playing now. Fortnite, most popular battle royale. The first thing people do is go get some blue syrup so they can get their shields on. Oh, look at Warzone. Oh, now you got plates. Oh, you got shields in there too. Oh, but it's not a problem now. But it was a problem when Halo was doing it. That's what, like, when I say Xbox tax, like, there is so much more that goes into that people just completely look over. I'm not just talking about, like, all the dumb stuff that we see. That is a plain example. People said that wasn't good enough. And yes, the casuals chose COD. And if that's the case, competition then brings up to the forefront. 343 didn't do their best by making sure they had the content for the games, right? Because they didn't have the backing that they needed to make it happen. There's a lot that gets put into it, but again, you know, we are where we are now. We can only hope for better in the future. So we'll see how things go. Roadkill said Halo's movement was janky as fuck. It sucks as a shooter, I think. I don't know about that, Roadkill. That's a little, I think that's a little left field in my opinion. Well, I don't even know if it's an opinion because literally Halo evolved the console space for first-person shooters.
Well, I mean,
if we didn't get Halo, we wouldn't got COD the way that it was. Even Vince Zampella said that. I think
it feels fine. Again, casual Halo guy, it feels fine. But I'm saying, obviously, if you compare it to something like Titanfall, okay, sure, but there's a different type of movement, right? So, I don't know, Stu. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion. I don't know about janky, though. I don't think Halo has ever felt janky to me. But again, that's how you define that word, I guess, is up to.
Yeah, everybody sees it different. I mean, again, people say that Souls games are janky. People say that Elden Ring was janky. I mean, again, it just depends on whatever your version of that is. Hey, you know, if it didn't work for you, it is what it is, man. It's all good. But if you guys didn't know, we had some shows that happened this week. This game is Christmas. Xbox showcases tomorrow. We got a lot to plan for, man. We got a lot that's going to be demonstrated potentially. I do think that the Xbox showcase tomorrow is probably going to have a lot more interest moment to moment than any of the shows that we've had this far, right?
Yeah.
Now we'll see, because I think PC game show is tomorrow too, as well, or a future game show. I think
a future game show is today, right? That's usually on Saturdays. That's usually right after our show or right during our show when it starts.
I think it's I think it's right after. I think it's like 3 or so. I think or something like that.
Yes, 3:00. Yep, June 7th. 3:00 Central Time, 4:00 Eastern Time. So yes.
Yeah, so future today, and then there's a lot to be announced between today, tomorrow, and along with what we've already gotten. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just looking at my list right here for Summer Games Fest and PlayStation State of Play. When we're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm talking about almost damn near 20 games between the Summer Game Fest for a Jeff Keighley show and then the State of Play. It's insane. And yeah, a lot of these are things that we knew of already, right? But we'll get into it. Summer Game Fest is probably going to be Summer Game Fest and State of Play are going to be the main crux of today's show for sure. Just kind of going through what we found. I wrote all mine down so I can kind of go through them. I'm not going to go through every single title that was there. I kind of like to do that because Pong ends up picking some other titles that I necessarily probably didn't have on my list. Sometimes we share different games as well. I'm also going to try to pull certain things up potentially. We'll see.
Still, handwritten notes from Summer Games Fest, bro.
Oh, you got every single game, notes,
bro. Oh yeah,
on every single game.
Oh, I told you I did my homework last. I told you I did my homework last night.
Yo, Pawn went next level. Pawn went next level with it. Well, pick your favorites. Pick your favorites.
Oh no, I mean, let's do chat shout out real quick. I'm not gonna go. We're gonna shout out the chat, and then we'll start with the PlayStation State of Play, and then we'll head in the. So let's do that. Let's break it up a little bit. So, thank you all for being here again. We got the God Emperor, Sofa King in here. What's going on, God Emperor? Great to see you, brother. We got the Bold Alpha back. What's going on?
What up, Bo?
We got the Shane J in here. Shane's already given scores. State of Play 7 out of 10. Summer Games Fest 7 out of 10. I don't care about exclusives. Both above average shows. Very good, Shane. Very good. I'm a little bit higher than you, but again, I think it's great. 7 out of 10s are really good. Who else we got here? We got the Knicks. Yeah, what's going on, Nixie? We got the Vapes. Got it here. We got the Go. Decided to throw his scores in here. State of play 4 out of 10, and Summer Games Fest 6 out. Go not like it. All right, Masshole 1977. Nerds. What's going on, Masshole? Love you, brother. We got Wacko Games in here. What's going on? He says Mind's Eye looks better. Listen, there's a lot of shit around Mind's Eye right now. We got the top execs. I'm still in. I still think it's going to be a good AA experience. I still believe that showing yesterday, IO is publishing it.
Looked interesting.
It's a AA action game. And I'm still in with it.
With those two top guys though leaving, you do kind of have to think though. That's kind of
problems.
That's kind of telling.
There's rumors that they spent AAA money on this game. There's rumors that they spent AAA money. We're talking about over 100 million.
Like 300. Yeah, it's like almost 300 million.
I don't believe the 300 million number. There's no fucking way. If they spent $300 million, then they deserve to quit. They should have been.
The biggest thing that worries me about it, I forgot who was mentioning it. I can't think of their name right now. Anyway, the biggest problem for me is their roadmap.
Sure,
what they're supposedly dropping into the game, because it does seem like they're piecemealing it out. You know,
that's fine. I'm not going to pay full price for it. I'm not saying I'm going to buy it day one.
That's my point.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying as a game in general, I'm still excited to go play it at some point because it looks like a cool ass AA action fucking game that had some talent behind it, and I think it's still got a cool premise to it. So I can't wait for it. But yeah, Mind's Eye looked pretty at the Summer Games Fest. I was like, okay, I'm still in. But yeah, there are obviously some problems there still. There's no doubt. People at the top don't quit right before it launches. So
it's questionable.
Yeah. Ray, what's going on? Great to see you in here. Who else we got in here? Thanks for joining us. We got BT Maverick 707. What's going on? He said, love Halo Infinite. Only complaint was it just needed more environments. Yeah, they just needed more. Brett Bigham is in the house. What's going on? Brett was disappointed with me in the DMs because I wasn't upset about Splitgate 2's cosmetics that they wound up dropping that people are now running with as another reason to hate Splitgate. Listen, I get it. It is expensive.
It is expensive and it's dumb.
So was First Descendant. And yes, I agree it's excessive, but it hurt. My point was it doesn't hurt anybody. It is optional. It has nothing to do with the gameplay. It has nothing to do with the gameplay.
Tell me how you enjoyed the game. Tell me how
that's what he was talking about was the gameplay. But anyways, Brett Bingham, good to see you. And yeah, we're gonna see. I don't know why Satya's. I think whatever. They've pulled back, but then they show up. Aaron Greenberg says temper expectations because we unloaded on you guys last year. And then you got Phil saying sworn to secrecy. We got a lot of surprises. You're going to want to be there. And then Satya throws out a zipper emoji as well, as if he's also been sworn to secrecy. So which one is it?
It's weird.
Temper expectations, or do you guys got some big secrets that even Satya suddenly decides to show up again on the gaming side and do the zipper mouth? We'll see. I
mean, you don't have to take ACG's word for it, bro. Yeah, I trust ACG. I don't believe every single thing that comes out of his mouth, right? I mean, it is what it is. I'm not expecting for him to be perfect. But again, like I mentioned earlier, he said he expects for them to announce 22 games releasing into Game Pass tomorrow.
Well, yeah, but that makes sense because every first party would, and they usually have a pretty big.
But number, but even if I already have 20 on my list, Pong, that drops it to another 40 if they're all.
I get that if they're all 2025. Yeah, I mean, again, he could be talking about the back catalog too from Activision.
Yeah, he could be
too. Which
again, I hope Transformers is there, but
right. Again, Marvel Ultimate Alliance has gotten updated too.
That's true.
If they get that IP license back. Because that's Nintendo exclusive. So that's going to be a problem. But even if they bring back 1 and 2, I'm in. Anyways, we're going to find out. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Who else? We got Nixie, of course, in here. Nixie, always great to see you. He dropped his scores. State of play, 8 out of 10. Summer Games Fest, 6 out of 10. Ooh, low on the Summer Games Fest, Nixie. I'm a little shocked by that one.
Fair.
Let's see. We got Zach Riley. What's going on, Zach Riley? Great to see you as well. We got the Bold Alpha Wolf Pack. What's going on, brother? Great to see you. He says, then a direct immediately afterwards on Outer Worlds 2. I'm super excited to see what they're bringing with Outer Worlds 2. I can't wait, man.
Do you think they'll do a shadow drop?
No.
Outer Worlds 2?
I think they're going. No, I think we're going to get a date. I think we're going to get a date on Outer Worlds 2, and I think it'll probably
still be later in the year.
Yeah, I think it's going to
be November. Maybe?
I think possibly, yeah, right around Call of Duty, right either before or after Call of Duty, somewhere in that neighborhood. Yeah, just depending on when it is. But yeah, I think that's when they're going to. I think they're going to polish the shit out of the speed. So I think Outer Worlds 2 will get the full time. That's their big one for the end of the year, obviously. That's why they're doing it the way they're doing it. Who else we got here? We got Roadkill 8018. What's going on, Roadkill? Great to see you. Says Jakey means whatever you want it to be. That's what it means to. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's such a weird term because everybody's got their own definition to it, or what irritates them in a game is completely different from me to Steel to anybody else. It's hard. It's hard to quantify that stuff. We got the one and only brother from another 3-bit, the former developer who came into the industry, destroyed the industry, and then decided to leave and go destroy advertising. So that's where he's at now. His next goal is to destroy the advertising and marketing, and that's what he's doing right now. So shout out to the one and only 3-bit. What's going on, brother? Great to see you, brother. It was great to talk to you the other night too, by the way.
Absolutely.
On Thursday. Who else we got in here? Got scrolling. We got Jag19 Aussie fan 66. What's going on? He says would be nice for a good campaign for Halo for those that don't like multiplayer, even though multiplayer is the attraction. Learn how to land headshots.
Again, I think ID Soft needs to make a Halo game. I think it needs to make a Halo game. I just do.
They could.
I just do.
A lot of teams could, but whether or not they ever wind up doing it, it's going to be interesting. Yeah. The Black John is in here. What's going on? See you as well. Thanks for joining the show today. We got Del. What's going on, Del? He says, I think they're piecemealing it in regards to Halo MCC as well to PlayStation. So he thinks these are going to piecemeal it like you do, Steel. Sauron Grant is in the house. What's going on, Sauron? Great to see you jumping in here. Says, hope they piecemeal it. Halo as love a reason to play from start again. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people would do it that way too, as well, if they just kind of doled it out to the PlayStation side of things. Jesse James, what's going on, Jesse James? Great to see you as well, jumping in here. Who else? Scrolling. MG, what's going on, MG? Great to see you, brother. Thanks for being a part of the show today. And who else? We're scrolling up. You guys have been on fire. The one and only legendary OB was in there. What's going on? Legend. Coolest dudes around in the community. Thank you for being here. Sith Lord jumped in here. Get Sith. Appreciate all the shout outs for all the shows that you do during the week, brother, including ours. Sir. Thank you, Sith Lord, man. You are a legend yourself. And of course, the legend Indie Gamer is back in the community. He's back. He's doing his thing. If you guys don't know about Indie Gamer, knowing Indie since basically I jumped in, like Steel was saying before when he said hi to him, Indie Gamer is one of the best dudes out there, content creator wise, to showcase indie games. Learned a lot from him. Was on his show a bunch of times for indie showcases. Dude has a passion like very few people do for that indie scene. And he is the one who digs through those 18,000 games and finds the bangers for everybody. So Indie Gamer, great to see you back, brother. Appreciate you so much jumping in here and saying hi. Talos, what's going on, Talos? Great to see you, sir, as always on a Saturday. I think I'm almost caught up here. I'm going up to the top.
We had PTK Blam.
What? A Blam sighting? Oh, Blam's in the Christmas week. He's ready to rock and roll. He's fired up. Eastside Vandal, what is going on, Eastside? He says Jeff is a pony, a fan company that notoriously muddy hats games. He shouldn't be the one talking about indie games everywhere, especially right after the Wukong drama. You know what, Eastside, you're not always going to agree. Obviously, everybody's got their personal opinions about Jeff. He's not my favorite dude in the world by any stretch of the imagination. You're never going to like everybody, but I'm not going to take away when somebody says something good. At least to me, again, in my opinion. If it's not good in your opinion, that's cool too, Eastside, but I'm not going to take away from the dude. He did make a statement. I said some of it was self-serving, of course, as it always is with Jeff. But I think overall the sentiment that he started out with, I took as a very positive note. But anyways, Eastside, always love having you here, brother. And love your opinions, man, even when we disagree. So thank you for being here, man. We got the Joe Dunmore. What's going on, Joe? Great to see you as well, sir. Who else? Oh, Decado, I see you drop in here. Ghost Wolf 3599. What is going on?
Goes.
See you joining the show as you do. Birth to Burial 10. What is going on, Birth to Burial 10? I don't recognize that name. One of the ones I've shouted out. Appreciate you dropping in here. It says, morning, gentlemen. Morning, Pat. Morning to you, sir. If you're somebody else that changed their name, let us know. But otherwise, Birth to Burial, great to have you a part of the show. Maybe you're one of the lurkers who sits and listens to our show. If this is first time, great to have you here. Much love and respect, man. Thanks for dropping in and seeing us. Hope you enjoy the show. And then I think I got everybody up there. Dan the Man Cunningham is in the house. What's going on, Dan? One of the OGs. We got the Omar, of course, dropping in here. No. Another OG. What's going on? Ron Slusher's in the house. What's going on, Ron Slusher? He says Atari has no games and his local arcade has no games. It's true. Thanks. Although Atari does have games again. And Atari is actually going to be at one of the showcases at the Future Game Show today. I think they're going to be at. They were hinting they're going to be. They're doing a lot. They own. They own Digital. The one that's doing a lot of the remakes. Oh God, they bought them. Digital Eclipse. So Atari is definitely. I mean, Atari's been on the up and up. They're doing pretty well for themselves right now as a publisher, and they've been making strategic buys too, which is dope. As the one and only Steele said, the brother from another PTK, blam, jumping in here. What's going on, PTK? Let's see. I think I got everybody. So let's get to this one right here. The Decado, the one and only Decado. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, aboard the Split Hype Train. Welcome aboard during Gamers Christmas Week and the special talks that we are having today about games and more freaky games. Welcome aboard that Splitters Hype Train, the one and only Decado. Had a drop. Bob got on the court with the easy finger roll layup, added a whole new car full of splitters. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters, and we are now up to Mach 2.5. Thanks to the one and only Decado, dropping off some bags of coal. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Nixie says, cleared hot is dope. Day one purchase for me, Desert Strike, spiritual success. Yeah, I saw the video. I've been following them, retweet. That's why I can't wait to play the demo. That's exactly what it was. Great to hear, Nick. You must have downloaded and played it. That is awesome to hear. Yeah, I'll be day one too if that's exactly what the feeling you're getting out of it, Nixie. I imagine I will too. Freaking miss the strike games. Miss them. Cool. Boss! Mud! Lethal Papa! What's going on? Stick in Town is in here. Be careful, everybody. He will swing it and knock you out of the park. Boss Mod, great to see you, brother. Always a pleasure, sir. The Sly Crow is in here as well. Sly Crow, for being here, show. We got Sin, of course, in the house. Sin always dropping by. Thank you, Sin. I appreciate you so much. All right, I think I'm all caught up now, Steel. So we are good to go. So let's jump into some State of Play that started us off this week.
We're gonna jump into the State of Play to start things off. The State of Play was it happened what day was that? That happened on June 4th. Was the State of Play. And the State of Play actually I thought it was decent, man. Again, my biggest critique for the State of Play overall was just, again, that lack of first party. Again, I like to stay consistent with what I'm asking for, right, out of things, right? But again, since we do look at these shows in a vacuum, right, take them for what they are, I would be remiss if I came here and said, yo, it was ass. Because, I mean, honestly, for what they showed, it wasn't. Sure, with some of the things that they shown there, things that we've seen before, which is another thing why I took some marks down, right? Again, sake of being consistent. Snake Eater was there. 007 was, they showed 007 there, which was interesting. They showed Pragmata again, although what I will say about Pragmata, I don't know about everybody else. Maybe y'all thought it was corny. That was probably the trailer that sold me on the game. They showed a little bit more gameplay. They showed you kind of the back and forth between both of the characters. I like the little girl, you know what I'm saying? The aspect, the AI kind of human, it has me curious. What is going on with this? she has abilities that she can help you with unlocking doors or freezing the enemies and doing stuff like that, hacking and stuff like that. I thought it was super dope. Pragmata looked very, very fire, very dope. And again, the dude was wearing a mecha suit, man. Like, I mean, again, how can you can't go wrong with Steel if you got a guy in a mecha suit getting to it, hacking stuff, shooting, sliding all over. Like, it looked cool, man. I really like what Pragmata is doing. And that's a game that's really releasing everywhere. I feel like it showed great this time around. So there were games here that I do think were enough of variety to appeal to a number of gamers, right? I gave the show an overall 7 because, again, I pulled about 7 games out of it, out of everything that they showed. Pong, I mean, just a upfront kind of level. How did you feel about the state of play? And just to start off with, I mean, what did you personally kind of score from what you saw?
If you just want to jump right to score, I gave it right around an 8. An 8.
An 8? Okay.
Easy 8 for me. Yeah,
okay, so what made it an 8? What made
this
it an 8?
This is a B all day long. Because again, I don't care about first party versus third party. I knew what the show was going to be. It doesn't matter anymore. It just doesn't matter. It's all gone. I don't care. Yes, Steel, you're not incorrect that back in the day, first party mattered. And yes, you're still not incorrect that today, this is the argument that we had last week over exclusives. Whether or not first party matters, it does matter. But again, being who we are, I'll just speak for myself, and being as, kind of tuned in to the gaming hobby as a whole as I am, I didn't expect Sony to come here with fucking anything. They don't have anything. They're working, they're catching up. They burned down their entire games as a service. So that's where I'm at with Sony.
They're not pressed.
Right. They're not. They don't have to. They don't have to anymore, Steel. There's nothing. So again, I walk into all these shows. This is why I go to Nintendo shows. And yes, Nintendo is obviously big on first party because Nintendo's still very exclusive. But I walk into Nintendo shows, even though I don't own a Nintendo machine. I walk into Summer Games Fest. I walk into Xbox Showcase. I don't care what it is. I'm looking at the games. So it's easier for me to give high scores on these shows because I'm not expecting anything other than to be entertained and to say, ooh, I want to play that. Or, ooh, man, like I was already kind of excited about that game, but this update just did it for me. I thought the show had a freaking fantastic, diverse kind of set of games. Mm-hmm. I think that the pacing for the most part was okay. I think Sony's got some questionable decisions at the top of people who they put on the screen. Like, do we need these people on the screen?
That was probably the worst part. Another thing that made it a 7 for me. I was like,
and that's fine. That's fair, Steel. That is fair because it got to a point where I was like, get off the screen. I don't mind the dev stuff at all. I thought that they did do some filler when it came to Arc Systems, but obviously that's a big get for them. It's a big partnership. So they gave it its due. Does it slow down the show a little bit? Yeah, it does. But overall, Steel, I just thought it was a great, diverse lineup of games. Having 007 there as the first showing for 007, something that I guessed last weekend was going to happen this week. I thought it was going to be at the Keeleys. Obviously, it showed up at PlayStation, State of Play with PlayStation. Having that and having it show the way it did from IO, again, massive, massive W. Having, even as a not the biggest fighter guy, although I like playing fighters for the animation. Marvel Token. It looks like a fun one. It looks fun. It looks dope. I love that you and I both love the Eastern flavor. We both love the take on it. I love Arc System Works. Yep. I love what they do. Their animation team is one of the best hand-drawn type animation teams out there when it comes to fighting games. I've always loved the Guilty Gear series. I've played a ton of them. I actually play the story mode in Guilty Gear because I like them so much. So thought that was dope as hell. Pragmata, the trailer, again, the follow-up to a game that a lot of people thought was dead. That was, I said it. It feels like Capcom went in and stole notes from Kojima on this game. I've said this from the beginning. This trailer just enhanced that thought even more. This feels and looks like a Kojima game, like completely. And I'm on board with it. I think it looks freaking awesome. The little girl, if she's AI or whatever she is, and I have a feeling she is some type of AI helper, obviously, that's what it feels like to me, or some type of sentient AI that he's
human
trying to
kind of, maybe she was created kind of thing.
He reminds me of the Red Queen in a lot of ways from the Resident Evil.
Okay.
Except not evil. He reminds me of a good version of her. I'm just saying, when you see a little kid like that, that's a lot smarter than they should be, and helping like an adult.
Well, and she didn't have she had a code name.
Right. So,
right,
but seeing the extra gameplay and stuff, still, I love it's so clean graphically. I just love the atmosphere. So, Pragmata was dope, as well. Listen, Suda51, Grasshopper Manufacturer. Games aren't going to be for everybody.
Talk about it.
They are niche. I have talked about Suda51 and Grasshopper Manufacturer for a long time. Been a Basuda fan for a long time. I love his games. They're weird. They're wild. They're wacky. They are not for everybody. But when I saw Romeo is a Dead Man, like one of my first thoughts when I came on screen, I was like, this looks like a freaking Suda game. What is this? Sure enough, it winds up being a Suda game. I'm super hyped for Romeo's a Dead Man. I just love his games. I really freaking do. No More Heroes is just simply fantastic as a series. So I can't wait for that one. So I thought that was a cool thing to have. Again, just a wide variety of things, Steel, that I really thought showed well in totality together. Again, there wasn't everything for me. Digimon, I could care less about freaking Digimon, right? Baby Steps looks like shit. I can't believe they ever highlighted this game. But there's going to be people who think that looks hilarious and think it's going to be funny, and it'll wind up being some bullshit streamer dream probably when it's all said and done. But I think Baby Steps is done. I even as an indie game lover, I look at that game, bro, see, it ain't funny.
It's not funny. It's not cool. It just looks.
But that's just a personal take, right? That's a personal flavor.
Maybe somebody will like it.
But obviously, Steel, the thing that made this a solid 8 for me, and if there was a couple more things, obviously 007 I already spoke. Marvel Totoken looked great, right? I could talk about everybody's Hot Shots Golf, but that's just a personal love of mine, and I've already seen it. I already knew it was coming, so it looks great. But obviously, Neo 3, even as a non-Souls fan, when I see Neo games, I really want to play them. It looks dope. It looks dope.
It looked.
Really we're gonna talk about Mortal Shell 2, by the way, for state.
That looked fun. That looked phenomenal compared to their first game, bro. I don't know if you went back and watched a trailer for their first game.
I played it because it was a Game Pass. I tried it. I try everything because it's a Game Pass. It wasn't Game Pass,
bro.
Even though I knew it was a Souls
in comparison to what you played.
Yeah,
this second game looks like something.
We're gonna talk about it.
I wasn't expecting for that. I wasn't
crazy. But anyway, so even Neo 3 looked great to me, and that is an exclusive, console exclusive as of right now. It's a console exclusive, so I thought that was great. But Final Fantasy Tactics, obviously, brother, for me,
that's y'all's big
one. Again,
yeah, that's a big one.
It's going everywhere, but it was at the State of Play. This is the first showing. And again, anybody keep a track? The Nvidia leaks, 100%. They're still tracking 100%, bro. The Nvidia leaks were legit. For anybody who ever doubted them, they were legit. But Final Fantasy Tactics is one of the greatest of all times. It's one of my GOATs. It is one of the greatest, if not the greatest, tactical strategy game ever created. And this comes from not even the largest Final Fantasy guy out there, right? I've enjoyed plenty of Final Fantasies, but I'm not even that type of super fan of Final Fantasy. So that hype isn't included in that. This is just straight tactics, turn-based games that I've played through the decades. Final Fantasy Tactics is one of the GOATs, if not the GOAT. To have another remake, to allow it to come forward, and for anybody who doesn't know, they're going to give you the original version, and it's going to be the War of the Lions version for doesn't understand. If you go look up Final Fantasy Tactics, you're going to see a lot of different versions. Basically, the original Final Fantasy Tactics, and I gave this on Thursday night too, but it's important. The original Final Fantasy Tactics on PlayStation 1, they translated it, and if you guys have been playing games for as long as I have, you understand back then were pretty terrible from Japanese. They didn't put a lot of effort into them in most games. Final Fantasy Tactics story, because of the translation, was not. It was still had a good story, but the translation made it really weird and just not okay. Like it was bad translated. They went back for the PSP version when they launched it on PSP and called it War of the Lions. They redid the script for it. Okay. And they actually changed it to a high English or Shakespearean, if you guys know what I mean, type of script. So they rewrote it into like high English Shakespearean to fit kind of the game better. And that changed some of the story. Actually made the plot in a lot of ways, most Final Fantasy Tactics people will agree, better and more coherent. Extended out some of the sections as well. And so that's the version we're getting. Now you got a whole subset of Final say the only way to play Final Fantasy Tactics is to know Japanese and to play the original. That's the only true Final Fantasy Tactics. As much hype as this announcement got, I did go into the dark alleys and found that whole subset, and they are extremely, this is shit because they redid the pixels. And of course, there's people out there who say the only true way to play these types of games is on a CRT. And that you can't have these. People call it smearing. People call it all this shit. I personally don't give a fuck. Yes, I like the pixel look of the old games. There was a very reason why they stood out. And I still think that they are very cool. I love pixel artists who redo pixels. I think they're fantastic. But if you're going to give me a remake that I can play in 2025, that's fine. On my OLED, I don't care. It looks great. They kept the bright colors. In fact, they used enhanced brightness on the colors too, which really pop if you look at some side by side. But we're going to get the War Alliance script in this one, which is a very good, well done script.
Yeah.
So they're giving you the classic version to play through or the new version. Cool. Listen, I don't care that it's not maybe, Octopath Traveler level of redoing it or whatever the case may be.
That's the only complaint that I had. That's the only complaint that I had.
But right. And that's fine. I don't care. Again, you're talking about a very niche, very hyped niche style game.
Yeah.
I don't know how much this is going to sell. I hope a lot more people try to jump into it just because of how many people are now talking about Final Fantasy Tactics again. Again, I can't find a strat guide to save my life. I used to have the strat. I went and looked prior to the state of play because I knew it was coming this week.
That would have been dope if you would have been find it.
I've been looking. Listen, I could have bought one off eBay for $60.
God,
kind of
damn,
used and tore up. I was like, I ain't
$60.
I ain't doing it. Yeah, it's for PS1 version 2, which would not even cover some of the changes in War of the Lions, but it gives you a good breakdown of like the jobs and the secondary stuff that you can do with your characters. That's why I was just looking. I'll wind up going online, but I love my strat guide. I'm old school. I still have strat guides. I love them. I bought Alpha Protocol strat guide when I rebought the game. Listen, I just love it. But anyways, I hope more people play this game. This is a deep, deep strategy tactics game. This is a hard tactics game. If you don't get thrown off by the pixels, don't get thrown off by the cute little characters. If you think this was just a Square Enix, we're going to make a Final Fantasy Tactics game to throw it together. It's going to be a cute, great story, and that's why everybody loves it. No. This is for the hardcore tactics people. There are people who use calculators for this game to figure out stats. This game goes deep, bro. The customization of your characters with the secondary job classes that you can choose makes it so that you can create, I don't remember how many different combinations there are in this game, but it is ridiculous of what you can do. But you have to make sure you have the right stats in order to do certain job classes. And if you screw up early on your character, you're going to be locked out of those job classes. Listen, this is not a joke. You're not going to walk into the battles and think that you're just going to randomly move your characters around the screen and you're just going to overpower the AI. Ain't going to happen in Final Fantasy Tactics. There are going to be battles. The steep learning curve and the difficulty spikes will kill you if you're a newer generation player and you hate that. This is classic JRPG shit. You're going to walk into battles thinking you're a badass and you're going to get slapped silly 3, 4, 5 fucking times until you figure out you got to go grind some. Okay? It's not going to matter how you got your team set up. It's not going to matter how great a strategy person you think you are. This game will fuck your shit up at points. Okay? So don't go in thinking this is easy. But I hope people try it because it is a freaking blast. And when you get into it and you start figuring the shit out, and if you are a thinker and you like that chess style thinking of each battle and making your moves ahead, move your party depending on what classes they are around, this is a game for you. Final Fantasy Tactics coming back, made this a solid 8 steal. If there was a couple more games in here that were like, oh my God, whatever the case may be, this would have been a 9, 10 out of me. Yeah, we'll take it up. But Final Fantasy Tactics coming back, another GOAT in 2025, launching in September. I just got Oblivion coming back, one of the GOATs of all time. Now I get this, a game I've been hoping for to come back. Listen, I love this showcase.
You're full.
I
the plates,
really well done.
It's overflowing, man.
It's done. I don't even care anymore. Whatever. I'm just gonna have games coming out of my ass for days and days and years and years. It doesn't matter. Pause.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, at this point, for sure. Shucks, man. The breakdown you did on that was freaking phenomenal. I'll just kind of go down my list. Hirogami is probably, I'm gonna start with that one more so on the indie side of things. I would say more smaller game, smaller studio. It was the game where you were like this origami hero who could literally transform into different types of origami. You saw him like as a regular character, and then it turned into a plane and you were flying. I just thought the game was extremely creative and super dope looking. And again, I like those creative art styles, and it was doing something different, right? And that's not something that I was expecting to see at this showcase. And again, it had to be one that I wrote down there. I did end up writing 007 down on this list because, to be quite frank with y'all, I haven't played Hitman in probably since at least Hitman 2. At least, right? I haven't even touched it. But when they showed 007, right? And he looks like, literally, I can't remember the dude's name, but when I think of James Bond, I don't think of Daniel Craig, right? I think of the other dude from the what's the most recognizable? What's the most recognizable?
Sean Connery.
No, the one after him. The one after Sean Connery.
Timothy Dalton.
Is that his name? I got to look up a picture now because he had the slick back hair. Hold on, I got to find out. Hold on, I'm about to look it up, guys. Because there's only one, but like when somebody says 007 to me, he's the one that they modeled GoldenEye after.
Oh, you're of course you are. Oh God.
I mean, of course, that's like isn't it like late 80s, 90s?
Bro.
Roger Moore. Is his name Roger Moore?
No, it's not Roger.
No.
Roger Moore is really well. All the Bonds have been great.
You're
talking about what's his name? Pierce Brosnan. God dang it. Thank you. Yes, you're talking.
The character in the new 007 game literally looks like a younger version of him. At least in my opinion. At least they did enough for me to be like, oh man, he looks kind of recognizable to me. He looks like a cool dude, man. And the other thing that was really appealing to me as well was, and I appreciate y'all, chat. I see y'all started pitching there. Y'all like, Steve.
Yeah. Pierce, everybody's Pierce. I should have known it too.
That's my guy. That's when I think of 007. That's the immediate first dude I go to, and then it's Sean Connery, and then I go to Sean Connery, and then kind of go down from there.
I'm Sean, and then Pierce.
But
can't believe I remember Timothy Dalton versus Pierce.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Timothy Dalton, you went like,
out of all the Bonds, I remembered him versus Pierce. Like, that's so stupid.
I mean, I pulled up him. That's a recognizable Bond too. He was a good Bond too.
Yeah, they all were good.
But knowing and seeing that what they're doing is literally an early Bond, like him just getting into the agency type of time, I thought the concept of that was super dope, right? And again, I know a lot of people, because there were a lot of people that I've seen talking about it were like, oh, well, it's just Hitman with a 007 skin. Okay.
No.
I think it's going to be more than that from what they showed. Again, if that's what you want to ride with, and that's going to be a reason why you don't maybe want to get the game, or maybe that is a reason why you get the game, I think that they have different tool sets, right? I have faith that IOI is going to be able to do something really, really creative and over the top, the spy espionage, the cool dude type of thing, versus how Hitman kind of plays it. Sure, they kind of do similar things. but I still think I feel like it's different enough to be really appealing. So I liked what I saw from that. I like the art style that they went for as well. It's kind of like it's realistic, but it's also has this kind of it's hard for me to explain. It has a cool art style to it, man. So, but 007, it actually appealed to me more than I haven't felt that way since GoldenEye. Right, going through me like that, literally watching that took me back to me playing through the campaign for GoldenEye. I was like, damn, that's how I know that they did something right.
Yeah, and just to add real quick to steal something I said too, I think it's perfectly. I think it's fantastic that IO started their own Bond lineage, right? With
I'm glad they didn't use any person. Nothing.
Right. I mean, again, I love what Machine Games did with Indy, and you had to use. I love the fact that it off. So great. But when you got an opportunity like Bond, who has been multiple people, and you take that franchise on as a game dev, and your IO Interactive to start from scratch, Steel, but not just to start from scratch, but to start from the beginning of, like you said, before he's even 007. That's how this game starts. He's just coming out of the military, right? I think there might be some early missions, like while he's in the military, that kind of gets us into his character and kind of his personality. But the fact that they did that, and I forget the actor's name, but they modeled this Bond off the voice actor that's doing it. The voice actor is also a younger voice actor. The thing I said Thursday is, what excites me about this is that we know IO's quality. We know what they did with the Hitman series, how many they've pumped out. They now have control of James Bond, my favorite fictional characters ever created. They've got control of him from the beginning with a brand new line. They basically have an infinite timeline to work with. They can make so many Bond games with the same actor, with the same face, with that same character, just like the Bond films do, where you get to know them. Yep. And they become the face of something, right? They become your face. Like everybody in the chat's got different, some people like Roger Moore, some people like Pierce, some people like Sean, listen, this becomes your character and people get to know this character for however many games IO and IO's main guy, I forget his name, I always blank on his name. Anyways, he said this is just the beginning, meaning they have the same types of plans that they've done with Hitman. We know the quality any games and his expansions they've put out into the Hitman platform now, because it is a platform. Don't forget, Hitman is now
Hitman is a platform. Yeah.
But they are putting all those out, and every single hits is good. They're going to do this with James freaking Bond and 007. We get to grow with this character.
You know what else is
I think that's really exciting. Yeah.
Not only that, but they can literally take every movie that has ever existed as a Bond movie and kind of shape it into whatever they want to do with the character, because you don't have to follow any particular direction, as long as, like Nixie mentioned, he said should be a raw, unpolished Bond like it is in the lore. Again, with you starting early, I saw Jago mention, he wasn't in a suit, man, so that kind of turned me off. It's like, bro, I like the fact that you don't start off with homie in the suit, bro. You get the suit. You know what I'm saying? Like Paul was mentioning, if we get to see that transition of him being drafted into the agency and seeing you get the Jag, you get the suit, you get so on and so forth, I think you got a lot of potential, man. It's a lot of potential there. I like what they were doing with it. I really do. I think it's going to add a lot more flavor than what
as long as he's a playboy from the beginning. That's the only thing you can't take away from Bond. He's got to be a natural playboy. And it looked like from some of the clips, be able to Mac. They are going to play in that a little bit. Yeah. Like his charisma, the Riz, as the kids like to say, his Riz is off the charts. Bond, no matter who he is. So I hope they keep that part. That's a natural thing. But anyways, otherwise, earn your stripes. It's going to be dope.
And Jago 6 says Bond never does casual wear. He did before he joined the agency.
He did. Listen, he's done some swim trunk shit. Like there's some casual wear.
He's mixed it up. Shout out to Daniel Craig. I respect Daniel Craig as Bond. I do think, like, in comparison to Pierce, that is like, if you want to talk about somebody who took the role and really made it their own, I agree. I haven't seen Casino Royale or Skyfall yet, I don't think. I think those are two I'm missing. Royale? I don't think so. Bro,
probably my favorite out of his group.
I think the last I'm trying to think of what happened in the last one that I saw. I think the last one that I saw, he was walking away from a burning building, and it seemed like it was from a house that like was in the middle of nowhere.
That's Skyfall. That's Skyfall.
That's Skyfall. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I
watched
Skyfall. I didn't watch Casino Royale then.
Middle of nowhere. Yeah.
Or maybe I did, and I forgot. I feel like there's two more recently that I haven't watched. But anyway, BT Maverick says they should just call him 00 until he earns it. Don't give him the 007 until the sequel of the third game. And we'll see how it goes, man. I doubt that they'll wait that long. They're going to do it at the first game for sure. 5.0 Trey Gaming says they said there's going to be a multiplayer element to the game. LOL laptop gun. That would be if they bring it's a third person game too. So if they're able to bring third person, maybe give you some of that GoldenEye vibe from back in the day in a modern Bond third person shooter. I got something. They got something. Nixie says, if you like the idea of an unpolished Bond, Casino Royale is the closest thing you'll get to it in the movies. Yeah, and again, I like Daniel Craig as an actor overall. The man is super fine to me. He kills it in every role that he does. So, and he was really good. I do like him as Bond. So, but shout out to 007. Marvel Token. They started off with Iron Man. They had the most mecha looking Iron Man that you could have ever had. And like when I think like when I was creating my characters or trying to like base it off and combine Gundams with Iron Man and this and another thing, they essentially hit the nail on the head for kind of the thing that I was looking for. But Marvel Token is a fighting game, 4v4 fighter. I don't know how I feel about the 4v4 side of things because that just seems like a fucking lot. I was watching the gameplay. I was like, bro, there is so much fucking going on. And I already thought Marvel versus Capcom could be a lot, right? Just because everybody's doing moves, you gotta know the different abilities that these characters have, how to swap them in and out, what the different things that you need to do. I do think it's going to be a fun kind of party game as well, and it's being done by Arc System Works, right? Arc System with the guys behind Guilty Gear, the guys behind Dragon Ball Fighter Z, creating a Marvel fighter. I think we're about to get some of those Marvel vs. Capcom 2 vibes back. The Spider-Man looked fire. Every character they had in the game looked absolutely amazing, right? Again, different. Even like you look at Marvel Rivals, which they did their own thing with how each individual characters look and added their spin to it. And then you go into Marvel Token and it's like, bro, how do these people understand how to make these characters look more unique than it's seemingly anybody else in these TV shows do? Like, they're not afraid to kind of like do what they need to do with the different characters. And yeah, bold, even Miss Marvel, the stretch girl, that is like, and I did appreciate her in the Marvel Avengers game. I thought she was all right. You know what I mean? I don't think she was the most grateful character. I don't think they should have focused the story around her. I think that was a mistake. But you know what I mean? But I thought it was all right. You know what I mean? But it's not even comparable to what the how she is in Marvel Token. That's how she should have looked in the goddamn movie or in the Marvel Avengers game. Excuse me. Jago 6 says 4 versus 4 is sort of overkill, but I want to see how it really plays out. Again, when I watch gameplay clips of it, it seems like a lot. It just looks, there's a bunch of shit going on screen, different people swapping in and out. I do want to know how that's going to work, right? Is it, because again, the closest thing I could reference is Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and that could already be a lot. Right. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play it out. Is it going to be more grounded? Is it going to be more over the top? Is it what? So, Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. The only experience that I have with Metal Gear Solid truly is Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain. I have never played any other Metal Gear outside of that. Ever. Like I wish, like I can't even say that I was sitting next to a homie I have never seen or played or experienced what those games are. My first foray, I've always heard the stories. I've had people, I've been sitting and listening to conversation about people, and I've always been interested in like, oh, you got this snake and that snake and liquid and this solid and who's this snake? This is the real snake and granddaddy snake. And I'm like, bro, I thought this was one game. They're like, oh yeah, but each game has this different snake, and they got a clone here, and he's here, and then you play Phantom Pain, and you're like, oh, I'm not the real Snake, and then there's something else going on. Obviously, there's something crazy happening. Anyway, Snake Eater apparently is one of the best Metal Gear Solid games that I've heard from people, right? The fact that it's coming back, being given that graphical update, it looks super fire. I think I'm definitely interested in playing Snake Eater for the first time. I did see people complaining about the animations for the characters, because it seems like they didn't do very many updates for the overall animations on the characters, right? Kind of like what we saw with Oblivion, how they went in and redid all the animations just to make it look cleaner and everything, and make it look like it's improved, and they brought it forward. People were saying that they're kind of feeling down about Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater because it doesn't look like the same attention was given to that. Now, again, we'll see, but just to be real, if they end up releasing a multiplayer with that as well, and again, I liked Metal Gear 5 Phantom Pain's multiplayer. I thought that was fire. If they're able to bring a multiplayer into that as well, I mean, again, you've already sold me with that, but the thing that mainly sold me was like, because I liked being able to run around with Snake and hiding in the environment, using the shadows, they're just really finding out different ways that you can take down enemies and stuff like that. When I saw this man get next to a creek and literally turn into a mound of rocks, I was like, bro, there's no way. I'm sold. I was like, that's like the one thing in games that you always ask for, like in Ghost Recon Breakpoints, the closest thing that I could reference. You know, they cover themselves with mud and all that stuff. And I'm not saying Ghost Recon is Metal Gear. No, in no way I'm saying that. But you can kind of tell, if I was like one of those dudes that was out there, I could see somebody laying on the floor that was covered in mud like that, so it's like they kind of showing Breakpoint. But what they showed in Metal Gear, of course, is over the top, but that looked fire. From a game perspective, having the enemy walk by you and they literally can't tell what you are because you are literally become one with the environment. Hey, that's all I need to see. Okay, bet. I want to see what's going on with that. Jago6 says, Steel Rain, were you just not interested in playing other Metal Gear games? I never had my eyes on it, man. I was young. My pops wasn't into Metal Gear like that. I didn't really have anybody else to put me up on Metal Gear. My history with PlayStation 2 is more fighting game related more than anything, really. Which I even go back to like Jumpin' Jackrabbit, Crash, stuff like that. So I was playing Tycoon games too at that time. That's back when I was playing Final Fantasy, right? Which, unfortunately, we didn't get a Final Fantasy 9 remake announcement. I told Twitter that I'd bust a nut if that was the case. Final Fantasy 9 being remade, it would be super fire to me. Just because that's one of the most memorable Final Fantasies, other than 7, from back in the day. So, but neither here or there. Yeah, I just never jumped into them. And as we've moved forward, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this here as well. I have a hard time going back and playing old games. I just do. We have moved forward, and I am one of those people who do 1000% believe, and I do feel this way. Games are better today than they've ever were back then, right? Now I appreciate what I had then, right, for what they were, and if I would have played it back then, that would have been a good memory. But I'm not gonna go back and play it now. Nah, if you want me to play it now, remake it, kind of like what they're doing with Snake Eater. You have to do something like that to get me back in, or I'm just going to miss out on it, which I don't have a problem with. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not one of these people where it's like, oh, if I don't ever play this, I'll never be a real gamer. Like, so that doesn't mean I can't be interested in the story. That doesn't mean they couldn't create a movie. That doesn't mean that they couldn't find other ways to potentially pull me into the IP. So, Fahim says, Big Boss is the first Snake, who Solid Liquid and Solidus are, aka George Sears, was created from. There's a lot of Snake action going on, bro. So does Big Boss ever come back? Or does he die? Does he get old? Isn't that something like that? Where he gets old and dies or something like that? Or does, like, does Liquid confront Big Boss? There was something like that. Again, I'm completely I'm completely unfamiliar. I've only heard stuff over time, and that stuff is also so fleeting, but I'm always engaged when people are talking about it. So shout out to Metal Gear Solid. Neo 3. Neo 3 was extremely impressive as well. I played Neo 1 and 2. I probably played 10 hours a piece of both games, which is actually kind of surprising because you would say, damn, Steel, those are your kind of games, ain't it? It's the same thing with Sekiro, man. I don't know what it is. Like, I haven't completed those games. Like, they get me in the beginning and I never play through it. And I've only ever tried them once, right? I've tried Neo 1 once, tried Neo 2 once, and then Sekiro once, right? And again, I can't say that they're bad. I just never played them for real. You know what I mean? So, but Neo 3 looks dope. Now, I don't know necessarily how I feel because I recently tried to play Rise of the Ronin and I just put the game down. I played Rise of the Ronin for probably like a few hours and I said, yep, I don't want to play this right now. It just was it was a little too janky in the combat and stuff like that. And I could see myself getting used to it. But it was like the parry timing felt bad. Like it just didn't feel good. Like, I don't know. Neither here or there. I'm not going to say it's a bad game because I like the concept in Rise of the Ronin of you having the dual protagonists, you and your sister or whatever the case, how they do it in that game. But I know that has nothing to do with Neo. I know people are really excited about Neo. There is a core fan base for that IP. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do, how I feel about Neo 3, because I do want to play it. I like the thought of being able to swap between a shinobi and samurai on the fly in combat. That sounds super dope. They're making it more open world as well. So, I mean, again, we'll see how that ends up playing out. But nonetheless, like Neo 3, this was something that literally came out of nowhere. Now, one, it is releasing on PlayStation. It's a console exclusive to the PlayStation. It is coming to PlayStation and Steam and PC though, from what I recall. Maybe I'm off on that, but that is unfortunate, especially for a game that has seemingly hasn't reached the widest audience it possibly can. But you know, neither here nor there. Pragmata, as I mentioned earlier, again, got a dude in the suit with the AI girl or whatever. I like their engagement. I like what they had going on. I like the over-the-top combat that they show for the most part. And I can't wait to see more or actually jump into that experience. Like that trailer that they showed at the State of Play, that sold me on it. That sold me on the game 100%. And Pragmata is releasing everywhere. So everybody's going to be able to experience that game, right? So can't wait to jump into that a little bit further. And the last one I'll throw on there, just to show some indie love here, maybe a little bit more, if you want to consider that, was Sword of the Sea. And that was the one that had the dude he was literally surfing on a sword. I don't know how deep the gameplay is going to end up being, but I just thought the concept was cool. You know, so
did you ever play Journey, Steel, or Abzu? It's the same.
No, I never played either.
Okay, it's the same developer. Like,
okay,
you should check. They're just chill. It's just chill games, bro.
Really,
that's what they are. But they have meaning to them. As you play through them, if you take from the visuals, they have a lot of meaning to them. But it is kind of like a meditation type game. I mean, it's they're really cool to go through. And that studio is one of the best. So yeah, if you have any interest in it, I highly recommend you can go back and probably get one of the games cheap. Like Journey, I really enjoy Journey. So yeah, I'd go back and check one of those out. Kind of the similar concepts. This looks really cool though on the sword for sure.
Bo says, I didn't play Phantom Pain because Kojima didn't do that one. Hey, they did damn good with that game for Kojima not to be involved. I mean, but again, you have IP to kind of base off of already though. So it's like most of the work is already done. You just had to make a decent enough game and they did a good job with it. Fahim says Phantom Pain explained why Big Boss was cloned in the first place. Maybe it did. I don't fucking remember.
You
that
can
was
follow,
some time ago, bro.
You can follow that shit. More power to you, bro. Like more power to you.
I
I'm
just felt like that shit was all over the place. I thought it was cool, but
it's dope. And I pick up pieces here and there, but understanding the timeline, you would really have to be a Metal Gear head. And I'm not that way. Okay, but there are videos online that break down everything. Like it's like, but it's nuts. Like the red string between all of the games and the character that Kojima did.
It's all over the place.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyways. Good
so, and then Lydia says Kojima was in fact involved with Metal Gear Solid 5. Oh, okay. I liked the game. I thought it was good. I was confused. I threw out a lot of it because I didn't know what the hell was going on. Like, as far as like why the things are the way they are and all that good stuff. But I've always thought Snake was cool as a character. Quiet will forever be iconic for me. You know what I mean? Her coming out of meeting her for the first time as a sniper.
Still really doesn't like that kind of look.
I mean, she was, I'm not gonna say she wasn't good. She had pants on. She had pants on until she cloaked.
Yeah. Ghost in the Shell, sure.
No, that she did definitely have Ghost in the Shell. She was dope. I liked Quiet as a character. She was super fire. Yeah, I got my limits. She and I think you were able to customize her too, like her outfits and stuff like that.
Pick and choose. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Well, I stopped playing only Chun-Bara because of that too. So
I know. I know, which is weird to me.
I don't know.
Because there's
clothes. I not like it was bad, but
you can wear clothes.
What turned me off more so than anything, they didn't have any good looking cosmetics that I liked. It turned me off. It's like, damn, man, I don't want to wear a mini skirt. I don't want to play this girl.
Why would you not want to wear a mini skirt?
Because that's not what I'm into, man. Give me some better outfits with some actual clothes.
Quiet's okay. Oh, see this.
Yeah, Quiet's okay though.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
because she's invisible. She's off in the distance.
If I only gave you the option for the strawberries and banana bikini,
I wouldn't play that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I just couldn't do that. Even before I had kids, I wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, me having girls does have a major impact on it, but even before that, I just was never liked it. I even like playing DOA back in the day. Like I didn't care about any of that. That's why I never played beach volleyball. I've never played beach volleyball and stuff like that.
But you like Bunny?
Like Bunny was cool. I liked her outfit. I like Ultimate Bunny. I still wish she had pants on.
No, you.
I wish she had some leggings or stuff on. I do.
Obvious.
I do. I wish she had some leggings.
You thought her outfit.
I do like her outfit.
We're side.
But you saw what I did though. I immediately when I remember that red outfit that I got. That's my favorite outfit. Huh? That was one of the first outfits that I got when I got Bunny. So that was fully clothed.
First Ascend's got more DLC coming too. Looks amazing.
Yeah, they did. And First Ascended also, that I like the way they started off their trailer with the old girl zipping her shit. Fucking messed up.
Oh, they know, bro. I mean, again, lean into it.
It's funny. Yeah. Fahim says, and we have Kojima to thank for Quiet. Hey, shout out to Kojima, man. Shine Films says he left after the game came out. He was the director on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense then.
He was a director and the writer. I mean, he did all of that. Was during the split, right? That was during the split.
So it was like after that,
that was the final, like, hey, that's it. I think 3-Bit he did most of it and left towards the end. I can't remember the exact timing of it, but yeah, he's fully credited for that game. So yeah, that's it.
I mean, again, I always thought that was my favorite. I've always said that was a Kojima game. Yeah. I mean, again, there's no way you don't play that game. Like in the very beginning, you're getting chased by a fucking like a demon, like a fucking this character that's on fire riding a horse. Bruh, when I played that shit for the first time, I was so confused about what was happening. I was like, why is there this demon horse thing? Hell, what is happening? But hey,
not something you expect.
No, it was completely left field. But other than that, man, yeah, that's pretty much the state of play. Again, I get to state of play at 7. It gave me plenty to be interested in. There was little takebacks. Again, I didn't think it was the smoothest showcase. I think Sony needs to continue working on that. But again, with it being a showcase, and Xbox does the same thing with giving time to their devs as well. I do think it's all about pacing. And for me, and again, I'm not having more first party there, or at least showing. I would have liked to see some gameplay from Ghost of Yotei, right? I would have liked to see some gameplay from an update from Marathon. You know what I mean? Like, PlayStation, what are you doing? How are y'all feeling? What are you thinking? Give me something. And they didn't. So those are my main critiques. But other than that, man, hey, look, it was good. But I think that's the perfect way for us to now roll on into Summer Game Fest. A show that I do think is still along the same lines, right? I gave Summer Game Fest a 7 as well. Just because, more so for me, it was the pacing was a little off. They showed a lot of games, right? And I did come away with a list. I gave it a 7 more so because there was a lot of things there that we already knew about. It was like an update showcase, if anything, right? It was like, well, that Keeley kind of did for us. Now, there was a lot of other things that they showed there, but for me and what I specifically pulled out, I was like, damn, it's like all the games that I'm hyped for, I already knew about before. So it was like, it's kind of whatever. Now, again, I don't think 7 is necessarily bad. I just didn't have anything to push me over to like, oh, wow, that's insane. Because what was insane to me was release dates. So that was the most exciting thing for me. So Summer Game Fest, they had the show was over a little over 2 hours long. And they had a good list of games there as well. One of the most like unexpected and came out of nowhere, Pong, and I don't know if you feel the same way, was Atomic Heart 2.
Oh,
when
bro,
they popped Atomic Heart 2 on screen,
bro, and the Cube. I want to talk about the Cube too.
Yo, the Cube too. Yeah, nah, we definitely gonna talk about that.
Bro,
Okay, what?
I don't know how you want to do this, because yes, this is on my list. Obviously, Munfish. Like, I want to go back and keep playing through Atomic Heart because I actually enjoyed Atomic Heart, but I know they've done a ton of fixes to it after I stopped playing it, and then it dropped off Game Pass. But I want to go back to it. But still, this coming out of nowhere, too, and how it showed, like
phenomenal.
Munfish is like it, again, Atomic Heart when it first showed, right? We got super hyped for it, right? We got super hyped for it. We thought it looked, especially coming out of studio that we had no knowledge of. Like, it was like, and it came out and people had mixed reviews on Atomic Heart. But the world itself, still, this BioShock-esque Russia, whatever you want to call it, is dope. And what I saw from Munfish, and I'll let you take over because this is your first opening salvo here, is I was like, holy shit. They took everything, and I love when studios do this. From the trailer, it appears they took everything they learned from Atomic Heart and getting that game out. Remember, Atomic Heart dropped in the middle of the pandemic, if you remember that, on top of also the war starting, and they were getting blamed just because they were a Russian studio. So they got a ton of all that bullshit that was happening during that time frame was around Munfish, and they still dropped Atomic Heart. They did a ton of patches to it, fixed it. I personally liked Atomic Heart, but this game here looks like they took everything they learned, Steel, and they're making a much bigger game this time around. In fact, I think they said that they're going to focus on the RPG aspects and player freedom even more. You're speaking my language, Munfish. Steel, they I love that world. And talk about style. And talk about
the trailer was super dope. It's understanding the audience, leaning more into, like, because again, I didn't end up playing through Atomic Heart. I don't recall what kind of threw me off of it. It may have been something performance related.
The gunplay. I think it was
was it the gunplay?
You didn't like the gunplay wasn't as tight as it could have been. There was some, I think that
might have been. That sounds about right. There was something about Atomic Heart that just wasn't hitting right for me. Now it was interesting story wise, right? They had a lot of cool stuff going on. You had the fridge that was talking like sexy talk to you every time that you would do an upgrade and stuff like that. I thought that shit was hilarious. I like what they were doing with it. I thought the main character and his quips and stuff like that fit the narrative. Again, making you feel. Twins. Yep, the ballerina twins, they were over the top. And it looks like in Atomic Heart 2, they're quadrupling down on that, right? Now, since I didn't finish Atomic Heart, I don't know why 2 is starting why they're leaning into it as much as they are. I do know that the world was falling apart. Obviously, they rebuilt. There's something else going on. There's
it's like
more robots.
They're saying it's a spiritual successor to 1, which is weird coming from the same studio.
So is it a direct?
It's in the same. It's in the same world, but I don't think it's a direct sequel per se. I think they're taking it
maybe
to
a different main
area,
character,
a different time or different era. But it's in the same world. But I think that's what they're doing with. But they're keeping the name, obviously.
Because, for lack of a better way to put it, it seemed more futuristic. It had more of like a cyberpunk feel to it.
There was more people.
Yeah, that too, 100%.
It felt that. Yeah, it felt like that. But yeah, they had because they had the flying. I mean, they had the flying, and they had the robots flying next to them, and her saluting. Like all that, I was like, this world looks huge. And again, that goes back to what I was saying, Stu, when they said, or Keeley said, that they described it as that they were leaning into the RPG aspect more and the personal freedom, which sounds like they're going to open up the world more.
Which is going to be dope. Yeah, no, which is going to be super dope because again, I mean, the first game did lean into a lot of those things, and the first game was already like graphically impressive, right? That was probably a standout of this generation so far, especially for a first-person game. But what really got me was the Atomic Heart Cube game. That completely came out of left field. Like for you to not only create a second game, but then to also telling me that you're making an MMORPG based in that world, Paul, I can see us getting lost in that. The customization that they had in
cosmetics, bro, on First Descendant level in some instances. I was like, holy shit, they're leaning all the way in. I thought of you right away, Steele, when I was watching.
I thought it was going to be like DLC for the first game or something. When I first saw when they introduced the cube and it was rotating and stuff, I was like, oh man, what's this DLC? I was like, okay, cool. And then they get into it more. I'm like, this is a multiplayer game? What?
Right?
And they started showing the combat. So I was like, huh? I was like, what is happening in this? Okay, cool. And then again, that whole concept of the cube constantly shifting and things changing and doing different things, like, and it's still looking the way that it did. It still looked like Atomic Heart.
It did, yeah, totally, yeah.
I was extremely impressed. That was probably my biggest standout, just game wise by itself, especially for a game where I hadn't beat the first game. Right? Like typically I'll fall off and be like, I didn't beat the first game, so I probably wouldn't do the second one. But if they're saying this is a spiritual successor, that means that maybe I don't have to. Maybe they tie some things in. So we'll end up seeing how that ends up playing out. But it was extremely phenomenal. But before that one though, because that added on, that like that was like the cherry. That was like, I wouldn't even say the cherry. That was like the vanilla with the chocolate, right? The chocolate or vanilla, whichever side that you want to choose. Yeah. Was seeing that Mortal Shell 2 trailer. Like, I know people are over having Souls-like games, bro, but there was no way. There's no way that I would have guessed that they would have came out and said Mortal Shell at the end of that trailer. It looked like a completely different game. The over the shoulder, the visceral nature, the different things that he took he took his sword and like jammed it in. Like it looked extremely visceral. Like it had like Space Marine vibes almost with how visceral the game felt, or looked at least.
The long range stuff too with the crossbows and the gun and that kind of stuff. That stuff
looks super dope. It looks like they're taking it at a little bit of a different angle on it as well. Yep. I love the art aesthetic. All the creatures look freaking creepy as heck. But I like the main characters that they were using. It looks like there's going to be some customizable aspects, classes and stuff. I know that carries over. They'll probably go carry that over from their first game, because I know that's something that they had in there where like you can do different things. I know one of the main things in the first game is like you could kind of encase yourself in stone and the enemy would hit you and it would break their gauge or whatever. Again, I hadn't played Mortal Shell 1, and it doesn't look like in Mortal Shell 2 you'll need to play the first game because of how vast of a difference it is. But for me, when I saw Mortal Shell 2, it was like, they got greenlit. They made a second game? I didn't think the first game did that great. And not only did you make a second game, but your second game looks like it was made by a AAA studio.
Right.
Like it looks better than even freaking Lords of the Fallen does. At least from my perspective.
Oh no, yeah. Stylistically too, it's the same, but it's very unique. Like it sets itself apart from Lords of the Fallen and from From Software Souls games. It still feels like that dark fantasy, but they have a very unique take. Those creatures we've seen a lot of Souls creatures start.
They look different. They were different.
Yeah, these ones totally different. That little dude with the long tongue, whatever the hell.
Fucking creepy as hell, dog.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Again, that's as far as I can go when it comes to like scary games and stuff like that. Because again, Resident Evil 9 that ended up happening at the end, I was like, okay, this Resident Evil isn't for me. Village wasn't for me either. So I mean, hey, it is what it is. I'm not trying to get chased around with bat ladies and I'm not cool with all that, man. Some mannequins moving and I am so cool, bro. But I saw somebody mention in the chat, Ray, he was saying, imagine telling people they need to spend 10 hours in the game before you can give judgment on it. I don't know. I personally think you can give a game that time, but I am on record saying, within 10 hours whether this game is for you or not. It doesn't take much more than that.
No, typically. But you can find, I've always said that is true, but you can find one or two things in those hours that will keep you coming back thinking that, you could find more. And sometimes you will. But that's different
because you're finding things. See, because even that's still a little bit different because you're finding.
If you completely hate a game during the first 10 hours, nothing.
Yeah, I don't get why you're playing. No, because again, if you make it past a couple hours, take it past 3 hours, and you're not looking at the time, or you're not thinking about the experience, or wondering if it's for you or not. I know typically within the first few hours of a game whether it's like, if this is going to be something I may or may not enjoy. Typically,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Unless it goes off the supreme deep end, which I can't recall right now the last game that kind of happened with me with. But anyway, and God Emperor says some games are slow starts. Yeah. Well, you know what? And I understand that as well. But he says Witcher 3. That was exactly what I was going to roll into. But that is my problem. When it's so slow, it feels mundane, when it makes me feel like I would rather play something else. And again, I don't think that's necessarily a negative thing. But as soon as I start asking myself, damn, would I rather be playing something else?
Yeah,
I'm checked out. Yeah. Right. And now, again, that's nothing against the game, because obviously The Witcher 3 is, there's a lot of people, the majority think it's an excellent game. I can't freaking get into it, and I'm not going to spend 30 hours trying to get into it. That just doesn't make sense to me. I would rather just play something else. God of War 2018, another fantastic example. I stopped playing the fucking game because it was boring. And people are like, oh, this is a phenomenal game. It's a movie like, man, Kratos. I mean, the combat was okay. That shit was boring as hell in the first 10 hours. I was like, and I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. I'm like, yo, when is this going to pick up? Because again, my 10 hours playing on the hardest difficulty and somebody else's 10 hours playing on normal or easy, it's going to be completely different. Of course, you're going to get further than me because you barely had any challenge. Hey, it is what it is. But anyway, go back to Summer Game Fest. I'll go off of, I'll list my major highlights, and the biggest reason they're my major highlights is because of the release date. Mecha Break, not only did they get a solid looking trailer with good, I thought the music choice was good too. Maybe it could have been a little bit better. But it literally gave me that Robotech, Gundam, all the vibes that you could possibly have as a mecha fan, just straight up front. And knowing from what I recently played in the beta that they're adding more of a story aspect to it as well, just so to kind of tie you into the game a little bit more, is super dope. And you can see that through the trailer that they presented. The game is releasing July 1st. What a fantastic fucking way to start July, right? My biggest worry for this showcase was Arc Raiders and Mecha Break releasing at the same time. Because good God, I'm going to play anything else. I wouldn't be able to. Nowhere even remotely close. I don't even know if Night Rain would have got any more play out of me at that point. Because both games I want to dive neck deep into. But knowing that game is at the top of next month, that's all that I wanted to know. And the fact that it's coming out much sooner than later is also, I think, is going to do really well for them as a summer game and getting people into it. Because I do think that the game is going to be somewhat niche. Mind you, if y'all didn't know, Mecha Break is a console exclusive to Xbox. It is not releasing on PlayStation, at least not right now.
Right.
6 months, it made 6 months to a year. But that tells me, hey, maybe there's some kind of deal that was cut or whatever the case may be. It is a free to play game from what I remember, what I can recall, from what I know. Maybe it's going to end up costing something, but it's a console exclusive. And it has full crossplay, all that good stuff. Now, again, I like to be consistent. I do think that the game needs to be everywhere. Right, I want it to be on PlayStation. I want more people to be able to experience it. I'm always going to get like that with multiplayer games. But if you're not familiar with Mecha Break, not only can you create your own customized character, male or female. I'm gonna make a female in this one because the females just look better, at least from my experience of playing the betas.
There you go.
You can also customize your mech. Right. Mm-hmm. And they've actually added more customization to the game from people's input. Right. So it's not only like different skins and stuff that you can get for the mechs, but there's different accessories and stuff that you can add on. You can fully color customization up front. Nothing that you got to pay for. You can do whatever you want up front. Yeah. Right. For a game that is, not only that, they have their regular. I can't think right now whether it was 4v4 or 5v5. I can't remember. I'll look it up when I pass it over to Pong. But not only does it have its regular squad-based team mode, but it also has an extraction type mode that allows you to extraction kind of battle royale kind of thing, where you can go in as a squad of 3. And you traverse this world, fight different. It's PvPvE, right? Okay. So there's enemy AI out in the field and stuff like that. But what they do different with this extraction, and why I think it may get a lot of garner some traction, is you don't have to make it to the end to get your loot. You can literally call down an extractor or find an extractor throughout the map and extract whatever you found during that run right then. And you don't have to win the game to get that loot that you got. That concept is dope because Arc Riders isn't doing that. You know what I mean? I know there's something that you can call down, I think, in Arc Riders too. Arc Raider, excuse me, as well. But they handle it different in Mecha Break. And I think it's gonna get a good audience. It's a competitive game, feels good to play. It's one of my most anticipated multiplayer games of the year, 1,000%. Nixie says Mecha Break not being on PS is bad for the industry. I don't know about that. Because, they've kind of proven that they don't like multiplayer games. But we'll see. We'll see. Again, I don't necessarily disagree. Again, I want as many people to be able to play it as possible. But you still see that there's these games that can be played.
He's coming after the Xbox fans who say that PlayStation having timed exclusivity is bad for the industry. So, and
again, I mean, but that's why I'm leading with what I'm leading with, right? Because again, I do want as many people to play it as possible. But good God, shout out to Mecha Break, man. Good trailer. Yeah. Okay. Greatly appreciate. I'm really excited that they showed that they ended up giving us a release date. So that was super dope. Then I don't have to wait till October. Shout out to Arc Raiders, which again, look dope. I saw some people getting into, look at this DEI slop. I was like, oh my God. I was like, we can't escape it. I can't, because it was a black chick running around like, bro, what are we talking about? What are we doing? Nixie, I know you were being funny. But I saw that conversation popping back up again. I was like, bro, why can't you just enjoy the thing for what it is? People felt good about Arc Raiders. I don't think there was nothing wrong with how they showed it. They gave us a release date.
Engagement. That's all it is.
I thought it was exciting. It coming out on October 30th. I will say was far out of my scope of expectation. I thought for sure that game was going to release way sooner than later. Again, people are anticipating it was going to be shadow dropped after the show. And again, seeing it release in October, again, if October 30th is close to this is a Saturday, even if it's a Friday, we're gonna be playing some Arc Raiders, ladies and gentlemen. You can guarantee that. That's a guarantee. I might as well go ahead and make the stream for it now. Kind of type of time. So, but shout out to Arc Raiders and make a break for that. Another one that was kind of on my list that was just unexpected was Lego Party.
All the freaking games. Had you said, "Hey, Pong, guess which game really surprised me?" And I'm going to say, that would have been like one of my last ones. Are you
Lego Party, man?
Go, bro. Go.
I don't know. Like Lego, when I saw that trailer, it just gave me some like memories of that was nostalgia kicking. I ain't gonna lie. It gave me.
I know why it would be
Nintendo 64
kids. Yeah, you and the
girls that too. Like,
that would be freaking. You and the fam would just have a blast with it. So I totally
that was the main thing that I was thinking about. It's just Lego is the perfect IP for that. I haven't played Mario Party in a long time, right? Again, I feel like the last time I played was maybe on a GameCube, maybe before that Nintendo 64. But I thought Lego Party looked really cool, man. I think even like game nights would be fun on that game, right? All the different games that they could drop into there, the customizable Legos that you could possibly end up making and stuff like that. As far as your main character, as your character piece goes or whatever.
Yeah, tons of customization.
It was one of those that like came out of nowhere that I wasn't expecting to be like, oh, that's kind of cool, man. So I had to add that to the list. But to jump back in the serious bag, the other one too, and this is one that I've been kind of mentioning here as of late, was definitely Chrono Odyssey as well. Chrono Odyssey, if you guys aren't familiar, if you're new listening in, Chrono Odyssey is an MMORPG. It is supposed to be more of a small, tight-knit MMORPG. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because that doesn't necessarily lean into what MMO means, a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. But nonetheless, the whole concept behind it is you go in, 4-man team, you take on bigger bosses, you're going through dungeons and stuff like that. It is supposed to be open world as well. So maybe that's where the massively online part comes into. We'll see. They hadn't shown that. What they did show, though, is that there's the upcoming beta on June 20th, which hopefully they do allow people to stream, so I can give people an example of what Chrono Odyssey is going to be like, right? The over-the-top combat, I like what they're doing with that. It gave me a lot of those feelings that I got from Black Desert Online, except for even more personal, because it is more over the shoulder. Now they may give you an option to pull the camera back, because you can go over the shoulder in Black Desert as well if you want to. It's annoying, but with it being more scaled down and being more personal, and you and your squad going through these different time periods and taking out these different enemies and dungeons and these bigger bosses, which they kind of did hint at. The bosses that you'll be fighting are more in line with like what you would get out of a Souls experience, right? Where they have like staged attacks and stuff like that, right? Or even if you want to go like a Final Fantasy 14, where there's just elements that you're going to have to pay attention to, along with your character being able to block and parry and stuff like that, dodging attacks and whatnot. But Chrono Odyssey, another game that I'm extremely hyped for as an MMORPG. It is going to be at least for me, the next MMO that I am extremely excited for. They also came out this week. The director announced that there is not going to be any pay to win in the game. Cannon, shout out to Cannon. He's a bigger YouTuber or whatever. He typically covers MMOs and whatnot. He did an interview with the director. And I believe it was the director. Sorry if I'm getting that wrong, but he did an interview with him, and he he asked them multiple times, like, hey, you say there's not going to be any pay to win, but when these Korean studios say that, because that's one of the biggest problems the West has, You then have, like, I mean, again, we saw it in the first Descendant, or you have pay to progress, or you have pay to get something in the store to then sell in the game to then get progress, right? Black Desert does that, right? It was one of the things that turned me off the most about the game. He said none of that was going to be in there, right? We'll see if that ends up being true, but that also makes me feel like there's not going to be any real negative impact for progression as well, because one of my biggest turnoffs with Black Desert, and again, this is a game I have 1,500 hours in, my biggest turnoff with Black Desert was you progressing in the game, and this is before they changed a lot and made it easier to progress and whatnot. But in Black Desert, you progressing or upgrading your weapon, as an example, there was a possibility for you to regress in power, and you losing strength in your weapon, like your weapon going down a tier. Like they had like the highest tier that you can get to is what I would consider tier 5, or what they call pen, which I'm not going to call it the specific name that Black Desert uses. But so tier 5 would be the highest tier. If you're going from tier 3, or fuck that, I'll start at tier 2. If you go to tier 2 to tier 3, and if you fail that upgrade, you go down to tier 1. And you going down to tier 1 is literally, it equals to almost, at the time when I was playing, like 10 to 20 hours of you grinding to get that level back, or you spending money. And you know what happened? People spent money. I was playing with people who were spending thousands of dollars on the game on a monthly basis. It was the biggest thing that turned me off of the game, because although it had the skill expression, which is the number one thing that I appreciated because I wasn't spending that money, you were able to still get good at the game. And you can have good fights with people who were spending the money in the game, right? So that was super impressive for me. It was one of the reasons why I fell in love with that. If Chrono Odyssey is able to solve a lot of that, and make progression feel meaningful, like I don't mind grinding for progression, but when it turns into, oh, I got to grind for 10, 30, 40 hours to get back to where I was previously, to just try to upgrade again and to possibly be able to fail. It's like the gacha mechanics in games. I saw people having a conversation about, like, cause Kick is becoming a thing again. Like, I mean, Kick has been a thing, but there's people now moving over to Kick because of stuff that's happening with Twitch. And people were like, oh, I don't want to go to Kick because of gambling and this, that, and other thing. You're fucking playing gacha games and you're complaining about people gambling? Oh, it's not the same, Steel. It's different. At least gambling in casinos and stuff, you could actually win some goddamn money. In gacha games, the only thing you're winning is a character. And people spend thousands of dollars to roll for a character that you are ultimately going to lose 80% of the time. Now, luckily, I've had good luck, I would say, with games like Wuthering Waves. But it's the number one thing that turns me off about gacha games. And there's a whole group of gamers, that mobile gamers specifically, that's the game that they play. So hopefully Chrono Odyssey can kind of get some of that Eastern hate, I would say, that us as Western gamers have for those style of games, for the people who play that. So, hey, Chrono Odyssey was definitely up there for me. Pong, I felt like I've been talking for long enough. I got some others on my list. I'm kind of going to go back and forth. Summer Game Fest is probably going to be the one that we talk about the longest for sure. But as I transition over, the only other one that I'll mention, because I think I'll save Lies of Peeve when I get it back, is the only one I'll mention is Wu Chang. Wu Chang once again continues to sell me on that game. I'm extremely interested in what they're bringing to the table. I love what they're doing with the main character. I love how they're pitching the story. I'm loving the over-the-top aesthetic. Again, game is coming to Game Pass. It's one of my most anticipated Souls-like experiences, although it does look like it's going to lean in more on the action-focused side, so not being as difficult or not being like what you would expect a typical Souls-like game to be. But it has those similarities. But I thought it presented well at the showcase. Again, not much else for them to show. That game does release at the end of July, July 24th. Again, July is already stacked up for a birthday month. Good God. Well, I mean, what more could a gamer ask for in his birthday month, man? But Pong, you jumped in with me for Atomfall 2. Yeah. Well, not Atomfall, excuse me. That's a different game. For Atomic Heart 2 plus the Cube, and also Mortal Shell 2. Go ahead and give your aspects on that. How did that make you feel when you jumped into it? Because again, both of them, like we mentioned earlier, just completely took me for a loop. And bring us some of the other ones that you kind of stood out for you, man.
Yeah, I was definitely stand out. Both those games from Munfish. I was surprised and pleasantly surprised that they were there with these two games. Again, not to repeat the same stuff again, but again, Atomic Heart 2 made me want to go back, jump back into Atomic Heart 1, something I've thought about doing, but again, I got to buy it and play, because I did play it through Game Pass, but I want to, because I want to go see what they updated with. And I know there's some DLC for it. So Atomic Heart 2 just looks like a bigger, better version. And when Keeley said that they were going to focus on player freedom and lean more into the RPG side, well, then you're speaking my language. That's okay. Now you got me, and I'm sold on the world that you guys are creating, because I love your art. I love the art direction. I love the atmosphere that you guys are creating in this Atomic world. So let's go. I mean, I was sold on that. The Cube, like you said, Steel, as an MMO, shooter, RPG, I was blown away by the concept, but by how cohesive it was with the Atomic world. And then you throw in the cosmetics that were obviously being shown off there for the different characters. And Munfish has a great idea of what cool and sexy means, which again, we talk about a lot of Western studios not understanding seemingly these days. Munfish understands that, because none of the characters look dumb.
Yeah.
None of the outfits, like they had all different. They all had different styles of outfits. Like there was fully clothed with the women that still looked cool and sexy. Like it was like all different styles, right? It was that angelic woman who was walking across the battlefield in the all white with the wings was dope as fuck. And so was the girl dressed in all metal. Like they just understand what it means and what it takes to catch somebody's eye when they're watching these trailers. So I thought they did a great job. And the concept of the cube itself, when Keeley also explained that the outer edges are going to continuously move and rotate, which is going to change the battlefield in real time. And I want to see what that looks like as these these sections of the cube are turning and you're in the middle of one of those sections. Is there going to be like, all of a sudden there's going to be a break in the ground and all of a sudden you could fall into the,
yep.
Is that going to, these ever dangerous environments for you as well. So yeah, no, both of those stood out. Munfish is doing their thing. I'm so happy that they obviously must have found much success, Steel, through Atomic Heart, and must have a lot of backing going on, that they are able to put, like you said, these two games out simultaneously. Now, again, all things, considered equal, we got to wait until, they're in our hands. We got to see the finished product, but just from a showcase standpoint, showing off for the first time, they captured a lot of people's attention. So yeah, no, extremely happy to see those two games here, and both of them stood out. Mortal Shell 2, you already talked about that. Yep. Again, it's not going to be a game that I'm going to jump into unless you tell me that it's more Revenant, right? If they've turned this into a Revenant type game, then I can play it. You, me, Jasper, we beat Revenant too.
Yeah, we did.
And we got to go back. That game was
we do. Lord Jesus.
For the DLC, we never got to. But if they turned it into something like that, then I'll be jumping in. But even as somebody who looked at it and said, okay, I know what Mortal Shell 1, definitely a Souls-like game. I won't be playing this, but again, starting off the show with an unknown like that,
bro.
And again, like you said, Mortal Shell, I think, was a little bit more popular
you kind of thought it was.
Maybe it was. Wow.
It was. It had some for a first game from that studio in that genre at the time, especially earlier when people were just starting to jump onto the Souls kind of games and creating their own versions. They did an excellent job. And I remember talking about, that's why I came to Game Pass and I tried it out because I just wanted to check it out and see. Again, I knew it wasn't something I would stick with, but I just wanted to see what it was like. But for them to start the show this way with this unknown, you heard the crowd's reaction too after it came back to Keighley when they showed to the title and they came back to Keighley. I mean, there was people yelling and cheering. Like that was like, man, like what was that? That was impressive. So I thought that was a great way to start the show. And I already said in the beginning, Keighley's monologue in the open, and again, it was partly self-serving because he talked about how the Summer Games Fest is so important to get games showing. He's not lying, but obviously it was self-serving that Keighley has turned into kind of the de facto show to go for, gamers Christmas outside of the Xbox Showcase. But he even links himself to the Xbox Showcase, even though they're not official. Anyways, I thought the opening talking about how many indie titles and smaller games were competing with the AAAs as far as sales, popularity goes, Steam concurrent players. He brought all that in, was vital, for the industry, and showing that while the AAA space is obviously has its massive problems right now, and we're not done seeing the fall. And I think, overall contraction in the AAA space, that the other second half, the AA and indie scene is thriving right now. And all the stuff we talked about since we started podcasting, Steel, that the tools, these engines like Unreal 5 and Unity are leveling the playing field and are cost effective for indie devs and AA devs to jump into game creation and create games certainly that are old school, that aren't graphically impressive or anything like that, but just have really dynamic environments or have really the AAA space won't try. We get those, but then we have these we have these devs, these smaller dev teams, and there was a bunch of them in the showcase that come out with UE5 games that look like they could have been done by a 300-person studio with a $200 million budget from, to name your big developer, big publisher, and they're sitting side by side. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is the perfect fucking example to this year that highlights all of it. That looks like a game that you could set alongside any of the games coming out. Yeah. Graphics wise, mechanics wise, gameplay wise, writing wise, it doesn't matter which games you want to slice out of that. It can compete with the big boys, and it was made of a team by 30 people that we've come to find out most of them were newcomers to game development or very early in their careers with only a handful of experienced Ubisoft devs at the top, and they pulled that masterpiece off this year, the highest gamer rated game of all time, right? And when it comes to user scores, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I said this is still the golden age. I think the industry is still extremely healthy. People may not like it, especially the bigger people that are spending $200 million plus games, not get the sales that they need. But I think this is healthy, even if the big boys all contract and we see a kind of a collapse at the top. Steel, I think the base is strong enough to support and actually will carry forward the industry. Okay. And we'll see a new line of big developers and publishers come out of them. And I think that was important. And I thought Keighley did a nice job. As far as games go, I could go all over the place here. There is so much here. Listen, there was small games. End of Abyss coming out in 2026. Okay. From Section 9 Interactives. Epic is publishing this one. This is that isometric sci-fi, dark looking, almost Little Nightmare looking game, but it was an isometric and it had some shooting to it. I need to see more of this game. End of Abyss just looked phenomenal. It's coming out in 2026. Small studio. I can't wait to play this game. It looks dope as hell. Another one that really shocked me, Steel. It is coming to PC only to start early access. But of course, if anybody knows me, you know that of course this is going to be on my list. Chronicles Medieval. That was this game, Steel, where they showed Knights Templar, and they've got the voiceover from what's his face talking about making your destiny, and you're in charge of large scale armies, Steel.
I was thinking about you when I saw this.
Are sieging castles, and you are like, holy shit! I saw this, and then they went from like the CGI, Steel, and they did that almost seamless transition to the gameplay. I was like, oh, yes, sir. This is what I'm talking about right here. I got a tier, but you seem to be the leader of large-scale armies. You will be going into battle one-on-one. It seems like you will be able to siege castles. It seems like you will be the conqueror if you want to be the conqueror of these lands. I can't freaking
super dope.
wait. I think Tom Hardy was doing the voiceover, by the way. Yeah. It was dope as hell. So yeah, Chronicles Medieval. I was surprised because it came out of nowhere. I was like, yep, early access 2026. That was from Raw Power Games. Dev.
Raw Power, okay.
Absolutely going to be on my wish list. Let me in. I'm all about that. Surprised the hell out of me though. Mouse PI for hire. You guys know I've been on this little school Mickey Mouse animation, Disney style, black and white, with the crazy cartoon flair to everything that you do. It's a first person shooter / detective game. They came out and showed their new trailer. All in. I've been sold on this game since day one, but the way they're polishing this game and how much it looks actually bigger than it once was. It's still releasing sometime. They still don't have an official date, but it's supposed to be they reconfirmed 2025. But they also announced this trailer was the announcement that Troy Baker is one of the voice actors. Thanks, Troy. Even Keeley said, another role for Troy Baker. Like he's almost getting Troy Baker fatigue at this point. But I still think that game looks dope. So I was happy to see that. Yeah.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Would you be able to turn down your mic a little bit? Because your mic is clipping. You keep.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, okay. Like you keep.
Oh, thanks for letting me know.
Like when you're on a roll. Like I thought I was tripping, but every time that you're on a roll, it like cuts out certain words for whatever reason, and then you come back.
It's got a filter. It's got a filter on it. It doesn't like me.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, fucking Jesus.
It doesn't want me talking. Here we go.
Not much. You don't need to turn it down much because I mean your levels sound fine, but whatever reason your mic.
Let me know if that changes things and I stop clipping. Okay. It does. There was obviously an update to Discord, so noise suppression is on, but I don't think it should clip me there. But just let me know if it is. I turned it down. I turned it down by 10%. So just let me know if it affects it. And I'll try to stay back from it, maybe because I'm talking to a little bit. So
it did it again. I'm gonna see. Again? Okay. Yeah, let me see. Okay. I wonder if it's Discord that's causing it that. Turn off noise suppression on your end.
Okay.
See if that
probably
helps.
Probably hear the PC in the background, just so you know.
Okay, just real quick. Yeah. If it ends up being a problem, I'll tell you.
Cancellation. Okay. All right. So there, noise suppression is now off. Let me know if that changes anything. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Automatic gain control is on it. Again, everything.
Okay, turn the noise suppression back on and turn off automatic gain control.
Okay. All right. Let's try that.
And see if that does, because we're still doing it.
3 testing 1 2 3. Am I
now turn your volume up?
Okay. Turning my volume back up again to where it was, which is right now. I am back to where I was before. Am I still clipping, or is this all good now? Testing 1 2 3. Steel, am I?
You're not clipping for what I can tell, but I wouldn't be able to really tell until you're like talking consistently again. So.
Yeah. Okay. Let me know if it keeps doing it. Keep them.
And I'm gonna try to listen in over here as well. Let's see what the audio levels looking like.
Perfect. Sounds good. Let me know if it gets any better, if it gets any worse. I just got done with talking mouse PI for hire.
Mouse PI.
Yeah. So the next game that surprised the hell out in this showcase was RGG Studios, of course, Yakuza Studios. Of course, showing up with Stranger Than Heaven.
which was Project Century.
That was interesting too.
Listen, I haven't played the last Yakuzas. I've got the Yakuzas. I'm a fan of the Yakuzas. I like the Dragon. Like, RGG is one of the most consistent studio devs wise you will ever find, maybe in the history of video game making. They got to be up there with their consistency. But when we first saw Project Century, last year, I think it was set, and I think Keeley mentioned this, it was set like in 1915 or something like that.
Yes.
Japan.
It was 30 or 40 years that passed. That was
and it was kind of rough. It was kind of rough too. It was looking like some work to it. It was, it definitely looked like RGG for sure, like Yakuza, but it was definitely a little bit rough around the edges. See, when he said, when it showed up on screen and I knew it was RGG, and then I see this, which we find out is 40s, right? 1947. I want to say 43, but that's Marvel, 1943. I think this is 47. Maybe it is 43. Anyways, 1940s, Japan. And I could tell right away from the outfits. But when the main protagonist, who is Daigo Dojima, in his classic detectives, we were just talking about Mouse PI for Hire, his classic detective trench coat and hat.
Yeah.
And he gets up from the table and starts walking through that bar area. And his coat's flowing out behind him. And there's all this extra little details. I was like, holy shit, what is RGG doing? Again, I was like, why are we not set back in the 1915? Like, this is not old school Japan. This is 1940s, 50s, whatever this is. Well, then it keeps going. And all of a sudden you see, of course, Yakuza style battles. But you see detective work in between where he's collecting clues still.
Yep.
And you see the city coming to life around him. And it's still got that Yakuza look with the bright lights. And it's like, holy everything's super clean. That's one of the things that I've always said about Yakuza has got those clean lines, Sega graphics that you can go all the way back and find the Dreamcast era. That is just a certain style. RGG just does it so right still. So when I saw that, and then that little conversation at the end with that seemingly American undercover dude or whoever asking, who he was and asked him for his name. And he said, Dojima. And he said, you're Japanese then. And all of a sudden the protagonist, which you hadn't seen his face outside of kind of the side view, the profile, and it says, do I look like one of them? And he turns and he takes off his glasses or whatever else. And the guy's like, so what are you? And he's like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And it was this kind of Americanized looking character. I don't know what that was all about, but that whole sense of mystery right there, I was like, all right, RGG, you got me. Stranger Than Heaven is the name of that game, but that blew me away. I was like, oh, okay, I might have to consider this day one with what I'm seeing here. So I was really, really, really shocked and awed by RGG and what they brought. That one was a big standout. Update, Onimusha.
Yeah, it looked good.
Absolutely
it looked
brilliant.
Phenomenal. People were saying, "Oh, it looks like a Souls game." I was like, I wasn't getting that. I got action from it, but
they were a little Souls before Souls, sure. I mean, back in the day, they were a little bit tough, right? And you lost things, and you had to go back and collect your soul.
And
like,
again,
you do collect souls, but
I do hate that we got to compare everything to a Souls.
Everything, I know.
I get why we do it. I get why.
And obviously, they are focused on some pairing in this one. They showed it in the combat.
Yeah, they did.
They did. But anyways, Onimusha, though, as far as just the game goes and the atmosphere, again, coming as an old school Onimusha fan, they are modernizing in the right way. It looks freaking great. The main character, I forget his name, is looking fantastic, but it brought the old school Onimusha vibes, collecting the red and the blue soul flames back in. When I saw that, it gives me nostalgia, but it's modernized. It looks great. The combat looks really dope. Again, if it's two souls, like it really is what it is. We'll find out. I don't think it's going to be like that, but I'm just saying, like, they do bring that aspect. I understand, but I just thought it was a great update. I thought it was a great trailer. And I'm super excited to see where they bring that. So Onimusha Way of the Sword coming next year as well. Steele, the one that caught me off guard that I at first dismissed and I was laughing.
Where you going with this one?
But then I was like, by the end, I was like, again, in my weird, wacky selection of games, I may have to check the one that Keeley brought up as one of his things. I'm talking about that damn puppet boxing game, bro. The Muppet boxing game.
I was so over that goddamn.
I
was
figured
over it. I was like, what in the felt that boxing.
Felt that boxing. And
I was like what am I watching, bro?
Right. In the beginning, I was like you, right? And I was like, what the we don't. I was like, I can't believe Keeley pumped this up as like, okay, he was super excited. But then I started seeing the action and the boxing. I was like, this looks
Punch Out,
really, Punch Out. But this looks really good because it does look like it looks like it's live Muppets. It doesn't look like video game.
Yeah, no, it does. And I think it's in UE5 too.
It is. It's UE5. I was like, all right. So I was kind of sold, but by the end I was laughing. I rewatched it again too because I was like, am I just feeling because it's off the wall kind of goofy?
It was.
And yeah, some of it was. But as I was listening to the story and the actual dialogue too, while some of it was corny, but there was some good shit in there, some good jokes and it always happens when you got a kid's like Muppet that all of a sudden starts swearing. Like it's like one of those natural reactions, like because it's so your brain expects to be kid-like, and then all of a sudden it's swearing, so it catches you really far off guard, it kind of trips you up and you laugh. I found myself chuckling again. And like I said, the boxing just looked kind of fun. So I was like, okay,
like Punch
I
Out,
got to check that one. I had to throw that one in there because I'm sure a lot of people probably were like, fuck. But I kind of had to throw it because I was like, it's kind of cool. Let's see. Mafia, the Old Country. I don't think it's going to be day one for me, but it looks good. It looks good. It's
interesting.
Yeah. It's take two. They're going to have a fantastic script. The acting is really good. I just don't know if it's day one for me. We'll find out about that, but I thought it looked good. Let's see here. Bro, the Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny.
Oh, you put this one on your list? Really?
A Diablo?
Really? I mean, that's what I said it was. I was like,
it is. It's an ARPG. It's a Diablo ARPG with Nicktoons.
They killed me when they brought SpongeBob. I wasn't expecting SpongeBob to come up on the screen.
I'm good with this. You know how much I love my looter.
It was funny.
So I love this is going to be a looter. I guarantee it's going to be a looter. They played right into the tropes with the classes, right? Yeah. So we know we're going to have more Nick. They've said they're going to bring up different characters into this, right?
Which is cool. So I like that. Yeah.
It's totally cool. I'm good for another ARPG, hack and slash, looter. I'm all down for it. So I thought that was because it came out of nowhere. Nobody had said anything. So I was like, okay, I can do a lot of the Nickelodeon stuff doesn't do anything for me. SpongeBob. All that kind of stuff. But this one, I was like, okay, ARPG. I got to bring it up because it looks kind of cool. Let's see what else I got on here. Mixtape, I'm going to play simply because of the soundtrack that's coming in Game Pass.
I mean, I like the soundtrack too, but
the soundtrack is off the charts. It's all about. I don't necessarily like the characters. They are
the characters are just
they're Californian 80 kids. Okay, the thing about the 80s and 90s, there was a lot of generality that you could go across the country.
Right.
But because there was no internet, people don't understand if you weren't a kid back then, like things that were cool in California didn't get to the Midwest until like a year down the road. Like, I'm not even joking about that because we didn't have the internet. It would take that long naturally for it to spread if something became cool, whether it was words or clothing, whatever the case may be. The coastal cities, and we still talk about, coastal cities controlling a lot when it comes to politics and that kind of stuff. And that's true. But also in the tech world, because the tech companies are all on the coast, right? Especially at the West Coast. They control a lot. So that stuff still happens, but the internet has changed how it travels the globe. Things spread now. But there were still some general things about the being a kid and growing up in that age that were true no matter where you grew.
right? This game to me has some of that for sure. The soundtrack is obviously music is one of those things that even though back then it took things that musically were popular on the West Coast time to get to us in the Midwest. For sure. There was songs that were big out there that took months to get to us. But I think the soundtrack is one of them. I think some of the attitude that the kids are portraying in these trailers of Mixtape definitely was generally for us Gen Xers across the board, no matter where you live. But the characters themselves are definitely West Coast based characters. And some of the way they interact and some of the things that they say, and how they, and I don't know who's writing it. I don't know. The newer writers, a lot of 80s and 90s. So they take that and they kind of put it into their own spin. I can't tell that. But it is, some of it is like, a lot of that stuff. That's not how it really, that's not the 80s, 90s I grew up in the Midwest. However, I like the idea and I love the soundtrack, and it's coming to Game Pass. So I will be checking out Mixtape. And I thought overall it was a good trailer. I think for the people who like narrative-driven games and who like these coming-of-age adventures, and they're not for Don't Nod does a lot of these as well, right? They do more serious topics as well. But I'm just saying, in general, if you're a fan of that, I think there's going to be a lot of people that check out Mixtape.
It's going to be on Game Pass.
Yeah, it's going to be on Game. That's why I said I'm definitely checking out. But I thought it was a good showing overall. There's just still something off about it. And like I said, I think it's because it takes kids from the West Coast, and I'm just like, not what my
that was the thing. That was the thing for me. Yeah, that was the thing for me. And again, I don't have young. The 80s, early 90s experience, but I do feel like I have kind of like the trail. Again, I'm part of the last generation that went outside like that. Like it was consistent.
Correct. All that's outside. Real, right?
But even for me and like what I imagine, what I've heard from folks, and again, being in the South is also different, right? It's completely different. Right. It was just like, I like the music choices that they're going for. A lot of the artists and stuff. I was like, I mean, I like what you're doing, but it's just like, those characters just they're not doing it for me, man. But again, you saying that they're more of that those West Coast. That makes more sense. I can see that. I can see that
for sure. Let's see what else I got. I got anything else on here? I'm trying to think if there's any. I know there's a couple more things in here. Nothing massively.
Real quick, I mean, aren't you a Wu-Tang fan?
Well, yeah, I'm an old school
like the
Wu-Tang
music
fan. Yeah, for sure. I'm an old Wu-Tang fan. I got to see more gameplay. It looked cool. Same. I mean, it looks stylish. Obviously the music's going to be on point. If you're a Wu-Tang fan, obviously.
That was the one thing I was like, okay, Ghostface, Killer, fighting his brothers. I like the concept. I like the concept.
Yeah, I like the concept. So I think it's going to be good. I mean, I'm glad to see Brass Lion finally show it. Kind of shocking that it's no longer under X.
That is interesting.
Must have been something they made a choice on. Obviously, it's cool that they can self-publish though, and that it's still coming out. And
the other thing too, apparently Wu-Tang is going to be promoting the game they're supposed to be doing, I guess, shows or whatever the case may be. I guess they're going on tour or whatever. They're supposed to be essentially promoting the game and all the shows that they do. So I guess there's a deeper collaboration there, like that. Cool. Like this is like Wu-Tang, like really kind of coming back out and getting people to get back familiar with them. So we'll see how it goes. I mean,
that'll be cool.
But it definitely pulled me in with it though.
Okay. Yeah, it did, and I was just happy to see Brass Lion in it because it's been. I mean, how long did we hear about that? 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Yeah, and that was
crazy like that. It was early on. So, cool to see it. Game that is a nope for me, and there was lots of them in here, but ill.
Yeah. Hell no. I'm so good. I will never. No.
If I could play
that's just
those
as bad
games,
as Outlast. I'm so
if
good.
I could play those games, I would have flipped my shit over this game. The visceralness of that game style, the way you could blow off limbs. I was like, and that the mass creatures reminded me of Sloth from Goonies chasing you. Like, that was nuts. And then they throw in the freaking zombie monster babies at the end on
that
top
was
of it,
even
which is
worse.
wrong. Which is wrong.
That was even worse.
Kids can't be evil. I can't stand evil kids. I was like, but if I was a player of that game, the detail when they were loading the shotgun.
It's graphically impressive.
And chambering the round, I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "I would totally."
The graphical
I wish I could
detail makes it worse.
Yeah, I brought this up because 3-Bit mentioned it right away too. Because he said, "I can't wait to see Pog play ill." Right in the beginning, when he jumped in the chat. I was like, "Yep, no." This was. I got it in my notes. Grotesque.
Look.
Nope. I put nope. Yeah.
Tim says we thought ill was a perfect game for Still to stream somewhere around midnight. Yo, Tim, let me tell you this. Not only would somebody have to buy the game, we'd have to get if we got the 3K, I'll play ill, and even then, I don't know if I'd make it.
Yeah,
that would 1000% be for y'all's enjoyment, because there is no way. There is just I would not even willingly try that. That's up there with that's even worse than Outlast for me. I am so good. Especially when they were doing like the up face camera shot and you were like right underneath the monsters and you were walking around, especially for the baby one, because they did it twice. They did one for like a regular kind of looking, none of the monsters look regular, but especially when they did it for the baby, I was like, that was worse than I was like, all right, maybe I need to play the puppy. I need to go back to the puppet game.
No, I was like, but again, the animations, like 3-Bit said, he's been following the devs for a while. Animators.
They're impressive.
They're great animators. Yeah.
Yo, when that dude in the mech suit came around the corner and popped that zombie in the head and started chasing it, bro, I get too much anxiety. It's not about being. Nixie says, when are we going to stop being afraid of playing these games? Nixie, it is the anxiety that it creates. Bro. Hey, feel however you want to feel.
It's gotten worse.
I can't.
It's gotten worse as I've gotten old. Yeah. That's why I don't play Resident Evil games anymore. I got a shout out. That is perfect transition too, by the way. I got to shout out Resident Evil.
They threw me off that. They threw me off.
Yeah, how they
threw
pulled
the set
that
completely off.
That was freaking fantastic. That was good shit, right? How they pulled that off.
It was good.
Although there was smoke that they were going to show it here, but the way they started it out by having them celebrate the 30th anniversary, and then he said, you're just going to have to wait a little bit longer, right? Just a little bit longer, and we'll have something ready for it. And to have it during the show and surprise everybody, and to start it out without showing anything Raccoon City related and having it set in the FBI. Like, I did not know it was Resident Evil, right? I was like, who is making this game? And then I saw some of the characters and I was like, oh, this looks like Capcom, bro. Like, there's a certain art style. Again, there's just a certain thing about their characters. I was like, what is this? But this is the FBI. What is this? And then as it played, I was like, oh, you kidding me? I think it looks dope. I love that they're starting a new chapter in Resident Evil. I know some people are they're talking that this is going to be a big change. They're talking about that this game could be that
it could be what?
Compared to open world.
Open world, okay.
Yeah. Open world Resident Evil. Again, if I could play these horror games, I would. But the new character, the new protagonist, wrote it down too. I can't remember her name. What is her name? I think I wrote it down. Grace. I thought she was really well done as kind of that super smart, but clumsy kind of girl who's got a past to her that was very traumatic. Obviously, when they talked about and she started getting flashbacks. I just thought it was set up great. So hats off to Capcom and Resident Evil. The Resident Evil are elated. I know some people are kind of worried about the direction they're going, but I always take a wait and see. They can evolve it, right? They're not reinventing the wheel, I don't think, by any stretch of imagination, but they could certainly evolve it.
They're going to lean into the darker nature.
Yeah, and I think this is starting off a new set of Resident Evil games with a new protagonist going back to Raccoon City. I think seems kind of dope. So shout out to that for sure. I think I had one more that I came across too. I can't believe Guild Wars 2 is still a thing, by the way. I was like,
yo, that threw me completely. I wasn't expecting that here at all. Like, I was never expecting any announcement from a Guild Wars 2
Guild Wars 2?
A lot. There's still people playing it. A lot.
Obviously, they're doing a whole expansion.
if you do research on it right now, if you were looking for an MMO to play, people will tell you to play Guild Wars 2 because just like Final Fantasy, people say Guild Wars 2 is more worth jumping into than even Final Fantasy 14. If you're looking for something that you can jump into, completely experience, 100+ hours, decent, fucking solid story, good gameplay. I was like, oh, okay. I wasn't expecting for it to have a update announcement here. I was like, the hell?
Yeah, it was weird. I just it just shocked me. I was like, what the fuck? Yobi, I did see that. Yeah.
That was fucking hilarious.
Face on the FBI. He did look like dirt. It's hilarious. I love it.
No, he did.
Oh, the Weebly community, Weebly Greed community is, they just give him such a hard, I love it. Shit. Classic. The last one I'll bring up, Steel, and I'll give it back to you. The last one that surprised me, because this was a game that we all did see. And I was kind of like cool on it because of the setting and because I like these types of games. But now that I saw this trailer, this updated trailer, I'm sold. Infinitesimals.
Oh,
this is that one where you're that sci-fi bug-like
grasshopper looking whatever.
Yeah,
it looked cool.
Like a crossover of Bugs Life and Ants. It looks like a cross.
Bro, I said that exact same thing. I said this looks like a crossover between Ants, Grounded, and some sci-fi fantasy game.
Right, and I love that. And then the sci-fi aspect, bro, that you're walking
Bugs
around.
Life was a good call too. That's good shit.
Yeah. Bro, I saw this trailer and because I think we did originally see it last year as well, and I was like,
I think so, yeah.
Kind of weird, but it's got some potential because I love being
showed
on the skies.
well here.
It did. It did.
Well.
The story sounds great. Like there's like this whole kind of sci-fi thing on, like this alien thing going on, but there's this normal bug world out there that you're interacting with. I'm sold on Infinitesimals. So that's supposedly coming out 2026. And that's from Person. Oh no, that's from a 8-person studio too. I think Epic is publishing it from a really small team. Yeah. So I'm all in on Infinitesimals. So I thought that was great. That's the last one.
To get back into mine, I think one that I'll just throw up there real quick, Splitgate 2. I mean, we can kind of spin it off and talk a little bit about what ended up happening with that as well. The dude from Splitgate 2 came out and he ended up announcing that they were doing a battle royale that ended up releasing kind of like a shadow drop right after the show, right? Or he essentially said you could play it right now. So shout out to that. But the main takeaway that people brought from it, because he got on stage and he was like, I grew up playing Halo and I'm tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year. And I wish we could have Titanfall 3, he said. With Splitgate 2, we asked ourselves, how can we take Portals to the next level? This is what he said verbatim. He also was wearing a hat that said, make FPS great again. I actually like that. Hey, I actually want one. Make first-person shooters great again. But I just... in this statement directly, I mean, you guys see it on screen if you're watching. The community got in such a big uproar over this. I still, a day later, do not understand why people were so mad that he said he grew up playing Halo and he's tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year. I don't get why that was why people just got so in arms about that. Like literally, the immediate thing that I saw when I went to social media was like, oh, well, he didn't have to be that disrespectful to everybody else, or he didn't have to down other games to big up his game. That was corny. I was like, huh? It was so bad. Like I made a post that essentially says, and you know, for better, for worse, take it for what you want. But this is coming from Stella. Hey, look, I'm not throwing no shade your way. I don't care. I don't pay attention to you like that. But because this is one of the first things that I saw. She said, this was in such bad taste. Also, the energy he gave off was so gross. There are so many other amazing FPS games out there, not headed by AAA studios, that have unique ideas, humble attitudes that go a long way. This post has 250K views, 9.6K likes, over 500 retweets, and a bunch of fucking people saying that Oh, you get him. You tell him, girl. I wrote her in the comments, and we had a little back and forth or whatever. But I ended up doing a retweet, and I said, I don't get this perspective, but to each their own. It's a competitive space where you're always competing for people's time. I'm not even an avid Splitgate player, but to say they aren't doing anything different, quote unquote, is just as dismissive and ignorant. We need more of that confidence. I don't, because that was the other thing. Oh, how can you say that and then you release a battle royale mode? Oh, how can you say that and then the only thing that your game has different is portals? Ooh, then getting into, oh well, the game is easy to play. I want to come back on stage. I want to come back on front line and be like, and just say, we were talking about Night Rain earlier and how everybody's not a god tier gamer, and we're getting into that conversation. I don't get how you played Splitgate, and I've only played Splitgate 1. But even in Splitgate 1, I can tell you that it's not you playing Halo. Sure, doesn't may feel like that, maybe a little bit. Is it COD? Maybe, if you want to throw that in there. But once you get the portal mechanics in there and you're playing against people who actually know what they're doing with the portal mechanics, there is no way that you say that, oh, it's not doing anything different in the first person shooter space. So why would he say that? I love the energy that he came out with. You can tell that he was an extremely passionate dev. They had a rough launch for Splitgate 2. The servers were having issues. Again, for the things that we know, me and Pong, we've had conversations with people like 3-Bit as an example, who was a dev in the industry. We've heard some behind the scenes conversations from other devs as well. When you're not backed by a huge publisher, we even saw it from X Defiant, and we could talk about that as well, because that's another game that closed this week where the fucking creative director or the main dude complained about everybody else being the problem other than the game itself, right? In this situation, I don't necessarily think it was that. Maybe they had a bad launch for a multiplayer game because not everybody could log into the servers or whatever else the case might be. Oh, sure, they have a cosmetic shop where, they get a pack, it's $80. Call of Duty has fucking high price packs too. And that's backed by Activision. I'd feel better spending those buckos on this dude than I would for Activision. I'm at a point with Call of Duty. I'm not buying this year's Call of Duty. Mind you, I didn't buy last year, but I'm not even going to play it in Game Pass. I'm not even going to boot it up this year. I got to make a stand because he's not wrong. I don't see where people feel like he's wrong. He literally said what people have been saying over the last decade. We're tired of playing the same old Call of Duty. People were so excited about Titanfall 3 and the potential release of a Titanfall 3. He comes on the stage and says it, and now it's a problem? It blew my mind that people were upset about this and they thought that this was tasteless. Pong, I mean, just to again, slight side tangent, side road to go down here, but Splitgate 2, guy came out, announced the battle royale, and then this conversation sparked from it. What 2 cents do you have to add on to the conversation outside of what you mentioned earlier? As you stated, like, hey, just we're in this soft girl era, man. I don't know how else to put it. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the dumbest conversation we've had in a long. I can't even believe people are upset. He didn't say anything crazy. He didn't say anything that hasn't been said in 1,000 journalistic articles about Call of Duty for years. Okay? Nothing. What? This is the bullshit that I talk about these days, and what social media brings, and why people hop on and for clout chasing or for attention or for clicks or whatever, a billion different reasons. Articles have been written about the stagnation of Call of Duty, the stagnation of Madden, stagnation of all these big AAA games for a long ass time, especially the franchises like Call of Duty that have been around for decades. Another small-time developer who is trying to make a name for himself and his team self, and they did so with the first Splitgate, and then made the wild and risky decision to pull down Splitgate 1 and go into dev work on Splitgate 2 and try to recapture that magic they had out of Splitgate 1 again. And again, hats off to him for taking that risk. A dude who's trying to make a name for himself gets up on stage and explains the passion as to why he's there on stage, introducing his free-to-play Battle Royale version of Splitgate 2. And he gives a simple 2-line reason of why he's even a dev. And it includes the fact that he played Halo as a kid. He's sick and tired of playing the same old Call of Duty. And he wishes Titanfall 3 was a thing.
It's like the perfect mix to motivate somebody to create their own thing. And I see like Nixie mentioned it in chat. Like he said, still seriously, he's talking gibberish while his shooter looks as generic as vanilla. He who hasn't seen the art style cosmetics before, a dime a dozen, and he's talking, nah, I got to flex better than that.
This is just shit. This conversation, again, this is where I'm the outside looking at. I'm just the old guy in the room. I don't understand what any of you guys are like. I'm being serious about that. Like I'm not even.
I mean,
I really just don't even care anymore about. To be honest, in a lot of ways, because I think a lot of this stuff is just absolutely manufactured. I think a lot of this stuff is absolutely. I don't think it's real because again, these journalists, Stella being one of them. Again, I'll only bring her up, Steele, because you did and because you did tweet it. She worked for IGN. She was under Unlocked. She's part of the problem, the downfall of the journalist. Okay, she got let go by IGN. She's on her own. She's an independent. Good for her. Okay, she does esports commentary. Good for her. Happy for her. But she's part of the problem. And like I said, this is a fact. We've had so many different articles written about Call of Duty from people who are not even making games, right? Just from journalists. I don't understand why this dude, as a developer, can't get up there and say his feelings about why he's in this game. Judge his game all you want. I have zero interest in. I never played the first one. The Fun Spec fam were having a blast with the first one. I never even played it once. I have zero interest in Splitgate 2. I have no horse in this race whatsoever. Basically, just strictly looking at his comments, he said nothing wrong and nothing blasphemous and didn't even insult anybody.
Yeah, I don't see the insults at all. I don't see it.
It is a fact that Call of Duty has been stale for a very long time, according to a large percentage of people. It's not like some crazy out on the limb opinion. Okay? And he didn't even say it harshly. Just said he's sick and tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year. Okay? And he wishes Titanfall 3 was made. How many people wish Titanfall 3 was made? I don't care. Judge his game all you want. His comments, though, I don't care about his game. I don't care anything. That has nothing to do with this conversation. His comments don't warrant any hate whatsoever.
I don't think it does.
Because
he felt compelled to come out and add to his statement, which I felt like I don't even feel like he needed to do that.
No, he didn't need to do that.
He didn't apologize, but he did add on and he says, I'm not here to apologize, but I am here to clarify. This is not a political statement. It is quite literally what it says. So take it at face value. The state of multiplayer, the multiplayer FPS games is tragically stale. We hope to fix that. Whether you want arena, battle royale, onslaught, or a map creator, Ian. That's all he says.
And they're trying to do something different. They combined Portal with first-person shooter,
and that's different.
It worked. It worked. That's why people were loving it originally, right? Now, whether or not his game ever takes off doesn't freaking matter, right? Whether anybody buys his cosmetics, which, if you want to talk about price points, sure, they're overpriced. I will say they're overpriced, but is it a problem to me? No. It's a dev trying to make money.
Free-to-play game. Yeah.
I gave a ton of money to First Descendant devs. Okay? I gave a ton of money compared to what I give normally to devs. The First Descendant for cosmetics. Okay? It was my choice.
It's just the freedom of choice. The gameplay is what matters. The game itself is what matters. The cosmetics are an extra for the people who care like Steel, or the people who do care like me sometimes, depending on the game, who want to look spiffy. Okay, that's all it is. If he wants to overcharge for his cosmetics, okay. This has been done for long before he ever came along. We're past that point. So again, I just don't see his comments at face value. I saw zero issue with them. Don't think he was attacking anybody. I don't think it's out of line to say he's sick and tired of playing Call of Duty. That's his opinion, by the way. He's just sick of playing the same Call of Duty over and over again. I don't know why we have to throw ourselves in front of a company like Activision to save them from somebody saying that about Call of Duty. Why, again, are we jumping in front of buses for a billion-dollar company? Call of Duty is going to be just fine. This guy making that statement is not tearing down. He's not punching down, as people like to say. He's punching up, which according to today's society is allowed. Today's society says you are allowed to punch up. As long as you don't punch down, you are allowed. So at worst case scenario, that's what he was doing. I just thought he was explaining perfectly as to why he was a dev and why he was making Splitgate. I thought that summed it up in three easy points. Halo molded him. Call of Duty. What should I say? Call of Duty
motivated. No, you said it right. Halo molded him. Yeah. Call of Duty motivated him.
There you go. And Titanfall 3 is the dream that keeps him going.
I like that. I like the way. Yeah.
I was gonna say Call of Duty jaded him. That's the word I was searching for.
I mean, okay, yeah, jade is a good word.
But motivated, I like you're motivated because that's part of the reason he wanted to go create something. The motivation. And Titanfall 3 is something he wishes, was happening. So that continues to drive him, right? I thought he summed it up perfectly. So I guess that's the end of the conversation because I really don't have it. I just can't believe so many people are up.
So yeah,
don't go play his game. Don't play his game. Play his game. Yeah. Don't play his game. Cool. You think this is awful and horrible? Great. Don't play his game. Not a big deal. It's fine.
Don't you play whatever you want. I just think that this, in the way that people turned it, isn't a reason why you shouldn't play his game. Because I saw people run with that. Oh, well, now I'm just not going to ever play your game. I'm like, okay, so it was just weird energy. I wasn't expecting. I thought people were gonna be like, yeah, hey, dope energy, man, hell yeah. But that's not what ended up happening. So I mean, again, neither here or there. I'm not playing Splitgate 2 right now. There's other games that I'm playing. My next big looter shooter that I'm lining up is Mecha Break. Not saying that I would never play Splitgate. Right? I mean, them dropping the Battle Royale mode again, even for Call of Duty. I like Call of Duty's multiplayer this year. I thought it was decent, right? But Call of Duty is also, I get more enjoyment out of playing Warzone. That for the competitive nature of it, unless I'm playing ranked or whatever the case. So, I mean, again, man, to each their own. I'm also not a Fortnite player. So it's like, that's something that I could fit into that into one of my squares if I wanted to, right? To take place of that. But hey, neither here or there, man. But just wanted to throw that in there. Acts of Blood was another game from Summer Game Fest that was a standout for me as well. Acts of Blood, I think this game was a little bit different. Like the styling of it, I think it was a little bit more graphically intensive. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game, but this is 100% like in the lines of a Sifu. I saw some people kind of relating it to like, it's like Sleeping Dogs meets Sifu, right? Game looked super dope. It looked a little bit more visceral than even Sifu was. I'm interested in playing it. It's made by a small team. I think it's actually made by a single dev. Maybe I'm off on that. But again, I thought the game showed really well, looked really good. I'm excited to play it. Had the Arkham style again, combat. Again, I compare it more to Sifu. But again, if you want to compare it to Batman, you can. I thought it was unique, man, for what it was doing. And again, you're speaking to me, beat 'em up, action style, parry, visceral combat. I really like what I got out of that. And I mean, for the most part, that is the rest of my list. I mean, I can throw up 7 Deadly Sins on that list. Now, this game is exclusive to PlayStation, console exclusive to PlayStation. It is coming to PC as well. And the only reason that I'm interested in 7 Deadly Sins, because I mean, I do like the concept of the game. I never watched the series like that. I mean, maybe I saw a couple episodes here and there, but I've always liked the concept of the IP. So it being an action adventure game, maybe that's a way that I actually end up experiencing the IP outside of the show. Because again, there's plenty of shots out there that show that the show that demonstrate that the show also gets worse in animation over time, apparently. So maybe this is a way that we bring 7 Deadly Sins back to the forefront again, making this console exclusive. I think it's unfortunate because again, it's not like this IP is one of the most recognized gaming IPs of all time, and I do think this was a way to introduce more people to it. But hopefully, it's only a console exclusive for a short amount of time, and it's able to go everywhere. Xbox players are able to jump in and everything. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Other than that, that was the only. There's that I wanted to throw on the list, and then I mentioned Lies of P earlier. Overture looked really good. The DLC, apparently you got to play up to chapter 9 of Lies of P. So another game kind of like really familiar to what Elden Ring did, where you couldn't play the DLC unless you were up to a certain point. But there's other updates and stuff like Pong had mentioned. There's adding easy mode into it to bring even more people into it. Lies of P, it's a hard game just by default. And it's me telling you that Lies of P is a difficult game. Now, I'm also hard-headed because I like to use certain weapons. I won't like swap things out to cheese or anything like that. I'll just straight up try to parry and dodge. But it's definitely one of the the least forgiving games, especially when it comes to parrying. But it is one of the I will forever give kudos to Lies of P for taking the character Pinocchio and putting it in a Souls-like environment and putting a story behind it that people can actually follow, right? The normies, right? Because people say that Souls games don't have story. They do. I get that people are like, oh, it's not really in the game. It is. You got to look at the items. It's really old school. It's old school in that way where you got to pay attention to what the game is giving you and whatnot. But I like what Lies of P does by putting the story kind of on the forefront, making it easier to understand, taking a character like Pinocchio and putting an extreme, unique twist on it, and seeing them obviously get overwhelming support to the point that they put this DLC out is super dope. And I thought that was a standout too as far as DLC goes. And it was shadow dropped to announce that same day. It was dropped the same day. Again, we got shadow drops at this show. Super dope to see. Was there anything that it looked like you wanted to kind of add on or something? I thought it looked like you wanted to say something, but
no.
Okay.
Other
than that was my list. I mean, you mentioned Onimusha. Again, I've never played an Onimusha before. Way of the Sword looks cool. God Emperor Sofa King in chat mentions Code Vein 2. When I was watching the show yesterday, I called that from jump that's what that game was. I thought the first Code Vein was okay. For an anime-esque Souls-like game. It's literally what it is. I don't think I necessarily was interested enough in the game the first time around where I want to jump into the second one. But for those who enjoyed it, I think Code Vein 2 could be interesting for those people too. So it didn't do enough for me, although I thought it was cool aesthetically. So
no, and it's still, I mean, it's always, I played a little bit of Code Vein 2, you know that. So, which you were surprised about at the time. And I actually found it, decent. Again, sure it was Souls-like, but it wasn't over the top. Although you told me bosses get pretty rough. So
yeah, they get intense.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I thought it was cool there. I mean, I guess I really didn't give a score for Summer Games Fest, so I guess I'll end it with this is another solid 8 for me. Pure and simple, another solid 8.
8. Okay.
I thought variety was great. For the most part, pacing was pretty well done. Keeley didn't do his usual bring a bunch of people up on stage.
He didn't. It was really well paced. Really well paced.
That I thought was great. Again, of course, he's going to have Kojima up there for Death Stranding 2. Shout out to Death Stranding 2, by the way. I didn't mention it. It's something we've seen enough. It's launching very shortly here in July. But that cutscene that he brought, again, Kojima is a movie maker in a lot of ways, but he's gotten so good at it that
I thought it was a weak trailer. I thought it was weak as far as like
because it was just introducing two characters. That's all it was doing.
I don't know. It didn't do anything for me, but
you're not supposed to, because you got the action trailer. This was introducing two characters who are going to have a main story. That's all he was doing here, was introducing those two characters.
I get it.
And he's done this before, introducing the characters, actors, because that's a very big part of him too. Is these actors that he works with. He loves working with these actors. So, anyways, I just thought it was the motion capture that they do and the animation work that his studio does is really top. I love watching his scenes. But anyways, I thought that was cool as well. The last thing I will mention too is IO, when they got up there to talk about Mind's Eye, of course, because they're publishing it, talk about 007. They were here to talk about 007 as well, a little bit more. The fact that they're bringing in Mads Mikkelsen, reprise his role as Le Chiffre from Casino Royale, and they're putting a whole level into Hitman based around Casino Royale and 007 is pretty fucking dope too. Again, the crossovers that you could do here is cool as shit. I just love to see that. Mads Mikkelsen did bring him out. He's a cool guy. But I thought that was greatest. I was not expecting them to do any crossover like that to the Hitman side of things, but they are. And I thought it was really dope that they got him to reprise his role, and he's going to actually add to the character, because they asked Mads kind of what he was doing with Le Chiffre in this one, and he said this is going to be a different version because you're going to see him much more his own. Again, Casino Royale, he's kind of like the leader, kind of like the boss guy in a way, so he has everybody else do his dirty. He said, I'll be doing the dirty this one. So I thought that was really dope too. I love IO. I love IO Interactive, what they got going on. So I just it was cool promoting more Hitman and now using the 007 IP, which they are now in control of, to do so. I thought that was cool. Natural.
Yeah, I thought it was super dope. I like that guy as an actor, so I thought that presented well. But that's all I got to add on to. Speaking of Splitgate 2, then the BR streamers are jumping on it and they're enjoying it. So
there you go.
It did something. Anyway, enough on that side of, and then Stellar Blade announcing their Nikkei crossover, and you're going to be able to get some Nikkei in Stellar Blade.
It looks great. They're leaning into it. If you had any doubts, go look at Eve and Nikkei.
Oh yeah, they got her going. They got her going for sure. They definitely got her going.
I gotta say that the outfit steal that people are modding, not the nude shit, but some of those outfits, the level of detail,
they're getting to it.
These are like dress designers, bro. Like I get, the joke was that Stellar Blade is dress up, and it's not wrong per se. It's not wrong, and again, Steel and I've admitted that cosmetics are important to both.
I like this shit, yeah.
But I like it too, depending on the game. But it is crazy. The level of detail in some of those is like shit. Like you're spending time and lots of time doing it
in the demo, especially. Like hopefully it all transitions over and everything. But they're doing this stuff in the demo, ladies and gentlemen. Like I mentioned earlier, there's already almost 5 pages on Nexus mods for the Stellar Blade demo.
And you did hear that they found out that Shift Up did fully model.
You said did what?
Side, they fully modeled her.
Really?
Shift Up actually has her fully modeled. They broke down that they used the demo, right, and obviously cracked it, and they went into the coding or whatever else, and they pulled out the I don't know what you call it, skeleton models. She's fully modeled of all parts. If you
okay, I didn't know that because
which doesn't usually happen.
I did see that somebody went in and actually because they went in and changed her proportions. Well, they went in and adjusted her proportions because her base proportions they look weird. You know what I'm saying? It looks unnatural.
When she's without clothing, she looks
weird. It looks unnatural. So people went in and made it look more natural. So for people that are into that.
Okay, well that's good. I'm not even into all that. Like I'm not.
I'm
I
not
don't need
doing
my
that.
characters
Yeah,
battling
like-
nude. Like that's just not my thing. I like skimpy clothing. I think that's okay. Again, but fully nude.
2 pages
I don't-
right now.
I don't need it.
My
Yeah,
fault.
I don't need it. I don't need it. But anyways, we're gonna be seeing a lot more Stellar played. I can tell you that much.
Oh, 100%. You're gonna see it right here on Live a Split Screen. Live a Split Screen is gonna be you're gonna see some interesting thumbnails. I might have when the game drops, I might say, Pong, you're gonna send me your screenshots. I'm gonna use it for thumbnails. Because I know that's what Paul's gonna be doing.
I need to buy an external.
Oh, just for that one, huh?
Just for that. Yeah, I do.
You're so stupid.
It was bad in the demo, bro. Like I was like, and I can't even change your outfit. So
That
it's
is,
like,
you're so funny.
But there's a lot of cool shit in that game. There's a lot of cool shit.
I can't wait to jump into it.
Yeah.
Well,
VR mod, PT Maverick. There's VR mod.
VR model, God.
Why? What was the VR games by? Deadpool VR?
Yeah, the Deadpool VR game I thought was funny. I thought it was funny. If there was a VR game that I was gonna play, I was like, maybe I would play that.
Dumb. I just don't get it. It still doesn't look cool. Like it looks like basic. I don't.
It's not what I would expect out of VR.
I just can't believe Neil Patrick Harris is
me.
doing the voice. He did a nice job on the voice.
Yeah, he didn't do bad.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much the majority of what we're going to get into, but it wouldn't be right unless we talked about our predictions for the Xbox Showcase.
Yeah.
So, we're already rolling in almost 4 hours into the show here. And since I have been lacking sleep and falling behind, we won't spend forever speaking on our expectations. And again, we did some of that last weekend as well, on what we anticipate and whatnot. And then we did it again with Mav this past Thursday on what you would traditionally say is PM into PM, but it was going to be probably the new time slot for Mav in our prediction show. But I think I'd like to do it. Let's see how you feel about this. Let's do in chat. I want you to get involved as well. What do you think is going to open the show, be in the middle of the show, and be in the end of the show? What would you say would be your beginning, climax, and end? Are you still standing strong with Elder Scrolls 6 being your end?
Who, you talking to me?
Yeah.
I never said it was going to be the end.
Oh, I might be confused with something else.
I thought Elder Scrolls. Yeah, no, I think or the Game Awards. I mean, Heelys at the end of the year.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. My fault.
I think that's where you show Elder Scrolls 6 because this is going to be Starfield. They're going to show a ton of Starfield. A Starfield update, DLC, and PS5 announcement here. So this will be Starfield focus for Bethesda.
Okay,
I think
so. Beginning, middle, and end. We got both already coming in. He says he thinks they're going to start with Perfect Dark. The climax is going to be Fable, and then they're going to end it with E-Day. What do you think?
I haven't even thought about.
You need some time. You need some time.
No, I don't necessarily need time because again, I kind of got the whole like everything that's possibly going to be there.
I don't even have that.
Okay, well, since the teasers just went out, I think they start to show State of Decay 3.
That cryptic messaging was really telling. I've never seen that from. Hey, State of Decay players, let me know if that's something that you've seen before.
Yeah.
But that threw me for a complete. I was like, what is that?
Undead Labs are ready to show, obviously, and they kind of hinted that they're going to be here. So since that's the case, I think we get a full gameplay review of State of Decay 3 to start this show.
It would be time.
I think they've been cooking because we got Perfect Dark gameplay last year, right? We got a lot of Perfect Dark gameplay last year.
What we expect.
Yeah. Fable, they're going to save for a big blowout, but we could certainly get more here. But I don't think you start off.
I think Fable's going to be a next year for that. For the early one that they do.
The Dev Direct. Yeah, the Dev
Direct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. So I think that. Okay. So I think it's either going to be State of Decay 3, since it's only just you and I, Clockwork Revolution,
or surprise Everwild reveal to start
for the climax.
No, to start the show. No.
Oh, okay.
I'm
start the show. Okay.
Potentially 3. I'm going to lean State of Decay 3 here, but my backups are, since it's only just you and me doing this.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be either State of Decay 3 is my first choice, but then I think backup wise, it's going to be an Everwild reveal, which would be kind of dope to start the show, since a lot of people haven't seen. We haven't seen Everwild since they restarted production 5,000 times a million years ago. And Clockwork Revolution, I've been on this thing that might be the first game out of the gate in 2026. I thought it could hit this year potentially too, but I think An Exile is ready to show, and I think that would be a massive way to start the show. So that's my beginning. So
State of Decay or Everwild.
State of Decay or Everwild or Clockwork. So,
Clockwork Revolution.
But if you just got to pin me down,
you got State of
Decay
Decay
3. Okay. Yeah, State of Decay 3 starts. Middle of the show. Middle of the show is Gears. Middle of the show is Gears related.
Gears in the middle. Gears what? Reloaded? Because I thought they were going to do something like that at the Summer Showcase. And that's not what happened.
I think we get Gears Reloaded, and then we get first look at E-Day gameplay as well.
In the middle.
In the middle. Yep.
Okay.
And then
that would be hype. That would be hype.
Yep. And then I think to finish the show off, the one last thing before we go over to
Outer Worlds. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I will. I'm not 1,000% in on this. That it's even going to show up here, because I think they could give it extra time before they show it. But I'm going to roll with Fuzzy, and I'm going to go Forza Horizon 6 to end the show.
A tease?
Yep, a tease to end the show.
Because for a tease, you don't need gameplay. You can just say if they just showed us a title car, they showed us a title car with a car drifting.
Drifting
Mount
with
Fuji?
cherry. With cherry trees, cherry blossoms dropping from the sky, and Mount Fuji in the back. All I need is end the show. Again, I'm not 100% they even show it. I think they could save that until next year. But if they're gonna drop it, I think that'd be the perfect way to do it right at the end before you. I think it'd be dope. Get everybody hyped.
Or possible what do you think? What do you think it would be at that case? Like maybe a 2027? Or do you even think that they give a year?
2027.
2027?
Yep,
okay.
2027. Yep.
Okay. I like what you're doing there. Drake Williams asked, we seeing Final Fantasy at the show, boys? I think at this point, at least from what I've heard from everybody else, people aren't confident necessarily about Final Fantasy VII Remake being there. People are confident that Final Fantasy 16 will be there. I still think that that's weird as hell to me.
There's no reason to hold it back anymore. If Final Fantasy 7 is real for Xbox, there's no reason to hold it back. It's been announced forever.
Unless whatever in the initial deal was with PlayStation, that they got to complete the trilogy first.
Yeah, but it would. But it was already announced for Switch 2, right?
But again, I mean, just kind of how we talked about with Black Myth Wukong, which we didn't get into today. But
no, I understand. I'm just saying there's no reason to hide from now. It's going to be shown. It's going to be shown now. There's no, bro. As bad as Square was, okay. Let's just put it this way.
Square's bringing a lot now.
I could be completely wrong. I could be completely wrong.
It's not even true.
But as bad as Square Enix was, and they were signing deals with Sony, I don't believe there's any way in hell Sony could have paid them enough money to say that you have to finish the trilogy first before you can ever talk about an Xbox version. I don't think in any way in hell there was enough money to put that into a contract that you can't talk about this game ever coming to Xbox until you complete the trilogy.
But if they did it years ago when when the first game came out, before the development on that,
don't you remember?
It's almost a decade ago.
But don't you remember the first game had the exclusive?
It was supposed to,
and it was on the boxes.
It was a year. Yeah, it was a year. Boom Tops shows it all the time. I just don't think
there's no way Sony paid enough money for. You have to finish the trilogy. Square would know how long it was going to finish the trilogy before you could even talk or announce an Xbox version. I mean, I could be completely wrong. I just think that would be fucking nuts if Square's former CEO signed that deal. Talk about painting yourself into a for no reason.
You don't think FF16 would make that up?
No,
because you got 16 and Tactics.
No, I said on Thursday. I think that I said on Thursday. Well, they've been bringing everything, but I think on Thursday that Square is here, and I think that Sega and Atlas. But I think Square is here, and I think both Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7.
Do you think they do part 1 and 2 for Final Fantasy 7 if they do it, or they do just 1?
No, they just announced the first part. They don't announce the second part yet. They announced the first.
Cause too soon.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how I feel necessarily about Final Fantasy being there. Again, 16 being there, I can definitely understand. I'm kind of indifferent about 16 just because of my recent playthrough with it and I don't necessarily want to say it was disappointing. I just, in comparison to 15 for me, it's just, you can tell the PlayStation movie-like thing that they were going for had a heavy influence on it, and I think that's a negative for me. Again, it's either here or there. It has nothing to do with the game being there or not. But I can see 16 being there. Again, 16 seemingly hasn't done the greatest or whatever. I don't know. But we'll see. I don't see a reason for them to continue to hold back part 1, bare minimum, right? With a part 2 possibly coming out next year at the Xbox Showcase, right? I can see that being a high possibility. What I would be interested in seeing is if either of the Final Fantasy games end up coming into Game Pass. Just because it has been so long and it does have DLC, you could give people the base game in Game Pass and then have that upgrade path for the DLC for the expansion. And that would be an easy way to get people in. And again, I know I saw people in the chat mentioning earlier that apparently if Final Fantasy 16 does come, that people are anticipating that it potentially could be $50, which is also telling for the base game, right? Again, you're still making more, you're still making your money off of it. It is what it is. But
it could be a Game Pass deal.
I mean, it could be. Now, I don't think that would be bad because the DLC is like $20-$30 if I'm not mistaken. So it's like that's right in line with what they would traditionally do.
Right.
So to start the show from me, since neither you or Mav did it, I'll be the one to do it this year.
Good.
I think they open up with Splinter Cell. Ubisoft announced they're not going to have a show this year.
No. That's absolutely correct. The Ubisoft, we brought that up on not happening. Announcement over the other. Absolutely prime year to do this deal. So again, we've been saying it. So that'd be fantastic. I also want to throw in there. I also want to throw in there, Steel. There is a rumor that Ubisoft, there is going to be I won't say big, but let's say a few or more Ubisoft newer titles dropping into Game Pass. And there are hints that Star Wars is included in that.
You said new
drops into Game Pass. Newer games.
Like Star Wars Outlaws as an example?
Right. Star Wars Outlaws was hinted that could be one of them.
I can see that.
Only there's a deal. Ubisoft is
I can see that.
Folks. Again, Ubisoft is in trouble. So, and they've got a great partnership with that. So,
I can see that.
I think throwing them a line and putting a bunch of games. So I'm just adding this to your Splinter Cell thing because they do have a great. Xbox has thrown them Lifeline. This is potential part of the partnership where they drop Splinter Cell at the Xbox Showcase against Splinter Cell back in the day. For anybody who doesn't know, was exclusive to Xbox One, the OG Xbox. Back in the day, it was exclusive there. That would make perfect sense that they do Sam Fisher's new game here. So it's a great,
and again, it's been in development for some time. I know others have kept saying
party to open your show. I'll just say that. But
it would be, but it would
Xbox
also kind of be
third party now. So.
It would be paying homage, though. You know what I'm saying? As well to like it would be weird, but at the same time, it'd be like, okay, I see what you did there. The green goggles, the way that you open it up.
It's possible that they're helping Ubisoft too, like they did with Ninja Gaiden 4. It's possible that this is a partially financed deal as well, to get it in the Game Pass.
Could be.
That's certainly possible too.
Fuzzy Tomato was saying, I'm pretty sure AC Shadows was rumored to be for Game Pass. That's real quick if that ends up happening. That's real quick. That's going to tell us the state Ubi's. If AC Shadows is announced to come to Game Pass at this showcase, that is going to be a very telling thing for Ubisoft, for me, at least. I think that's going to be a good get, because again, I think AC Shadows is a good game, right? I would rather play AC Shadows than play Ghost of Tsushima. I would rather play AC Shadows than play Rise of the Ronin.
I'll be happy if this happens, because I haven't touched any of these yet because my Ubisoft Plus fuck up that they did. So I'll be happy. That'll be a little makeup. I'll be excited.
That'd be cool.
This would be wild though if it happens. It would, but they are.
It would say a lot. It would say a lot though. It would definitely say a lot. But yeah, I think we should open the show with Splinter Cell. I just like the idea of cutting the black, green goggles come up, give us some gameplay, remake, give us maybe a possible release for this year, maybe even early next year, maybe. I don't think early next year. If anything, if it doesn't release this year, I think they'd release it in the fall of next year, just because, GTA is early next year, at least right now. In the middle. Damn, I like the fact that you went for Gears. I really do. Gears Reloaded, it does tell me that I think they're going to do a little bit of a blowout for Gears if they do that. If Gears Reloaded is launching this year, I think it's the perfect time for you to say, hey, this is how the game exactly looks. We're going to do a beta just to get everybody involved. Again, if they're truly doing a beta, which is rumored, that means other changes have been made to the game, which I'm also interested to see. And then leading that into a Gears E-Day gameplay trailer, tease, whatever the case, I do think is a good climax. I do. But I got to be different because you already took the Gears. I think this is a prime opportunity for you to come out with certain affinity. Point blank, period.
Halo, maybe
if
Halo
easily. Maybe you come out with a Halo remake, just because, look, Pong, at this point, what they did with Oblivion, there's no way. I'm having a hard time believing they can't just turn these bitches around. I'm having a hard time believing at this point that they got AI involved. Because with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 remastered coming out, I don't know all the changes that they made.
No. Hold on, let me correct you on that. That's from long ago. Those came out in Xbox One.
Okay, so those are older. Okay, so
they're older. Yeah, that wasn't something.
Cool. I thought it was like a new thing. Okay,
no, those have been out
since Xbox One era. Take back. So we'll just stick with Oblivion. With Oblivion being the thing that came out of nowhere and seeing how well they did with that, and knowing that Halo Studio, the rebranded 343, is in Unreal Engine 5, and you are transitioning, I think it's time to either see gameplay or at least get some form of maybe a release date for the game, because again, the entire game is there already. And if you're going to use this game for you to adapt to what Unreal can do, and we've seen teams like Virtuos be able to layer UE5 on top and redo animations. Because it's not just the skin on top. They redid animations as well. And changed leveling and changed other things about Oblivion. They didn't change the entire game, but they did change like key things that you would expect for somebody to change if they were going to remaster something, right? I would like to see what Halo CE, Halo 1 looks like. Excuse me. Goodness gracious, I lost my whole voice.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Okay, it's coming back. Maybe it's coming back. I'll work through it. Okay. I do think Halo 1, you showing us gameplay in UE5 is a perfect midway point for the show, just because Halo has been kind of away for some time. Bold Alpha Wolf, don't get me started, because that was my wild one on Thursday. He comes in with the exotic cachet, the exotic loot like we call it, and he says, with the $4.99 bones, he says, I'm hearing rumbles Scalebound might be on the table again too.
if they put, who joked?
That was me.
You brought that up. Yeah,
that was me.
Yeah.
And that was only because Hideki Kamiya he said, yo, Microsoft, holla at me. I'm still down to do Scalebound. And again, I know people feel like, hey, well, they kind of burned that bridge. They ain't burned the bridge hot enough, because they're making Ninja Gaiden 4. So, and I have to believe that code is still there. Maybe that's a pathway for him in his studio to get their feet wet again and get back into good graces, because they do have their own studio now. I would like to see Scalebound. If you gave me Scalebound at the middle of the show, I would just turn my computer off. If Scalebound, I'll tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, because we're gonna be live. I'm pretty sure Pong will be there too. We're gonna be live with Mav tomorrow. Fun Speculation. Check us out for the Xbox showcase. We're going to be up 30 minutes early. If they show Scalebound tomorrow, I'm going to turn off my computer. I'm just going to go to bed. I don't even need to see the rest of the showcase. I'll find out about it later. That's how insane that would be. I don't anticipate that, but yeah. So beginning Splinter Cell. Pay homage to OG Xbox. I think it's perfect. The green. All that good stuff, cool. And Ubi needs help. Hopefully, Xbox, maybe Microsoft sent the goons over there to help that get made. Halo, middle of the show. I think it's a good middle of the show game. To end it, good Lord, what do you end it with? I'm thinking about. Nah, Omar, the Scalebound talk won't ever die. I'll keep Scalebound. I'll be the one to keep Scalebound alive if I need to. Don't you worry. Everwild, I mean, I want to see what Everwild actually is. I do. Maybe I'll lean into something that people would like to see. Saw somebody mention it earlier. I think it'd be a good one to mention. Mortal Kombat 1 has been struggling, right? Hasn't been doing the greatest. We know that Ed Boon kind of hinted at this before, that he would be interested in doing it. And I do think that this would be the perfect place.
All the old rumors, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, why not? Just bring it back up. I just bring it back up. I do think if there's any time, if ever, because I don't know if Iron Galaxy is available to do it. I know they started work on the original KI, and I could just be off and based on that. So I'm kind of going to do a two-parter in there. I think Ed Boon comes out on the Xbox stage and says, we've teamed up with Microsoft to do a Mortal Kombat cross Killer Instinct game. I think that's going to be the next cross game for, it's not going to be an Injustice 3. It's going to be Killer Instinct versus Mortal Kombat. And it's going to be in the Killer Instinct style. I think that's what they would end up doing. And I think that would be the perfect way to end the show, because that would just send people over the moon, right? I only say that because of what's been happening with Mortal Kombat here recent. It seems like their attention is in a different place. Mortal Kombat 1 seems to be not getting as much love as it was early on. And like Yobi mentioned, and as I said as well, Ed Boon has already expressed his eagerness or want to do that. Typically when people do stuff like that, it's just not out of nowhere. The other one that I'll throw on there, just because I want to show some love to my classic PC days. I think if they don't do Killer Instinct cross Mortal Kombat, I think that they end the show with a Quake tease. I know Phil came out on stage with a Hexen shirt. I don't know about Hexen. I think that's something I would leave the ID. if that's something that they wanted to do. But I think you come out on stage with a Quake. Reason being, Quake's been away for quite some time. Quake is one of those that will always have a place for people. And I think if you've really been listening to your fan base, or you really want to get the streets talking, I think it's one of the easiest home runs that you can hit. So that's the one that I would go with. Splinter Cell to start, Halo for the middle, and since Pong took Gears, and then to end it, you wrap it up with a Quake.
Nice.
And that would be the show. Again, along with the 22 games, apparently, I don't know, right? It's all rumors. 20 plus games are going to be coming into Game Pass. The second and third party deals that are potentially going to be there as well. Who's going to come out on stage this time and say that they're in full support? They're in full support of what Xbox got going on. Does Sega come back on stage, talk about maybe showing a little bit more gameplay of their collection? Do we get Golden Axe on stage again? I don't think we should, right? Unless those games are ready. Zach Riley says, where does COD go? I'm not even thinking about COD. I think COD goes in the middle somewhere too.
Yeah, for sure.
I have no want
COD
for
could end
COD
it
right now, bro.
COD could end it too.
I can see COD ending it, but
yeah, well, I know how you and I feel. Battlefield footage lately, it's like, holy shit, bro.
To be realistic, I could see COD jumping in there. I mean, COD could really be fit in anywhere. I mean, they did well showing it off last year first. I could see Microsoft kind of wanting to run it back to do it again and to start off the show with it this year. I really hope they don't do that. Just because COD is not in a good place in the community's mindset right now either. So I just don't know. I think you put COD in the middle. Give us a tease. Say, oh, it's the next game in the series in line with Black Ops 2. Woo! Maybe you do that. So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, man. So, Splinter Cell, Halo, and then either Killer Instinct cross Mortal Kombat or Quake.
I can't believe you brought that up. That would be dope as hell if they do end up.
Fuck it.
I bold elf. I don't think we're gonna see. Kojima's focused on Death Stranding 2 launching this year, and I think OD, as he talked about, did have a delay to it due to the pandemic and that kind of stuff as well. So I think OD is back on track again, but I don't think he'll start talking about that until he gets Death Stranding out, and then I think we'll hear about OD next year. Maybe a Dev Direct. That certainly could be a thing next year too as well. But I think that's what we'll hear. Who else said something in here? Spyro 4, Jesse. Well, Toys for Bob does have a deal with Xbox. So we will see comes of that. Obviously, they're making a game. So we'll see. Toys for Bob could be here for sure to show off something. Obviously, Tony Hawk could be here as well. The new Tony Hawk could definitely be on the stage. People are forgetting about that. That might be a middle of the show. Middle of the show could be dedicated to talking about the back catalog and about their game preservation as well. I
mean, again, like I mentioned on Thursday, I mean, I would be over the moon if they announced those Transformers games back, because again, that would tell me that they're listening. And again, with the Transformers Reactivate getting canceled, I think this is the part that would be the perfect opportunity for you to jump on the front lines and say, hey, we know this game got canceled, but guess what? We remastered Transformers War and Fall for Cybertron. And those games hold up well even today. Like as is. If you remastered them, 4K upgrade, 60 FPS, those games already ran well back then. I think they could do well with it. I think that could be a good W. War and Fall for Cybertron those are my fucking favorite. Those games are freaking phenomenal, bro. Mm-hmm. And include the multiplayer, and the multiplayer's ready to go. There's nothing beating that. Phenomenal. Unreal 5. Yeah, slap Unreal 5 on top of that one too. Transformers War and Fall for Cybertron and UE5? Bro. Disgusting how beautiful that would be. Disgusting. Drake, I hope that Xbox is not sleeping on those Transformers. I really do. I hope that they looked across the industry. I hope Sarah Bond saw Transformers Reactivate get canceled and said, hey, don't we have some Transformers games in our catalog?
I think they already did that because Hasbro was raising their hand that a couple years ago when Hasbro was coming back and they are video game plans because they've expanded into video games massively. And they say we'd love to see those games be available again. Let us know, Xbox. I'm sure there's been I'm sure there has been.
There has to be.
Yeah, I think they're trying to bring back as many of those as all the licensing. Yeah,
it's one of the most blatantly obvious.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, how much more hype can you get?
Ha! It's Christmas time.
Now, Pong, I mean, I'll end it with this last question. Do you think the Xbox Showcase will be the strongest one out of the ones that we've had this week so far?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I think we're in line for another. I said on Thursday that it could surpass last year. I think they've got the ammo to surpass year. I know what Greenberg said. Whatever. I don't care what Greenberg said. It's going to be personal taste for sure. Of course, it's going to be personal opinion, but I think they've got the ammo to surpass last year. And if not surpass it, match it or come close. And if they match it or even come close to last year's showcase, then yeah, hands down, it'll be the best one and easy for sure.
Yeah, I know people are trying to downplay it, but just depending on what you're looking for in games, man, like it's hard for me to see how it's not going to be a step up from last year, right? I get that they're trying to downplay it or whatever, but I don't know, man. I'm ready for 1:00 Central tomorrow, man. It's going to be a good time. That is what time that it is tomorrow, right? 1:00 Central or 2 Eastern?
It's 11 Pacific. I think it's 11 Pacific, right? Xbox Showcase, I'm pretty sure. Double check that right now.
Calorie says, driving right now to LA for FanFest. So excited. I live in Phoenix, so quick 6 hours.
Calorie,
1 p.m.
enjoy,
Central.
brother.
I mean, 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 o'clock Central.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, 10 a.m. Pacific. Okay. Calorie, enjoy. A lot of cool people down there. A lot of pictures. Boom, the Iron Lord. So everybody's down there, seems like. So have fun, man. Have fun. Enjoy.
So 12 o'clock Central tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern. Ooh, tomorrow's going to be a long ass day for me. Ooh, Lord Jesus. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make I'm probably going to have to jump off after the Xbox show, but we'll see. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that was our E3 coverage, as we would like to say, covering the PlayStation Showcase, covering Summer Games Fest, and also talking about our predictions for the Xbox Showcase. What happened, Paul? Wow.
Can't give you any names. I don't know who it is. Some clip of a girl streamer who with a group of other people, but it's just her alone. But then she's got they're obviously all chatting together, right? Yeah. And they're watching the Heelys or the Summer Games Fest together. And she's probably 20, 21, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay.
And they were all just a bunch of the dudes that were in a chat with her or whatever else. And they were like, man, that Tang, blah, blah, blah. They were talking about the Wu-Tang game.
Okay.
And she's sitting there and she goes, maybe I'm not the gamer because what's Wu-Tang?
I can't blame her for that. But you obviously don't know. You don't listen to hip hop, but you don't listen to rap.
No. And she's young, but one of those. We're old. It's just it's like she literally has no. She's not doing it as you could see it on her face. She has no idea what this is.
I would not be surprised. There's a lot of people who probably know who Wu-Tang is like that.
But Wu-Tang is kind of
Wu-Tang's.
They
are iconic. They're iconic.
They're iconic, and they've transcended through generations. Really, people picked up Wu-Tang. It's one of those clips where I just go, oh God, what's Wu-Tang? What's Wu-Tang?
I mean, she'll find out when she listens to the music. That's the number one thing I'm not worried about with that game too.
It's gonna be a Ghostface Killer fan. Let's go.
Hey, we'll see. A new Wu-Tang fan. We're gonna be created. Ladies and gentlemen, Hopefully you enjoyed Gamers Christmas thus far. Hopefully we'll put a bow on it by tomorrow. And who's know what we're going to get today after Future Game Show? Because maybe Future Game Show is going to announce some dope stuff too. You guys let me know on X, otherwise known as Twitter, or any other social media platform that you can find me, Steel Rain, that T is a 7 everywhere. Again, we will be live with Mav, aka Fun Speculation, on their channel. Yeah, Tim, we're not gonna do This Day in Gaming. I've had a long week. I really need to get some rest. Because I've fucked up my sleep schedule all week long. Due to this week, but no, I'm not complaining, but I do need to get some rest, especially for tomorrow, because I'm not going to be able to go immediately to sleep. I'm going to have to stay up, get ready for the show, chop it up, and go from there. So we'll start bringing that back. This is episode 190, which actually also signifies by the time we go live next week, it will be technically the start of season 5. Signifies us going into our 5th year. That's kind of how I set up the seasons. Every season ends right after the E3 time. So happy episode 190 to you guys. We're on the road to 200, 10 more episodes in. During the summer, we'll be in the 200s. So a beautiful thing. We've been doing this thing for a while, man. But again, I definitely expect for more clips to come up on the channel. Again, I want to blow this living split screen thing up. The hot takes that we have, our perspectives that we bring to the industry, the energy more than anything that we bring in. I want to flood that out, man. I want to reach that 5K. I want to have 300 people in chat and be complicated to keep up. But to be quite frank, this show is nothing without you guys who come here on a week-to-week basis, get engaged in chat. Y'all are still some of the most engaging chat that I still see to this day. Just as the different opinions y'all flow in there, talking with each other. It's always such a beautiful thing, and will forever be grateful that you guys continue to come show us love every week on a Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. And I'll continue to try to blow this thing out for you guys and see how we can elevate. So find me everywhere. Again, Steel Rain, T is a 7. I'll be in the streets of Stellar Blade next week. And let me know in the comments below, or let me know in chat right now. Do you guys want me to stream the entire game? Maybe I will. First time, maybe I'll do my first playthrough, or maybe I'll do it on my second playthrough. You guys let me know what you would like to see me do. But either way, I'll be playing Stellar Blade on release next week. And we'll go from there. Pong.
Yeah.
What a fucking fantastic show. Gamers Christmas. It seems like every year, this time just gets more and more freaking absurd, bro. The way this year had, the first 6 months already have been absolutely insane.
We used to have some lulls. It doesn't feel like we get any lulls at all. And speaking of next week, too, Steel, just to remind everybody, Warhammer K Space Marine Mastercraft.
Yes.
Next week on Game Pass as well. The Altars, if you're looking forward to the Altars, which I am, that's going to be out in Game Pass.
I forgot that one too.
Next week as well. And then, like Steel said, Stellar Blade, which going to be playing day 1 too. Crazy. Again, games everywhere. It really doesn't feel like we have any time to breathe this year at all. And I think that this week kind of is culminating into that. Sunday, tomorrow's going to be best. So getting back to go over Speculations channel, obviously with Mav coming back, at least somewhat coming back, is going to be a dope to hang out with you all there. And I hope some of you guys in chat will join us over on the Fun Speculation channel, because if you guys have seen our co-coverage, if you're cool with watching it with us, because I know some people just like to kick back and watch the show, and I totally understand that as well. If I didn't podcast, that's exactly what I would. But if you're cool with watching us, we're just like, again, you've got a bunch of gamers, real gamers, that get excited and get emotional over shit during the show. Gears E-Day, I had to back away from the camera. I had gator tears. It's stuff like, it's Steel too. It's moments like that that really, really get me excited. You guys, could see my Starfield reaction. However you feel about Starfield, I still love that game. But the reaction I had during the deep dive that they did that year was special. So we have a lot of fun. So come join us for that if you want to. We're going to have a blast on Sunday tomorrow. So other than that, love you all. Nothing but love and respect to each and every single one of you for joining us every Saturday. And of course, all the shows you guys support, not just us. And if you lurked and we didn't call you out or you don't conversate during the show, love you the same. If you listen to it in the future because you can't catch us live, love you the same. If you're here for 5 minutes or you're here for the 4 hours, love you the same. You guys are giving us your most valuable commodity time. Means that you really appreciate what we do here. And that means respect for all of you as fellow gamers, passionate gamers. So thank you for being here. Great episode. Steel, love you, brother. Again, you do what you do despite the long week, despite all the shit you got going on in real life too, despite the work schedule that you carry. You still come here every Saturday and show up with the energy that you do and put everything together. Love you, brother. So thank you for being here, man.
Much love. Appreciate it.
Yeah, all love, brother. You guys know how to find me, Pong Soul, everywhere. Follow me, I'll follow you back. Again, Mavs, we're coming back like one show a week, at least to start out, a couple Thursdays from now. So I don't have anything next week during the week at all, but you'll see us come back on Thursdays. I'm going to give Mav the captain's share back because he's only do one show a week, obviously. So it's PM of the PM, although he says he wants to keep that flavor, but we're going to have the fam roll through as they can and all that good stuff. So wait for that announcement. He's thinking 2 weeks from this week. So otherwise, I'll be back here with my brother Steel Rain. We might have a shorter show next week, Steel. I didn't tell you this, but I got niece's party.
Graduation party? Okay.
Yeah, graduation party. So might have to hop out like around noonish next week, somewhere in that neighborhood.
We can cut it short. It's going to be mostly our hype and then talking about Stellar Blade. So it's going to be.
Yeah. No, there's going to be tons of games to go through next week. Obviously, Stellar Blade, all that good shit. So yeah. No, we're still going to have a show. But I'll be back here next week for Screen with this dude right here, one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. We're going to have a lot to get into after tomorrow, I'm sure. So, y'all, it's the golden age of gaming. It really, really freaking is, man. Please get out there, enjoy yourselves this weekend, enjoy your weekend, have a great start to the beginning of the week. Play what you love what you play, enjoy Gamers Christmas, especially tomorrow. We are seeing some secret things. Guaranteed there's some things that we have no idea about that to show up to, which is always going to be fucking fantastic. Although I wish everything would get leaked, but nothing's getting leaked now. So anyways, enjoy the show tomorrow. Play what you love what you play. I'll talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Real quick, Parasite 82 Green came in with the exotic cachet, that exotic loot that we like, with the €4.99 bones. And says, thanks guys, keep up the good work. Let the Xbox Showcase hype train begin. Choo choo, mofos.
Choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo choo. It's gonna be a blast. Let's go.
Appreciate you, Parasite. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all be easy, stay safe, and we'll catch you on the next one. Split screen out. Peace.
Just one question.